No,
Just doing the right thing.
I bled for your Wii U.
YouTube.
What's up?
If you're here because of the tags that we posted for YouTube, welcome. We're streaming, and we'll talk about poop, I'm sure.
I don't know. Nothing's going on.
Nothing going on in the poop world.
Well, we actually no. We have a funny thing at work that I keep forgetting to talk about. Well, so we have a code word now for like diarrhea, bad, upset. So one of the guys went home early, and we knew he was having some trouble.
Yeah.
So we're like, "What happened?" He's like, "Oh, I think I ate some bad ham." So now, like, bad ham is
bad
become.
Ham.
So now, whenever we like somebody's gone or somebody's like, "I'm not feeling that well," we're like, "Bad ham." Oh, bad ham. Yep, bad ham. And then we made songs. Bad ham, bad ham, bad ham, bad ham, bad ham. It makes you sick. We have another one. Bad ham, bad ham. What you gonna do? What you gonna do when you make that food? We were coming up. That's mine. There was different ones.
Pretty good.
What you gonna do when it comes for you?
What did you do? Bad ham.
Oh, that's a good one.
That one for
I'll definitely show that one off. Because like we've even got other people. Like first it was like a few of us. Now it's like everybody in the office. Curtis Bad Ham on the week, but he's like our boss was like, "Yeah, I went to the LA County Fair. Bad ham. Too many food booths."
You know when you first get sick, bad ham begins.
That's gross.
Yeah, and if you eat it again, bad ham returns. If you don't stop, you'll have bad ham forever.
Stop it.
And if you have it when someone's stealing something, it's bad ham and Robin.
I had to think about that for a second.
And if you have it one more time than 88, you have bad ham 89.
That was really dumb.
Uh-huh. That one's for free too.
Oh. Finish that. I might need to get another one.
Oh, it's always a bad ham. You put it in anything, really.
It's always
bad ham.
What was that last
Good time. It's always a bad ham.
What song is that?
Good time.
What song is that?
Owl City and Carly Rae Jepsen. How do you not know that?
That's how much I don't like. I love Carly Rae Jepsen, but my dislike for Owl City does not override.
She loves it.
Oh, I'm Owl City. They use auto-tune on everything.
He doesn't even anymore.
Oh, he doesn't?
You don't even know. Owl City's great.
Auto-tune and GarageBand, and now I'm a rock star.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
Because I didn't think of it first.
Exactly. If you thought of it first, if we got signed to Helder Knock Records by putting out stupid like blips and bleeps,
whatever. Owl City is rich.
Yeah, he is. Because he doesn't have to share that with anyone. It's him. Smart guy.
We're up to 219 likes.
Oh.
We passed 200 a while ago.
Yeah, we got quite a few. Hello to our new fans from South Africa.
If you're one of our South African fans, please
tell us if that's real.
We're trying to figure out if you're real or not. Since I swear one of the names was Joe Real Person.
Yeah, like, Joe, not a fake person.
This is not a fake account.
Jim Actual Account Johnson.
Jim Not Fake Jones.
Yeah. Hey, if Jim Not Fake Jones is out there, write us a letter. I would
Richard, I'm not a robot.
Yeah, not a bot.
Not a bot.
Yeah.
Boy.
It's possible, though. We do have some new listeners from that, so we'll see.
Wait, I just have to read some of these. This will make a good pre-show.
Some of the new names.
Some of the likes on that post.
Yeah.
Because
some of them might be real.
Some of them, it's possible. I really don't know. I don't know.
If you are real and we read your name, we would like to hear from you.
If you are real, raise your hand. If you are not real.
Because some of them are definitely like, South African names.
What does that mean?
Like, they sound like real names.
Some of these just sound like nonsense.
Yeah, but that sounds like a name. I don't know how to say it.
Where it's not showing all of them.
But some of them are like.
Okay,
like 16 others. Like,
hold on. I got to go to the post and it'll tell us the
There you
likes. So here we go.
Yeah, let's see.
Okay, we got all the normal people. Then we got Percy Twin Lasbo Ciarba, but it works at netball. Lloyd TJ Taguana.
See, that sounds real.
They have jobs.
Yeah.
DJ Emmanuel Montsa III.
That sounds real.
Rich La Richer Wale.
That's
verified official by Facebook. Verified account. Nerd at profile original. This does not seem real at all.
Does Facebook do verified like that?
No. This is just somebody typed in verified official.
We should have our thing be verified official.
Vuyo Luethu Malum Ubos Nova. See, it's like this. Okay, that sounds real, and then Ubos Nova.
Yeah, but maybe that's like how they do it. Maybe they have their nicknames.
Graphic designer at 5 to 12 online magazine.
See, I mean that sounds legit.
Rafilo Caroline Molefi.
Okay,
works at Hello Kitty's fashion shop.
Okay.
We've got Wendy Ravanga, who is chief executive officer at Mukwevo Milinga Company.
All right.
What the
I don't know. Click on it. See what that is.
What the hell is that?
Click on it. See if that's real.
That's nothing.
One person likes
and it doesn't even say what it is. It just says company.
Some of these might be fake. I'm gonna say maybe.
Like what? Oh, I made this page of this company that only one person, and all it says about it is company. That totally.
So for those who don't know what we're talking about, we advertise. We did a boost of this one post.
This person's middle name is Cheese.
Cheese, yeah.
But it's got all these accents, so I don't know.
Real.
But look at all these. Every single character has an accent on.
Wait, he was a former employee of Hilarious Teens.
These are not real people.
If any of these are, please tell us.
Okay, Boitu Melo Cheese Control. If you are real, please come. Please talk to us.
Cheese Control.
Cheese Control.
Okay, let's do some more.
K1 Guido K Sedupane PMW. That's not even. What is that?
I don't know. These do seem like fake.
Former site supervisor manager at Batitude.
Well, yeah, because all of them, like this one, CEO at
Rat Kids USA. Raf Kids? Raf V.
Okay, click on that. See what that is. Is anything coming
Main
up on
chick Felinathi Sambuca? That's just nonsense. She's in a relationship.
Maybe Launchpad.
Launchpad.
That's not even a name. It just says. By the way, it's 64 friends followed by 20 people.
Luandor Fishliner. Fishliner. These are made up words.
Maybe that's the tradition.
Studied at University of Cape Town.
Works at self-employed entrepreneur.
Zionda Wepos. Her name is an apostrophe in it. Kayakamas Malanga. That looks like a real person.
Well, they have pictures of people, but
this guy's first name is toll free.
All right, that's probably fake.
These are fake people. They just put in random words.
Toll free.
Mingazi Turf High School? Turf High School?
Maybe.
Toll free?
Toll free?
Toll free Raichi Luhuli Andy Sarni. What?
All right. Wait, here's one. A couple down there is Stunner.
Tabiso Rudolph?
That could
Mavovu? University of Johannesburg? Filani Stunner. Not yet working. I'm still studying.
All right.
Minele Masando, radio presenter at Nangoma FM.
That's real.
88.3.
We can check that because see if that's a real thing. That the rate.
We'll just click these. Let me just get through some of these. Vuyelava Mimi Situvi, fashion modeling at Fashion Modeling.
Yeah, a lot of these are like managers.
I am
CEO.
Fifi Van Wyk, Manager at Behind the Leasing Desk Consulting Services. Manager at I get paid to like things on Facebook for money.
Yeah, that does seem like
Engineer at Engineering Electronics.
Wait.
Psycho Copstad 16.
Yeah.
What the hell is
Psycho?
this?
Send us an email.
I want any of these people. If any of these people are real, I will.
Yeah.
I'll be very surprised.
Yo, Lady Hopewell, OM Cute.
Mood Talana J. As Saw. CEO at Black U2 Music.
What about Princess Charm School?
Princess Charm School.
Yo, Lady
Hopewell. Yo, Lady Hopewell. Cute.
Yeah,
but they're from Cape Town, South Africa. Louvre Nagume. Kelly Dope Stud. Dope Nelly Dope Stud.
Rapper at Stud's World Record Label.
Yes. Molly Batizi. Zenapuka Senior Secondary School.
All right.
Zeta Z Muibo. Designer at Hustler Clothing.
All right.
Sampa Nadamozelli Kenyasa works at Electricity Design Houses.
This could be real.
Sandra Thawala works at Kalawa Jasmine Records.
Okay, see if that's a real thing.
Ma Andy Donovan Kisabaluku went to Clydesdale SSS. That could be a real person.
It could be.
Raru Gift Iniesta Shitangu.
It says gift in there.
UI at Made Something from Nothing.
There are a lot of names that have like a random word in the middle that works at whatever. You got one there.
Oh, this is good. Khalifa B, manager at Effit, am still 18 and am enjoying mom's money.
Yeah, that's totally real.
Ty Nadeep Majola Natinza. These kids are in high school. These are high school kids getting paid to like Facebook pages. Yeah. That is exactly what is happening. Look at
some of the links you did.
I'm just looking at some of these other ones. August Lloyd works at whatever. Mambo Tete, Central College of Business and Computer Studies. Not a real school.
No.
Talent. No Kwanda. Zulu.
Talent.
At that's not real.
Look at this one.
Samasquili Siwa Dumakude.
That could be a name.
Dumakude?
But look at this one.
Lar Famil Sima
Mozart at American Next Top Model Con Tyra Banks.
Okay, this dude's name is Sky Captain.
Sky Captain Custer.
Sky Captain Gwenda. You can look at these right now. Go to the Marin episode post. And you can see the people that like this page. This is what $10 in Facebook money.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure none of those extra ones are actually real. Okay, wait, you got to just look. Like, see if that radio station is real.
Okay, and then we'll go back and look at some. Like, this is nothing.
That's nothing.
Well, what if we just type it in to Google?
Yeah. See what that Raf Kids essay.
What the heck is
Facebook?
It's the same thing. It's a podcast. There you go. Okay.
Is that real?
Who knows? It's dudes smoking something.
Who knows?
This doesn't even look like it. There's no page. This isn't real.
No, that definitely doesn't look real.
Like, what the heck is that? Let's see what else we got here. We got Raf Kids. Tomorrow's, no. Raf Kids, Tom Palmer, no. No, that's not a real thing.
No, okay.
Launchpad.
That's just someone named Launchpad.
But he doesn't have anything on his page.
No.
Just some memes.
Bunch of memes.
Now,
if it was Launchpad McQuack.
And about nothing. This is not a real person.
That's definitely fake.
And the photos are a bunch of memes.
Yep.
And moments are pictures of Joker. There's like pictures of naked people. His teams.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. This does not seem like a real.
Okay. Well, what about the radio station? Let's see if that's real.
That's a real radio station.
That's a real radio station.
Well, actually, I don't know. Like the last is an hour ago, but it's like, what is all this? Well, I guess this is.
They do have other languages.
Okay. So this is a real.
That looks real, right?
Yeah.
They have
11,000.
Yeah, that's real.
But maybe they just lied that they said they worked there.
Well, I wonder if you could see who works there.
I don't know. Does this mini leg for the Gucci? Is that real? That's the only picture. I guess we go when we go Crease. This is a real person.
I think so.
A mother, a wife, a sister, and a daughter. Is that her kid? So this is a real person, and she liked the post.
All right. I mean, it's possible.
That seems real. This is the girl, the lady that works at the radio
station.
So,
okay,
here we go.
So copy that name, and then
Goma FM.
Go to the radio station.
No, I'll just do this. Goma FM 88.3. Well, there's a picture.
Sweet. Okay, so that person
in front of the radio station,
right there.
Sweet Sunday.
Sweet Sunday.
There you go.
So the question is she actually like listening, or she actually liked it?
Well, she liked the post. It doesn't mean anything. Yeah, here's her. There she is. That's her bio.
Huh.
Team member.
So there's at least some real people that like it.
In South Africa. And this
record label.
It's a real. Those are records.
Yeah,
that looks pretty legit. All right. I still don't know about these names. I mean, let's see what else.
I mean, some of them
Rofima Lakshan, site supervisor. I mean, I don't know.
Some of them are definitely fake.
A lot of these people say there's a second one. F it, I'm a teen.
Yeah.
Shildaze Shemaine works at Disney. I don't believe you.
No.
Lufuno Chris Ramalida, not yet working. And so these are high school kids in South Africa. Bunch of high school kids. But I guess that makes sense.
Yeah.
Because who's on Facebook in South Africa? Probably a bunch of high school kids.
Presenter at Vinrap Radio.
There you go, radio. I'm some viola. But these names, Tony Kid Gundo works at Turn Up Gang.
Maybe.
Man Clock Manti learning at prison.
All right, that's
Clinton Bailey. That's pretty normal. Happy Joe Jacobs.
I mean, that could be DJ at Stolen Property.
D-Tubes Lacoute works at Loading Swag.
Technician at BMW.
Pretty K G Salale. Candy Brats Labuso. I guess this could be their nicknames.
It could be nicknames, but it seems a lot of them seem suspicious.
This guy is a CEO.
There's a lot of them that are CEOs.
There's a lot of people that are CEO. Grade 11 at not yet working. CEO at Bitch Gang Member. Celebrity, Facebook famous, best liker, commenter, loyal friend.
Yeah.
So
no, that literally says Celebrity Gram Real Liker.
Yep.
Real Liker in the name.
Celebrity Gram Real Liker.
Yeah.
I'm gonna guess I am Joe Real Person.
Yes. So he's either an alien that's trying to fit in as a human being, or else not a real account.
Nitro Moniazzo. A lot of these people saying I'm still a teenager.
I'm telling you, I
feel like a lot of these are the same person.
That's fake. I'm still a teen in school. Another CEO.
Another
University
princess.
of Swag.
This is like the same. What if it's like the same person on multiple accounts? There's another University of Swag. I feel like a lot of these are the same accounts, even multiple versions. Maybe one person signing into a bunch of accounts, and they all like it. There's got to be some kind of payola thing
because they're all
Facebook. We give Facebook $10. Facebook gives these guys like a penny a click,
and then they
and then
there's definitely some shady stuff going on here.
Zuckerberg needs to answer for himself because I feel like we paid for a bunch of fake likes.
Yeah, absolutely. Because the only ones that are real are ones that we got anyway.
Femme Tyga's Disney. I feel like we need to do an expose. We need to blow this up because we have the evidence.
Because none of those people. I mean, there might be a couple real people in there.
Naughty Kid Funk. Nobody from the U.S. liked our page.
Or nobody from other countries other than South Africa.
The only people that liked our thing from the ad were people from South Africa, and that's
accounts from South Africa. I'm saying.
And again, I feel like there's multiple accounts of the same person because we've seen like 8 different University of Swag.
Right, and they're all CEOs of it.
We liked our own post.
Apparently so at some point. Why not?
Senzo leader at See, another. These are all these high school kids.
Yeah, but I don't think that's real. I don't think any of those are real. That cool kid, Lee Precious.
Waylily D.
Member at Chemical Engineering.
Tiny Teepee Tucci Molef. What? Tiny Teepee?
Yeah.
Zandy. These are just random
this
words.
This is like when we used to write Donald Duck when you would do like, votes, like write-in votes.
Tahira Shoogie Woogie Smarty Pants.
Yeah. Toilet cleaner at Hilarious Teens. Like, we seriously paid $10 to have a bunch of fake accounts like our thing.
That's evil. And then Robin, this is a real person.
It's a real person.
Who is that? I don't know this person, but they liked our page.
That could be a real, thing.
That seems to be a real one.
That's one.
Kingly Boss. A lot of yeah.
So I'm gonna say
I should just start, dude. You know what I should do? Because you can invite these people to like our page. Yeah, I should just go down, just invite.
We're just gonna have all these like spam people on our page.
No, we paid for these. I'm inviting all of them.
Oh my gosh, we're gonna have so much spam now.
Who cares? We paid money.
You just invited Cheese Control to like our page.
Okay, first of all, if we're paying money for this, if these turn into page likes, we're doing this.
Okay, do it. You're inviting all of them.
Psycho, there you go, Psycho. I don't know though. This could be we could have blown the door open on. We should compare with other people that have done.
Yes, because
boosted posts.
It's definitely something shady going on.
But if we didn't select, so most people don't select South Africa though.
But it's because we do have at least one listener from South Africa, which is why I included it.
Now I'm starting to wonder.
Yes, we do.
Is anybody from South Africa a real person?
Because
are you shipping something? Who?
Well, let me double check. Maybe I'm
wrong. I don't believe you.
No, we totally are. Let's like sign in. Let me see. How can I see?
Tony Kidd. Who are all these people? Well, they're all getting an invite to like our page. Every single one of them getting an invite.
This is interesting. This is really interesting. Okay, let me see.
Celebrity Graham Real Liker. That to me is the greatest
Celebrity Graham Real Liker.
Like what?
Yeah.
I feel like we need to we should get a lawyer and sue Zuckerberg for $10. Whatever, dude. We'd be in the news.
Yeah.
See, Richard Porter, I know him. Some of these are.
Yeah, but those are ones that people like our posts. But that's not from.
Naughty Kid Funked. Some of these won't let you invite him. I wonder why. That's where I'm like, this is very shady. You want to spam me? I spam you right back. This is what I do. This is what I do. I spam.
This is what I do. This is what I do. This is what I do. I spam at you.
Oh, Dave's in here. Dave's in the chat.
I don't know what my password is.
Of course you don't.
Saved in my computer at home. Well, we do. We have one of our backers is. I can't remember who it is off the top of this. Telling you, we discovered something here.
We kind of blew the lid open on this Facebook scandal where we realized all the South African people that liked the Radio BrendoMan post that we paid to boost are probably not real.
Probably fake.
And so I'm like, that seems like a giant scam. The Facebook boosting.
That's what we just did to Facebook. All right, so did you add them all?
Yep. Okay. I'm gonna go get a soda. Do you want a soda?
No, I'm good. I had way too many today. All right. We're gonna start recording here once you do that, right?
Nope, we're gonna talk for another hour.
Oh, this is what I do. Oh.
You think just like one of these days they're just gonna be like Diet Coke causes spontaneous like liquefaction, and we all at once.
Yep. Well, if we do, I'll be the first to go.
What if it's like a time release and it was made like in the 80s by Soviet Russia or something,
and now
it just liquefies the whole, and it's just been stagnating, and then like we're so dead.
Well, then we'll all just liquefy. It won't be a big deal.
Yeah, I guess we're all screwed. Like aspartame is like a time release explosive.
I think you just solved something.
You're not gonna do that. Fine, whatever.
I won't do it. I'll stop once we start recording for real.
You can do whatever you want. I don't even care.
We should check the mic.
Nope.
We should probably put it in the middle.
I like to live on the wild side.
I was gonna bring over my my earbuds to record with tonight.
Freaking Derek.
Just like Batman, but you have to have the right combination. I'm confused.
Something about solving crimes.
Oh, is that it?
Oh, no, like Batman, like the Smilex with the combination.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Like,
okay.
What if they come out? Okay, so what if they come out with some new product that, like, it turns out has some crazy reaction to aspartame, and like we're all screwed?
Yeah, that like unlocks it.
Because like our bodies are like, I'm pretty sure my body right now is like 60% aspartame and saccharin and like other artificial sweeteners. So like somebody comes up with some like Smilex drug that reacts with that, we'd
be dead.
Or like, what if we're like Smilex, where you like that's a horrible way to go.
Yeah. Surge and Ecto Cooler. What if they did?
That's why they took Ecto Cooler off the market.
They release Ecto Cooler,
and it just kills everybody.
It melts everyone that's had Diet Coke. Wow.
And then I would still be like, worth it.
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's all right.
Tastes like pure nostalgia.
All right, I'm gonna spit my gum out real quick, and then we should go.
You haven't done that yet?
We haven't been doing stuff.
We've been looking at photos of old toys for the last hour. That was Matthew's fault.
That was Matt's fault, but it was good. All right, let's do it. Test mic.
Dave is not muted. He is now.
Check.
Check 1, 2.
Check 5-9.
5-9?
Yeah, Starflower 59.
Okay.
All right. Check it.
Check 1, 2.
Check 5-9.
5-9?
There you go. All right. Ready to do this?
Yeah, I guess. Let me just make sure everything's
in order.
Right on your face.
Yeah, that's definitely the song stuck in my head for tonight's show.
Not skip it.
Skip it. Skip it. Hey man, it's a pogo ball. Skip it. Skip it.
I still feel like there was a roller racer song, but I could not find it.
There might be.
Come on, roller racer. But it's like the Super Mario Brothers level. But there was also a roller racer, bouncing babies. What was that
I
one?
don't remember that one. My buddy.
Stop it.
My buddy.
Stop.
I'm gonna sing songs till you start to show my buddy.
Did you have one of those?
No, I think Dave. Did you have one, David?
Who would have?
I feel like David had a My Buddy.
Why?
Kid sister. Kid.
See, like
sister.
that makes sense because that's just a doll.
Hey, what did you have?
No one had a My Buddy.
Monster.
I don't
Monster.
know. Yeah, see, that makes sense.
I think you had that.
No
right?
kid owned a My Buddy doll. I don't even understand.
My Buddy. I know.
First of all, I feel like that was a long-term tie. That was like the way they spawned. It was all paid for by the.
Had Pet Monster.
That was all paid for by a Child's Play people. Like it was a long viral.
To try to get
because that's how Child's Play that was the frame of reference for Chucky. So without My Buddy, there's no Chucky. So they're like, we have to introduce this doll, but they're like, that's stupid. Nobody will buy that. Doesn't matter. We'll pay for it.
Just pay for
it's part of our marketing campaign. They only made like a couple hundred to put in stores, but nobody owned a My Buddy doll. And
Kid sister.
That I could see them people actually bought.
I guess.
Kid sister, maybe. I don't know, man. So they did that, and then they came out with a movie.
That was it.
And so people had that frame of reference.
I knew there was a My Pet Monster somewhere. You had something like that, though, David. What did you have? One of those things.
A pound puppy?
David definitely had pound puppies. That's not what I'm thinking of, though. One of those, like, My something or Kid something. David said sadly yes about
Monster in My Pockets?
Monster in My Pocket.
Those are the little, like, those are after Muscles. They were like the little,
okay.
And they had numbers, and there was levels of, like, rarity.
Oh, yeah.
Those things were like, my brother and I were obsessed with those. Because, yeah, Muscles went away, and then
then there were things.
Monster in My Pocket.
Things. Like, but it was T.I. like it was an acronym.
I think you're imagining that.
No,
that was the thing that you made.
No, I did, and then they made that after. Just look up real quick.
Oh my gosh, no, we can't do this.
Super fast. We haven't started. Yeah. N.G. Things from the 80s, see? No.
Nope.
Okay, we'll just put things without the from the 80s. And look at images.
But it doesn't do the period, so...
Can you put it in quotes?
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
Because I'm pretty sure this was a thing that came out after we did the thing.
Nope, it's still not gonna...
Or if you just do images, what is it?
Oh.
How do you put things, toys?
That's Where the Wild Things... These guys? No, those are Toy Story. I think you're imagining...
No, I'm not. How could you find that out? How can you Google search that?
Oh, gosh.
See, look, right there.
What?
Look, click that.
Buff. Those are muscles. That's a muscle. Muscle things. It said muscle things, so it might have been a muscle.
I think it was. I
like
think it was
a muscle offshoot.
Yeah.
Sounds like it.
I'm sure of it. I know there was something with it, but I can't.
Yeah, it was probably because it sounds like that was part of muscle.
Yeah, so put things muscle in.
We'll just look up muscle on YouTube. I mean, it'll probably talk about it in the Wikipedia article. And muscle toys. Oh yeah, toys.
Yeah, toys.
And then
you got a bunch of muscles. Okay.
Web Kinkeshi, yeah.
Okay, then just search things. You know, like
for a third year, Kinkeshi, muscle, ultimate muscle, Kinuku Man, Alien Knockout Feature Man, Kinuku Man.
They just do Control F for things.
Yeah, but hold on.
This is exciting. Trust me, it's worth it. Because I want to be right.
Nope.
Huh.
But I mean, I could see that.
I'm sure it was something, but I don't know.
Was it a shoot off of Monster in My Pockets?
It was one of those kind of things. I don't know. I guess it doesn't matter.
Dude, there's a wiki. This is crazy.
Yeah, it was. Maybe
Monster Ninja Warriors, Monster Wrestlers in my pocket. They got up to, wow, I didn't know they went up to because I remember Series 7 Space Aliens. Jeez, no.
No, it was, I feel like it was related to Muscle, maybe. Well, anyway, the things that we created were totally different, obviously.
Oh, these are Monster. Those are made by,
What?
No, hold on. Muscle.
This is the segment of the pre-show, us Googling
things. Muscle things.
Yeah.
Toys.
Yeah, see what it comes up with.
A brief history of muscle figures. MuscleThings.com?
Yeah.
But I think those are part of... But they were also called Muscle Things. That's what they're saying.
Huh.
Or Muscle Things.
Huh. Could have sworn. Wait, did someone answer it in the chat? Just look and see. What if we're searching and someone's in the chat screaming out?
Don't search Google for Pocket Monsters. Oh my gosh, this trash can, dude.
The 10-pack.
Oh, I freaking love this thing. Yes. They're weird, wild, hundreds of different figures. So they could have been in different
series of it.
Muscle figures. Oh, dude, the belt. Dude, oh my gosh. I
shouldn't have done this. I shouldn't have started this.
So I just watched the Storage Wars where Ivy found a bunch of Garbage Pail Kids.
Yeah.
Dude.
Were they worth anything?
He had what he had was two, you know how they had the puzzles?
Yeah.
So we had two completed puzzles that were framed, and these were the original cards, mint condition.
Wow.
And then he had an album done by series, starting with Series 1. So we had Series 1 in an album, perfect mint condition, and then he had those rack packs that would be 4 cellophane.
Right.
He had 10 of those, and it was the guy priced them at $600-700.
Wow.
Because it was all mint condition. Stickers were still there. Playthings.
Yeah, no.
Into the spirit of things.
No. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy.
I think you're imagining.
Maybe I'm imagining things. I'll have to look it up. I'll have to do some additional research here. I have my own mini nostalgia detective case now to solve.
This is Muscle plus Chuck E. Cheese. What the heck? Internet, man.
I don't know.
Also called Muscle Men or Muscle Things.
Yeah, but it was an acronym like Muscle.
Muscle is an acronym for millions of unusual small creatures lurking everywhere. So it sounds... Dude, I had so many of these.
I probably still have a few floating around.
I remember that I wanted this big, the 28 pack, and I never got it. And I wanted the ring, and I never got that. But I did get a few of the trash cans. I remember the 10 pack.
Yeah.
Getting that. And I remember my friend had the ring, and he also had the championship belt. And
I don't think I had any of those. I think David had some of the things also, but I don't think we had any of the accessories or anything.
Oh my gosh. And I remember the Nintendo games sucked. And
licensed Nintendo games often did and still do.
Oh my gosh, that book!
Yeah.
This book, that was the book, the official Nintendo Player's Guide.
That's the only reason we were able to beat Legend of Zelda and Metroid was books like that. Oh, what do we got going on here?
I always wondered if creepy crawlers.
David had creepy crawlers.
Ninja Mites and Fistful of Aliens. Gem and the Holograms merch. Yeah. Oh, Ivy did find. I haven't seen that one, but that sounds cool.
The creepy crawlers were the one where you like poured them in the little thing, and then they made like little rubber animals. David had those for a while. I think maybe Amy got something like that.
Ninja mites.
There's probably like a bunch of knockoff ones if you looked into it.
So maybe Things was like the.
It must have been like maybe
like the bargain,
Big Lots or
Big
something
Lots.
like
It's
that.
not even It's like what were? Oh man, I remember because
Like
my brother got me some. The Core. They were like the G.I. Joe ripoff.
Yeah.
Remember those?
I don't
and it was called the Core.
That's probably like.
And then there was like the little rubber guys. What were those guys called? Oh man, I forgot those. I think those were Ninja Mites. I remember those. Yeah, now I'm remembering Ninja Mites.
Well, because most of our childhood shopping was at a Pick and Save, so.
Or even like the KB Bargain.
Yeah, I bet it was something like that.
It's probably some knockoff that doesn't even. It's not documented.
On the internet. I mean, who knows? Maybe I have something. Because I remember specifically thinking, like, we came up with Things first, and then they made Things.
You were mad. What were you gonna?
Well, what are you gonna do? Like, I made some paper toys when I was in 5th grade. Like,
I still. That's
Yeah. We made enough money to go buy colored pencils at the school store, so I consider that a success.
Wait, I'm sorry, I have to do this.
No.
Oh my God. Muscle Things. Oh, there's that belt. Oh my gosh. Let's just watch old toy commercials all night long.
Not for use with some figures, because some of them are like a block.
Yeah. Or I had the pyramid. Yeah. I had the pyramid one.
Yeah, that wouldn't have fit in there.
Let's just.
Yeah. No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
That's not even a commercial. That's just a guy like talking about it. We're doing that now. We don't need to watch someone else talking about it.
Sure we do.
All right, let's do this.
No.
Let's do this. Record.
Let's watch old toy.
I'm not going to make it if we don't record.
Oh, look at Phil threatening.
It's 11:30.
It's 11:30.
I've been here for 2 hours.
No, you got here at like 9:45.
All right.
Or a little bit later.
45.
They're actually making. You see, they're making new Star Wars Micro Machine sets.
Oh, really?
Like Micro Machines.
Probably a good thing I sold the ones I had.
Buy all new ones.
Yeah.
They're making for. They're not just making like for Force Awakens. They're making new 4, 5, 6. Yeah. Because Johnny Yuma's on top of all of this. He's been posting updates. Because he's like, I think that's his major jam is the Star Wars Micro Machines. And aren't those some of them worth like a ton of money?
Some of them, but like the ones that I sold at the Shrine Show, and I think I got like $3, and online the same pack went for $5 or $6.
Mm.
So it depends. I'm sure there's some that are really
valuable. Well, I know there's also specific, not Star Wars Micro Machines, but isn't there like one that's like a prototype? There's one specific Micro Machine that's like the most valuable micro. And then I remember somebody posted like a picture of their Micro Machines on Facebook. They're like, dude, you have, and I remember he ended up selling it for like thousands of dollars. Is he just like, hey, look at these Micro Machines? I was like, dude,
David have. He plays with his. That's what they're meant to do.
Yep.
All right, let's start.
Let's start. Don't let's start. This is the worst. I could have sworn they had Horror Nights on these, but now it's buy a day, get the rest. They're Universal Smart. Right now, you can't buy an annual pass that starts after Harry Potter. Like all their annual passes right now ends February 2016. Yeah. They're not because they're not ready. I bet you they haven't even figured out how much they're gonna charge because they're basically like, we could charge any amount of money and we're gonna get it.
This is your chance to go to Universal right now.
For like the passes now, they all like even the most expensive pass ends that day. It's just the cheap ones have blockout days. So because I remember back, like even just a few years ago, I got a Universal Pass, had no blockout days, free parking, and it was like $75. Yeah. That was already over.
Huh.
But once Harry Potter opens, they know. They're like, because they haven't even said, like, they're like, you name your price and we'll say whether, like, it's just put in your price
Right.
and we'll let
How
you
much
know.
are you
We'll
willing to
get back
offer?
to you.
Yeah.
That's
Right.
how I'd run a theme park.
Well, now taking offers.
Taking offers, and then I just, depending on how I'm feeling,
Yeah.
because then people could put in anything. I gave this guy a pass, and you don't say how much people pay for it. You just give them the pass. So like for all you know, like that guy paid $5, that guy paid $500. They don't know.
Model.
Just because I felt like it. You seem like in person interviews, you seem like a nice guy.
Yeah.
So what do you offer? $50? Sure.
All right, we'll take it.
But if the guy's a jerk and he's like, I'll give you 100, no.
Yeah.
120.
5,000. You want to see Harry Potter? How bad do you want to see it?
How bad do you want to go on Harry Potter and the Incredible Journey? How bad do you want to go into Hogwarts? How bad do you want that butterbeer?
You know, Disneyland is going to do the same thing for Star Wars Land.
Oh.
Steven was saying today that he thinks that the prices are going up again. Like
they already said. They've said. Like
crazy.
Yeah.
But I want to see Star Wars Land.
But you're gonna have to renew at least one more time in order to see it, and who knows how much that's gonna cost.
I don't know.
Because they're gonna be like, we don't need to give you a discount to renew. Like no, they're gonna be like, how much are you willing to pay?
It's exactly the same thing.
How much?
We have.
How much do you? Phil, how much do you want to go into that Millennium Falcon?
Yeah.
How much do you want to go into that Mos Eisley Cantina? And who knows what those rides are going to be like? And how much? Can you imagine what the lines are going to be? Remember how long? Okay, put it into perspective. When they put Johnny Depp into Pirates of the Caribbean, remember those lines?
Yeah.
That was crazy.
That was for like nothing.
That was for nothing. Think about Cars Land. The first really big new thing was completely insane.
And nobody even liked Cars.
And nobody even cares about Cars.
Because it's a great land.
But people were just excited because it was the first new big thing since like Indiana Jones.
Yeah.
Like that, or since California Adventure opened. But even then, nobody cared about that really because people immediately realized this sucks.
Tower of Terror was
Tower of Terror was pretty big. But Cars Land was like nuts.
But Tower of Terror people had already been on in Florida too, so it wasn't like
totally
new.
Think about Cars Land. Think about Star Wars Land. Think about the amount of people. Think about. It's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be crazy.
They don't have enough parking.
Well, they're building. They're building another structure.
Yeah, but it's still not gonna be enough.
They're building another structure on that site that everybody thought was gonna be a second gate theme park, which makes no sense. Like, let's build another theme park, like, because people, it was mostly people that don't live here, because everybody lives here, like, that's like a mile down the road. They're not going to build another park a mile down the road in a bad part of Anaheim.
Well, plus they already don't have enough parking.
Yeah.
So
they've already said it's another parking structure.
Yeah.
And they also moved a bunch of the. See, it does make sense that they moved all the office space. Because they are moving, because they're going to use some of that.
Right.
They're claiming some of those areas, and I still think that, because from what I've heard, where some of the offices they're moving, that I think they're still going to do something in that corner of Tomorrowland, because they're moving. Because you know how there's that office as soon as you get backstage, there's the offices. Yeah. They've started moving those people to the other offices. I think they're going to put something.
Because it makes sense to have Star Wars a part of Tomorrowland.
Yeah.
Although it was a long time
ago. I think they're going to put a Marvel thing in there.
I don't know.
I've been hearing
see how it all pans out.
Yeah. I've been hearing Marvel in that Innovations area.
Well, Steven said right now they're opening Marvel upstairs and Star Wars downstairs.
Yeah.
For now. But, that's in flux.
But when they actually put an actual ride, it's going to be a Marvel ride.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sure. They got the two biggest properties in the world, basically. They gotta do
this is where I still feel like they really jumped the gun on that Avatar land, because I just thought about it again, where I'm like, nobody cares about Avatar. Like, I feel like if he released those movies like tomorrow, they would bomb so hard.
Who wants to see more? I mean, I know it was big. I know it made a ton of money.
I feel like it was a weird time where nobody knew what was going on.
When 3D was
that
like
was
a hot cool thing.
And now nobody cares about that. Nobody
But if they were to
cares.
open a Marvel thing there or a Star Wars, well, there's
We have not actually started yet.
Oh, start recording. Do it.
What are we doing, man? But yeah, they're gonna.
It's nuts.
They're gonna make some money. Oh yeah, I was talking about the Universal because I saw it. I was looking at the can.
All right,
this is all from looking at my
hit the record
can.
before you see something else. Dying here.
Oh, Phil, my life, I'm so tired.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
Ghosts. Hello and welcome to another episode of Radio BrendoMan. I'm Brendan Creasy.
And I'm Phil Vecchio.
And Phil's tired, you guys.
I've been here for 2 hours.
Oh, my life, so tired.
I was at the park this morning at 10:20.
Boo. Hoo.
All day.
You went to bed at like 9.
Yes, catching up. See, Brendan doesn't understand how, I get up earlier than you.
You went to Disneyland twice this week.
Exactly, that's exhausting.
So exhausting. Oh.
If you go to Disneyland twice.
I wouldn't do that.
Well, I didn't have a choice this week.
Oh, you're such a...
It's Luke's birthday this week.
Rough life.
It's rough.
All these Disneyland trips.
Let me tell you. And I have to get up earlier than you every day, too.
You don't get up at 5:45 every day.
I do, too.
Every day?
Every day. How do you think I get the kids to school?
You said you get up at I asked you once, and you said you get up at 6:45.
When I have to drive the truck. But this week I had to drive Janelle every single day.
Why?
I had to go oil change one day. Anytime we go to somewhere after school, I have to drop her off because we have to leave straight from there. So I drop her off then. So this week I wound up dropping her off all 5 days because we had stuff going every day.
Another real vehicle.
Well, but those aren't because we need 2 vehicles. It's because that way we are leaving straight from school. So it's a practical thing. The truck works fine, but then she would have to drive home and get me, or else I'd have to drive the truck down and go back up and stuff. It doesn't make sense. So it was just one of those weeks. It was a crazy week, going all week long, and I haven't been feeling at the top. I still am a little,
If I get sick, I am going to destroy you.
Congestion, nothing crazy, but I just haven't. It was just, man, it was a long week. Which we'll get to my letter that I wrote you on the
talking about.
Yeah.
Life is so rough for Phil.
So I got up this morning.
All these Disneyland trips.
This morning?
I got up at 8:30, 9.
Yeah. I had to get up at 6:30 this morning to get ready for today.
That's your own decision.
It's not my own decision. It was the biggest birthday party this side of the Mississippi River.
This is where I feel like we're setting these kids up. It's like you get these giant, crazy birthdays, and then at some point you're just all done.
Yeah, well,
welcome to the real world.
While they're at it. Today was awesome. We had Luke's birthday party, 5th birthday party. We had 63 people come.
Yeah.
It was nuts.
It's a lot of people.
But it was also a lot of people that were our friends.
Steve says, Brendo, you don't understand. I ran out of language.
Yes, that's true.
You cannot have another child because not out of any kind of, this isn't me being jealous or anything. I feel like you will be dead.
I know.
You will die.
I'm so tired all the time.
I look at your dad and I'm just that dude just needs to sit down and relax.
Take a nap, right?
And just he's been going. Your dad has been going nonstop for with kids for what? How old are you?
Well, I'm 36.
So for 36 years.
Yeah.
Because they have not had a break.
No, he still has.
They still have kids at home. Your dad has been doing what you're doing for 36 years.
He still has 5 more before the youngest one is out of the house.
5 more years.
5 more until 18.
And
yeah, I know.
So, but at the end of it, that will be 41 years. Can you imagine doing what you're doing right now for 41 years?
No, I don't think I would make it.
So no more kids.
That's our plan.
A snippy snip.
No snippy.
What are you gonna do?
No.
You make her do it?
No.
You're just gonna. Don't you want to live a unprotected sex life?
No, it's fine.
Forever?
Yeah. Why not?
Oh, come on.
It's fine. It's fun.
It's fun.
It's all good.
You go get those lambskins. The roaring endorsement. Phil doesn't want to give them up.
Yep. They're that good.
He's also a wuss. No, okay, but I guess I gotta give props to you, and I gotta definitely give props to your dad, because I look at how you're about to fall over and die, and this is again this is great birth control for me, because
But see, to me, it's all worth it, because I mean, it's awesome. Like, I love spending the time with our kids. I love getting to like read with them and play with them and just like enjoy spending time with them. Like, so for Luke's birthday, for instance, I mean, you know, I got to have like a whole day at home just playing games with him and doing Legos and all this stuff. Then we took him to Disneyland. I was exhausted.
So he didn't go to school on his birthday?
No, he did, but he only goes for 3.5 hours, you know. So, and Audrey was at school, you know, so I'd hang out. And then, like, when she came home, we played more. And it just, I mean, the fact that I get to do that, it's like a huge privilege, you know, that he doesn't have to be with someone else or away. Like, and then not to say that, you know, it's nothing bad if people have to do that.
You're saying right now.
But I have a special privilege that I get to do that.
Superior to the world.
I'm not saying I'm better. I'm saying I'm lucky that I get to do that.
I'm just messing. No, that's great.
And it's cool, and you know,
and so, you can see what it's having an effect on your kids, because they're like these genius,
they're doing
amazing
well.
Kids.
So
because you've had a hands-on, and not that like, I mean, I don't know. I don't resent my parents at all, but I do like see you with your kid, and I'm like, man, if I had that kind of like, how much more awesome would I be? Not that I don't know. But like, because I'm like, I feel like I'm a pretty smart guy, and but that was, I mean, it's not like my parents completely, but there was a lot of time where they were not, but that was because they were both working.
Right.
And then after my dad died, my mom, there was a lot. But like but again, like my parents are both working. I spent a lot of time at like after school. It was like either Boys and Girls Club or at my friend's house, because my mom was working.
Right.
And like, you know, and then I remember early years, we had a nanny.
Uh-huh.
I was talking to Steven about my 5th birthday. I remember it for good and bad. Good because I had a freaking awesome Optimus Prime cake.
Nice.
And bad because that was the day, my 5th birthday was the day that our nanny got fired because she didn't show up for my birthday party, because I think I heard multiple stories.
Okay.
Some were salacious.
Oh. For your birthday?
She missed. Well, no, she just
in general.
Because either something happened, like she was out late, like, but she later, like, I don't know. It's very different, conflicting stories on why she missed, because she was like gonna run the party and stuff.
Oh, she was like supposed to.
Yeah, and she like something happened. She didn't, and she told my mom at the last second, and my mom's response was to fire her, and so it was like, no more Patricia, who practically raised us.
So that's, I mean...
So it was like this good and sad thing. And I didn't see her for like years, which was sad.
Well, I mean, so again, I'm not saying that this is the only way to do it.
No,
to me, I have a special
I think it's great. I wish that, I'm envious.
Yeah.
I like giving you a hard time about.
I know, lots of people do. Let me tell you.
But as you did point out to me, you are in a car for like 4 hours a day.
I am, like literally. The shuffle around on days when I drop off Janelle. That's not when I get to drive the truck. But this week just happened.
Is this
to have
why
something
parents?
every day.
This is why because I'm always curious. Like when parents like let their kids start driving, I'm like, shouldn't that be a bigger deal? Where they're like, oh. But I think maybe it's because they've been driving.
Oh, please,
it's just like such a huge relief.
Yeah.
That it kind of offsets the panic and scariness, where it's like, well, at least I don't have to cart, because by that point you've been carting them around from since they were like 3.
Well,
like, so that's 16 years of driving around.
Staggered, I'm like just going constantly all morning, and I mean, like this week, I think we had to fill up the car 3 or 4 times with all the driving.
Jeez.
Like, it's just been, because just all kinds of different errands and stuff. And
you guys do go to Disneyland a lot.
So, we don't usually go twice in a week. This week, again, because of birthday, was a special thing.
You go usually at least once a week.
We usually go once a week or so.
And that's a trip.
So, that's true. And it's good. I mean, again, I'm not complaining.
Getting your money's worth.
It's more just an explanation of why I sent the email that you'll see later on. We'll get to. In fact, we should do some.
Let's get the mail going here. So we got Denver, Hey, it's Denver NTLD, not the last dinosaur.
I like that.
I'm sorry we should have been clear because we had that.
Yeah, with the email we were trying to interpret.
Last weekend was our trip to Iola, Kansas for the Buster Keaton Festival, and it was our first day of eating there. I forgot to add I purchased 3 late 60s Mad magazines for $15 at a crap thrift store that day.
That's cool.
Sometimes even those crap thrift stores, I got some goods.
Never know what they'll have.
Like we went to some of those stores in Idlewild were just downright like gross.
It was just junk laying in piles, but we found some cool stuff.
I gotta see if this is anything.
Well, so last week we were guessing that this letter was about like they're doing the date night thing. So I guess we were off about that a little bit. This was it was actually them narrating their specific trip that they were on.
Okay. Yes.
Okay.
So we went back to A&W Sunday morning to see the button we had missed.
The drive-thru, remember?
And sadly it was there with a red sign, which we also did not see, above the button that says press button for service. Who puts a button in a drive-thru? Wife thinks we put the sign out after we were there.
Yeah, I wouldn't put it past them.
I just think that's like the cheap. They don't want to pay for a fancy drive-through system.
The camera or sensors.
Well, there's because they have those sensors on the ground and like that costs money, whereas in a simple intercom system.
That's probably what we're talking about.
And it is in that area of the country.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, it's like classic experience, you know.
Oh, Kansas.
Retro.
If you thought Missouri was boring, Kansas.
I've driven through Kansas a couple of times. There's some nice people there.
Yep. Now, Saturday was a lot better. Breakfast at the hotel was tasty. Went to a speaking. Then had lunch at a burger joint that was right next to a DQ. If you wanted a malt with your burger, you had to go next door. Oh, so you go to the burger joint.
Yes, I got you.
You go to DQ.
That's cool.
Great burgers and rings, by the way. We had more time to kill, and we stumbled into another crab store and ended up buying 13 mid-60s Mad magazines for $60, all in good condition. And he gave them to me for $30 less because he said, you seemed very enthused to find them. See, that's so good. Sometimes geeking out over things.
Yeah, it gives you rewards. That's
Except
cool.
a lot of times if somebody sees how excited you are, they'll usually charge you more.
Oh, this guy really wants it.
But at least
you got to play like I don't want these stupid things, but I mean, if you wanted to get rid of them, how much?
Another Denver story. My nephew couldn't say my name right. He would say Dembo. He's 19 now and still calls me Uncle Dembo.
Oh, it's almost like Uncle Brendo, except that's what we told him to call you. So.
I wish I had kept that little joke in Throw Your Voice book. I do remember it saying to substitute letters for similar sounding letters to make it easier to not move your lips. Okay.
Oh, that's clever.
And the jokes were all Phil quality jokes.
Oh, look at that. Alright, poster over there.
Wow.
Did I do it?
No.
Does it sound like it's coming from over there?
No.
Alright, Gosling.
That just sounds like you're doing ventriloquism.
Okay. I guess I gotta read the book.
You gotta read that book. Oh, here we go. Pen Pal.
It was Pen Pal response. Okay.
Oh, the Nick Cage question. Well, let's start with my favorite, which is Raising Arizona. Because that's his least favorite.
Yeah.
The least, that's tough. I'm not a big fan, but I do enjoy the 2 national treasures. I would say I had a hard time watching Snake Eyes. Snake Eyes is my least. See, for me, it's easy. 8mm. That movie
after all the like terrible.
Did not like.
No. I think Matt. Did you see it with Matt? Because I feel like Matt and you.
Yeah.
You saw it separate because you're like, don't watch it. You'll hate it.
Yeah.
Snake Eyes, though, I'm with him because I remember that opening scene. Everyone was like, "Oh my gosh, the opening scene."
And then it was like boring.
And it was just boring after that. So
and Gary Sinise was not. Like, I don't know. I just remember it was. It seemed like they were all phoning it in.
Yeah.
Like this was like the post. It was after The Rock, after Con Air, and he was just on Easy Street. This was like action hero Nick Cage.
Yep.
And he just phoned that in. It seemed like
all that anyone talk about that opening scene.
Yeah.
That's how they sold it. But yeah, I can see that. Love Raising Arizona. I'd probably be with you on that.
That's definitely that. Or I like Wild at Heart, another David Lynch.
Okay, I've never seen that one.
And let's see, Raising Arizona. I had to put up
Rock
there.
Rock is great too.
And
Face Off and Con Air.
Face Off is huge for me. but he's amazing. And then I'm trying to think of some other Cage. Valley Girl.
Okay.
I am a big fan of Valley Girl, and he's great. And then Leaving Las Vegas is really good. And
I like Honeymoon in Vegas.
Honeymoon in Vegas is also great.
Really fun.
But Leaving Las Vegas was awkward because I watched it with my mom, and that was really awkward.
I can see that being
and also
awkward.
it was just really intense because it was about my mom wanted to watch it because it's about an alcoholic and like so it was double weird and because she was having all these like identifying moments and also there was like nudity and sex stuff and so I was like just curled up like. Because I'm like I don't want to talk about this stuff. Especially at the time. It was only like a couple years after my mom got sober. I'm like I'm not ready to talk about this with you. I'm also not ready to talk about what's going on with Elizabeth Hurley. I'm not ready to talk about any of this. And
Elizabeth Shue.
Elizabeth Shue.
Yeah,
I said Elizabeth Hurley. Elizabeth Shue.
Okay, same era.
What happened to Elizabeth Hurley? Is she still doing stuff?
Maybe. I don't know. Working on Austin Powers 4, I think.
No, I think she's in something now, I feel like.
It's very possible.
Had a series on E, that's right. Yes.
Ah, there we go. Thank you. The Royals.
The Royals. I knew
Thank
she
you,
was
Steve,
in
in the chat.
something recently. My pen pal here's a pen pal question from Mark Bolton.
Okay.
My pen pal question is, what's your favorite ice cream / frozen treat? Mine was pudding pops. Those were the best. I miss them.
I could see that. I love those. Different from fudgesicles.
Yes.
The pudding pop was a special thing.
Yes. They're
They
very
still
tasty.
make them anymore?
I have not seen them. I actually looked the other day because Denver talked about them on Twitter or something. I think he tweeted me about them a while ago, and so I looked, and there's not.
I suppose you could make them, right?
I also feel like right now they would not because even if they do a new spokesman, everybody associates Jell-O pudding pops with Bill Cosby.
Yeah.
So that's another reason they can't.
Kind of an awkward situation.
Jell-O is like really screwed right now. They can't bring any Jell-O products out.
No.
And they can't advertise because right now you think about Jell-O, you think about Bill Cosby.
Yeah.
Just like I feel like also Subway, even though they completely distance themselves, it's still like you walk into Subway, you're like, this is weird. This is weird.
They're like, hey guys, it's cool.
And also the fact that. Did you see that whole thing where that Jared Pants game was still up on their website?
Oh my god!
There was put on Jared it was like a game for kids and the big pants. It was like Jared's pants, and they took that down after it was up. After
they probably didn't even know it was still there.
But then people started posting it on BuzzFeed and stuff, and pointed out that was another nightmare.
Wow!
It was like kids. It was even said hey kids, you can play in Jared's pants.
That sounds made up.
But it was on the Subway website. Because at first I'm like, that's fake. And nope, it was on Subway.com on their website, the Jared's Pants game. And I'm like, this is unfortunate.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate.
For everybody. But people, I still hear, there was a discussion at work where a guy's like, I can't help it. I can't go to Subway right now. It may be a little bit. And I'm like, they have nothing. That's not their.
It's not them.
And but still, I
get it. Okay, speaking of sandwiches, I have to tell a mini story.
Your kids love Subway, by the way, which is
especially Audrey. But okay, so there's this sandwich place that's on the way to Disneyland.
Yeah.
And
what's it called?
It's called.
I feel like
cookies.
We talked about this.
K with a K, like cookies, but with a K sandwiches, something like that.
It's right
on Ball.
I feel like I've been to this place.
So here's the thing: it's in a little corporate center, and so their hours, they close at 3:30.
So it's for corporate.
For corporate, lunches in a little business center. And so one time we were driving to Disneyland. This is probably 2 years ago, and Janelle looked on TripAdvisor.
I feel like we used to go there. I think Jeff Edwards.
I've never been there.
No, because 86 used to be right over there by the pond, and I feel like Jeff and I went to this place.
Did you like it?
I don't remember. There was a few other. There was a few sandwich shops.
2 years ago, we were looking. She was looking on TripAdvisor, and it popped up, and we're like, "Oh, we like sandwiches. Let's check it out." And we went there, and it was closed.
Mm-hmm.
So we're like, "Okay, next time we come by." And we've tried every time. We've driven out there after school. It's not open. We went on the weekend one time, middle of the day, but it's closed because it's you're only.
No, I think that is it. The Asian lady. Have you been in there?
Okay, well, so I'm telling you, and then one day, so like Janelle got out of school early, and I picked her up, and we got out there at like 3:00, and they closed early that day. So this is no kidding.
Been trying to go to the
We've been trying to go to the sandwich shop every time we go by, even if it's like close. So let's pull in.
Does it have a good rating?
No, just not necessarily. It had like one review. It was just like it just became the thing we wanted to go to this place, right?
Some of those places are horrible.
Well, let me tell you. On Wednesday, Luke's birthday, Janelle was able to get out of school early.
We're doing it.
Go there.
We're going to Cookies.
We got there because it closed at 3:30.
No, ours was another one. It's not Cookies, but I think I've been to that place. Yeah, that place is good.
I think maybe you have because of what you said. So it was definitely. So we got there. Janelle was able to get out early. It closed at 3, but we got there at like 2:50.
Ooh,
and we pulled up,
people.
and Janelle's done like the run up to the door, and it's locked like a bunch of times. So we're sitting in the car. Audrey and Luke know about it. We're like, "Is Mommy going in?" And she opened the door. We're like, "Oh, she went in!" And we celebrate, and like she goes in and gets sandwiches.
You're the people that come in at 2:50 when they're trying to close.
So anyway, she said it was like an Asian family that owned it, and so that's what made me think maybe you have been there.
But there's a lot of those sandwich shops.
That's true. But she got the sandwiches, and then we brought them to Disneyland to go eat inside Disneyland.
Ooh.
And
walk on the wild side.
They were the worst sandwiches we've ever had. It was disgusting. We wound up throwing them away.
What was so describe I don't know what are we talking about here? Dry, moist?
No, just
what?
First of all, super bland.
What did you order?
I had like a turkey sandwich that had like bacon and just lettuce, tomato, that kind of stuff. So first of all, and now again we brought it into Disneyland, so it was probably like 45 minutes since we got them.
Yeah.
But think of like if you had a Subway sandwich and you kept it for 45 minutes.
45 minutes is usually okay.
That's fine, right? We opened it, and Janelle had it in her backpack, and the paper it was in had like dissolved and like fused with the sandwiches.
Oh, gross.
So first of all, we had to peel it off. It was like soaked into her backpack. So we had to peel out all the paper, rip off the parts that had paper just fused to it. It was like this red paper stuff. So you ripped all that stuff out. And then like we bit into it, and it tasted like like they have those little like discount, like cheap, off-brand meat things.
Yeah.
And then if they don't sell, they put them in a little rack in the back.
God.
It's like they went and bought those from last week and let it sit around.
It was like old budding.
It was old,
like budding,
cheap, budding meat. That like they probably had just about expired. It was just so gross and bland. Like Janelle, I took a couple bites and I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm gonna barf. And I'm looking at Janelle like, oh, do I have to eat all this? Is she gonna be mad? And then she's like, this is awful. And I'm like, I know, right? Please tell me we can throw these sandwiches away. And she's like, I'm not eating anymore. But the funny part is.
So what? Did you go to Secret Nachos after that?
No, we wound up just getting other stuff. We didn't go to Secret Nachos, but. Here's the best part. Audrey had hers, and after we peeled off the stuff, Luke didn't want me. He wasn't hungry because he ate at home. Audrey ate her whole entire thing. She's like, this is really good. And she ate the whole thing. We're like,
of all the stuff that Audrey won't eat, and she
eats this bland, gross. Now hers was just turkey and like lettuce or mustard and mayonnaise. Like that's how she likes it.
Yeah.
But still, she ate the whole thing. So it was disgusting.
This is great, you guys. I love it.
Okay, but it was just one of those, like, we had built this up after 2 years of, like, yes, we finally got it, and it's the worst thing. We threw away $15.
Why were you so stoked on it?
It was just a thing. It was like, we gotta go now.
Just because it's always closed doesn't mean it's good, and you said it doesn't even have, it had one review.
Well, so then we hadn't looked at the reviews in forever, so she went back and looked at it, and they were both clearly written by either the owner or the owner's friend, because they both had the same, phrasing in the way they reviewed it, and they're like, oh, it's so great how I can have my friends come over and we share this sandwich, and there's all kinds of clever things that they offer, and they kept calling them Sammies instead of sandwiches, but both of the reviewers called them Sammies.
Nobody real says the word. So the word Sammy needs to just go away.
So basically, it was 2 fake reviews, and that's it. No one else had reviewed it. So yeah, it was.
No,
really
that's not the one. I'd have to ask Jeff because there was a really good sandwich shop, but that was more towards State College area.
Yeah, this is right by Disneyland.
Yeah, no, we didn't ever go that far.
So anyway.
There's a lot of shady stuff right by Disneyland.
Sometimes when you build up something in your mind,
that strip mall right across from Disneyland that has those generic, a generic Mexican food place, a generic burger place, which we've eaten in during WonderCon, and they're suitable for WonderCon consumption because it's definitely a step above con food.
The one that has the panda.
Yes.
what is it, like Fast Panda
Yeah.
or something like that?
They're like
it has the same
super
logo as Panda
rip-off.
Express. Yeah.
And they sell discount Disneyland tickets where it's like used park hoppers, and which is always so shady.
Yeah, there's some shady stuff going on.
And yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of like, I don't think again like that's the huge difference between Disneyland and Disney World, because like Walt saw the mistake because there is all this shady stuff like in the immediate Disneyland vicinity. It's getting better. Like everything. I mean, they have that Roscoe's now and like all the like. There's still like
down a little ways.
That's down a little ways, but like right across, you have that like dumpy.
Yeah.
There's all those dumpy, shady places. The world's most expensive IHOP.
Yep.
And Denny's.
And world's most expensive McDonald's.
That McDonald's is like, they don't have like dollar menu.
Yeah, none of the like if there's
any deal
dollar Cokes or whatever, any kind of offer they have is not available there.
I've found out that like that McDonald's, like they have a working agreement with Disneyland.
Really?
Yes.
So what?
Did I tell you?
More? No.
Like Disneyland, like there's like monies exchanged and like. Because, like, I don't know how that works.
Ball one is a little further down. There's one right on Harbor, like right across
because the one right by Mimi's.
Yeah.
Because I know people also, this might be, do people know about this? That I know people that still park in that Mimi's parking lot and have never gotten towed.
I've parked there. We parked at that McDonald's a bunch of times. But
yeah. We can't, I know that's like a local, I feel like that's a local secret that we might have just. What if that
just puts it over the top? Blew. I mean, every time you do, though, I'm like, oh my gosh, are we gonna get towed? I guess it's worth a try. I don't know. But I
know so many people that park there.
Yeah.
And I've parked at that Mimi's. I mean, I remember. Well, I used to abuse the crap out of 15-minute parking, which now they've made it so you cannot park there. Anymore. Which because that was like
it's all because of what you.
It wasn't, dude. Everybody. But when I lived right by there, like when I lived like at Brookside or right by, I would park in 15-minute parking either to go on a ride or to go get a Dole Whip
and then come back out.
Which I did many a time.
Yeah. I mean, I used to wait there for Janelle. I'd like just camp out there, but I was in the car, so I could move it if I had to.
Not gonna lie, there were a few times. Some people in main entrance taught me this trick before. I never did this as a lead because I would have gotten fired.
Okay.
But park at 15-minute parking, run up to Harbor Point, swipe in so that you're clocked in on time, and then go. Because if I was like running super late, and then go park in K-Lot and take the shuttle.
So you even have to like cut across all the shuttle lines and stuff. Wow.
Oh yeah. I did that like twice, because it was because otherwise I would have gotten points.
Yeah, there's a couple times when Janelle like dropped me off when she was dropping me off, and she would pull into the bus stop right there, and I'd hop out at the bus stop. So yeah, that's what we'll do.
Because it was like, because I was like, points. If I get, I need some buffer points, and I know I'm gonna need some other points for like a few weeks from now. So I was like, I can't lose, and I don't have any points dropping off.
Right.
So like, I'm like, I cannot get points. I'm running late. So I would park at the 15-minute parking. One time this was the most brazen thing I ever did, because you could sometimes what they would do is, for a while, the clock in was that they would gauge on your Harbor Point clock in, but then I think the unions fought that, because they're like, you can't use that as a clock in, so you would have to clock in at CDS or whatever at when you got to your station.
Right.
And so I think they moved that because we were abusing the Harbor Point clock in, now that I'm thinking about it. Because the Harbor Point clock in, you could say, yeah, I clocked in at Harbor Point, and then you could disappear for a while, and then they'd be like, why did you clock in at Harbor Point at 5, and then you didn't like log into CDS until 5:30? Oh, I knew they were. I don't know. Whatever. You could come up with a million different stories. I had to help a guest. I had to do this. But so then they made us. Our clock in was at the CDS station, which the CDS station for main entrance. You know how there's the lead office.
Yeah.
If you're looking, there's like the lead office, and there's another shack a little bit farther down. That's the CDS shack where the employees clock in.
Yes,
So that's like, so that became our clock in, even though the union fought it. That's right. That's right. So one time, no joke, parked at 15-minute parking, ran, swiped in through the main entrance, which we are not supposed to do. That's a huge no-no. You're supposed to go in over by the what is that? The kennel,
there,
and but then you'd have to go all the way around and through that by the bank back there, which you're looking at minimum 5 minutes to do that, and that's if you don't get stopped by a guest or anything like that. So I'm like, no, I'm coming in. Luckily, somebody I knew was working the turnstile, so they wouldn't, because if there were certain people where if you were main entrance, any cast member, because there were certain older people that would report anybody, because no cast members were supposed to go in through the entrance gates, and so like they would report them. But luckily, somebody I knew was there, so I came running in, clocked in at CDS, left, parked, then took the
oh my god,
took the shuttle to
that is
K-Lot,
daring.
and nobody realized like that I was clocked in but not on a thing, which. Again, I knew I could get away with some stuff.
So, Pudding Pops.
Pudding Pops.
Make sure you write back about Mark Bolton.
Wow.
From Pudding Pops to sneaking in the main entrance in 15 steps.
So yeah, Pudding Pops. Mark Bolton, what is your favorite ice cream? What's yours, Phil?
Well, okay. If you're talking about frozen treat, that says to me like some sort of a pre-packaged thing. So I'm going to go with that route because ice cream flavor is kind of a different deal.
Yeah, I think ice cream treat. So like a pre-packaged, like it's something you would find in the novelty section.
Novelty section.
Which I always thought it was weird that that's called novelties.
Yeah, I don't know.
Like, I don't.
That's what it is.
That is what it is. It's weird.
Okay, so two things. I love ice cream sandwiches.
Yeah.
Like just plain vanilla with the chocolate bar on the outside.
Yeah.
Or.
So you're not like a Chipwich guy?
Well, yeah, but see those Mickey Mouse ones in particular, like the little with like the toll.
Well, I was gonna say Mickey Mouse ice cream bars, the OG.
Oh, okay.
That was always high on my list.
But then also a good drumstick with caramel filling,
and then fudge, and you get fudge in the cone.
Yeah, get the and then
the
new ones now that they have cookie crumbles on the outside instead of nuts. That's like the best.
Okay, well mine all time. I discovered these at a camp when I worked at that camp in Yosemite.
Yeah.
It's it.
It's it?
It's it. They have them. It's an ice cream sandwich. Okay. But they're like heavy duty.
Really?
Like amazing.
Never heard of it before.
They have them at the Stater Brothers. IT''S space IT.
Really?
Yeah. I'd never seen it, but now I see him now in the novelty section. But because I remember I got to this camp, it's what our screenplay is based on. So I get there and I'm new and I'm at the cafeteria and all the kids after lunch started like pounding on the table going, it's it, and I'm like, what the heck is happening right now? And they're like, they want their dessert. And I'm like, and they chant for it, and then I'm like, what? It's it? Like, what? Is this some weird, like, all I'm thinking about is freaks, like, gooble, gobble, gooble, gobble. And I'm like, what is happening right now? Are these kids going to eat me? Like, is this some kind of weird initiative? Because they just start chanting, it's it. And I'm like, what is happening? I'm like, washing dishes, like, what? And they're like, oh, no, it's dessert time, and they just bust out. They're like, they're in the freezer, can you go get them? And this is, it's it. They're like, oatmeal cookie. They have different cookies, but these were oatmeal cookies. And
they're that good.
They're so good. They're enough to make kids chant for them.
It's it.
Yeah. That's so weird. So those became really good. Okay. And then for kid nostalgia purposes, WWF ice cream bars. I mean, come on. With the printed... But then those
eyes?
No, they were just the printed... It had the wrestler like printed on the bar. And they were like the cookie... It was like a cookie, the ice cream, and then a cookie, and then the stick, and then the wrestler would be on the cookie part, and those were great. And they had other ones, like other licensed properties. Yeah. But I think about those Mickey Mouse. There was the ice cream sandwich, like the Pops, but then the frozen ones, like the popsicle ones, the Mickey Mouse popsicles. There was also Donald Duck.
Yeah.
Those are very iconic. I always did like push-ups. Flintstones push-ups.
Yeah, they still make push-ups.
But my current favorites, I think just barely. having tried the Airheads, I still like the Jolly Rancher ones better.
What about those fruit ones?
Those are great.
Those are pretty good.
The Fruitari.
Fruitar. Barks had frozen root beer, Steve says.
What?
That sounds good.
Okay, Dane Cook posted these. They look like high seas, but they're icy, and it comes in a pouch, and you just put it in your freezer, and then you have like a freaking icy in a pouch.
Huh.
I cannot find them anywhere.
You've had the icy pops, right?
No.
We used to have them we still do sometimes. We get them at Costco. Those are amazing. Those are really, really good.
He says like frozen lemonade from Minute. Yeah, and they're like in a high C pouch, and it's icy. And Dane Cook like posted pictures of it, and I'm like, where do you get these? And I've looked, I don't know, again, Ukaipa, who knows?
Could be weird.
Can't find them. I looked through the entire frozen section. I looked in the juice aisle. I looked everywhere. I can't find them. I looked in because at first I'm like, wait, icy's like a Circle K thing.
True.
Maybe they had it. Nope, did not have it. Circle K.
Where's their Circle K?
There's one just opened up it's right next to the 7-Eleven on Bryant.
Oh, really? Oh, I knew they were doing something there.
Yeah, there's a Circle K. It just opened.
How funny.
And it's like right next to that 7-Eleven. I'm like,
how is that?
Weird.
Like, what does that mean?
That's like shots fired, right? Is there going to be a turf war now?
What? I mean, I guess, but
that
doesn't make
seems
sense.
like a weird.
Seems like a bad business idea.
Either that, or maybe Circle K is just like gunning for 7-Eleven.
Bring it on.
That's like I could see like from a corporate level, like we're just gonna put one right next to this. Maybe
they just put a Circle K by every 7-Eleven.
Found them at Food for Less, Walmart.
Interesting.
In Moreno Valley, Steve. I might make a trip to Moreno Valley to get these icy things.
No, there is a Food for Less in Walmart closer. You could check for closer ones.
Yeah, but I don't want to risk that.
Well, it was like right down in Redlands.
Yeah, okay.
I'm just saying, right by where you work.
The Food for Less? I've never been in there.
Food for Less and a Walmart, like in the same parking lot.
Oh yeah, that place is like white trash city.
Yeah, but if they have those, I'm just saying it could save right by where you work. It could save you a trip.
Okay, I'll try it.
If you want to. It's there.
Food for Less.
Yeah.
All right. I'll go to a Food for Less before I go in. That Walmart, although that Walmart does have a good clothes selection, I do need to get another pair of pants.
You have to be ready for it. It's a Walmart.
It's a Walmart.
Yeah.
It's like a People of Walmart.
It's a People of Walmart. It didn't used to be.
We found them near the Capri Sun. Okay. Because that's what I think. I think they're in the juice aisle, but I've been looking in the juice aisle like at Staters and at a couple other places. It's one of those like Otter Pops, like where the Otter Pops are. Yeah.
Not frozen.
Non-frozen juices. Right. So there we go.
Now you know where to look.
All right. Well, I have been looking. They don't have them at
But now you know to look at.
But I'll go to Food for Less. Boom.
Maybe it's only sold at because at Food for Less is kind of like a bulk place.
Yeah.
I mean, I know it's not all bulk, but maybe it's like, they don't do them in regular grocery stores. That must be it. We solved it.
All right, did we even finish this letter?
We still have not finished Denver's letter.
Congrats on the LA Podfest happenings. Thanks. I know you guys are worthy of being a feature at the next year Podfest.
Thank you. That's
you
really
should
cool.
Tweet people, the LA Podfest people, and let them know that.
They follow us now on Twitter.
Yeah,
so that's good.
At LA Podfest and Graham Elwood and those guys. And be careful of poking Dave Anthony too much. I've seen him.
He'll lash out.
Well, he lashed out at some people that were complaining about some of the streaming stuff that was happening.
Yeah.
And he got kind of
Don't
upset.
complain at him. Be nice.
Be nice when you do it. Be cool, but feel free.
Yeah, if you guys want to, because I'd love to do it.
But now that's like I feel like I have a new goal.
Yeah. To have that show, have a show there.
I just want to do a live podcast again. It's been forever. Yeah. And I know we're gonna do.
We're doing one.
When is the Big Bear happening? I didn't even talk to your mom. I was gonna ask her about it.
We need to plan with them when we're gonna do it.
Because we have people that want to go.
Yeah, I'm gonna guess after the new year.
No.
I think. But we'll see. We'll work on that.
As always, thanks for the long episodes, the laughs, and hashtag let the cookies cool.
Yeah, let the cookies cool.
Which I've now agreed to put on our record.
Yes.
We worked on the cover art today.
Yeah, we got it. It still needs to be
featuring
refined,
artwork by Mark Bolton.
Yeah, it looks really good.
And we got some font choices. We got just what we wanted, the layout.
Yeah, I got the text.
Working on that. So I was like, I guess we gotta have it on there.
Of course we do. So that's I worked on it actually a little bit more tonight after the kids went to bed.
All right.
And it's looking good. It's looking good. So that's.
Did you see that those tracks? Did you see the tracks?
I did. I didn't mess with the new tracks yet. But
remastered.
Yeah, the remastered tracks. So, but
which means I put them through Levelator.
Well, good enough.
Hey, it's amazing what the thing does. I still miss. What was the other one called? But now they charge for it.
Oh,
so it was, and like it's expensive, but it works really well.
Well, what this means though is that we're inches away from doing this.
Getting those pressed.
It's about to go.
I am so excited, Phil.
It's happening.
When I think I'm gonna start crying when I hold that
and hold a
record with our names on it.
Yeah.
Because it's something I've been dreaming of.
Yeah.
Like most of my life.
Well, it looks good.
So thank everybody for helping us achieve that dream. I mean, this is all of our dream. Yeah. This is our dream. This is our time.
Now, we are going to talk about Kickstarter again because it's on there, but while I'm thinking about it, we still have a few people that haven't sent in their survey responses.
Phil's going to start coming after you.
I'm going to start having to personally, I'll call you out on the show, but I'll give you one more week without calling you out by name to get your responses in there.
Ooh. It's being serious here.
Yeah, because I don't want to start
up everybody.
I don't want to start sending out, like, say for instance, I could send out the sticker packs right now, but I don't want to do some people and not others because then I got to keep track of who I've sent what to.
And then that's where things start falling.
So I got to do it
cracks.
all at once. I'm not doing, and I'm going to save a couple and then I have to keep a list of this and that. So get them in there. I already sent them out. If you need me to resend it to you, I guess I could, but you should have it. It's in your email.
Yep.
So I think we've got almost everyone, but there's like 6 or 7 people that haven't done it still. So get on it. All right. Next letter.
Mrs. Denver.
All right.
Brendo, this is Mrs. Denver, NTLD, not the last dinosaur. Just wanted to make sure you were aware of the Lifetime movie Unauthorized Beverly Hills 90210 that is on tomorrow, which is today, as well as the Tori Spelling lie detector show. They hooked her up to a lie detector.
Okay.
After must-see TV. Love you. Love your show. Well, thank you.
Did you know about this?
I did know about this because the ladies from The Blaze had the writer of the movie on their show, and it's happening right now, and Ian Ziering is live tweeting it. The Blaze are live tweeting it.
So it's on right now?
It's on like right now. I've been following their tweets, but I haven't watched it. I'll have to figure out how to watch it somehow.
Okay.
But yeah. But I mean, everybody, it looks great. It looks way better than the Saved by the Bell one.
Yeah.
Like it just looks very, because it's a crazy, like it's just this story. It's like the behind the scenes of like kids going from like nobodies to like becoming like they got crazy famous, and everybody knows the Shannon Doherty stories and all that stuff. So I think it'll be, and they did it like in a not like condescending way of like looking down on the show, but in a humorous way.
Cool.
So it seems like they did it with respect, and Ian Ziering seemed to be getting a kick out of it. So although he was pointing out they made some factual mistakes.
Really?
For instance, the big episode in the first season, the finale, not the finale, but the big famous, they said in the show apparently it was the winter dance, it was actually the spring dance. Winter dance did not happen until season 2.
See, that's the attention to detail that they...
And like they were not, they got Steve's license plate wrong, because everybody knows it's I-8 the number 8, A space 4, the number 4, R-E, because he had a Corvette, so his license plate was I ate a Ferrari. No, I always thought that was clever, and I guess they got it wrong in the show. And I'm like, I don't know, but Ian Ziering was like, come on, guys.
I ate a Ferrari.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you, Mrs. Denver.
Yes, and thanks for giving us a heads up on something we might be interested in.
All right, Steve Espinoza writes, hey guys, first thing, from the YouTube pre-show, when talking about relationships with females, we talked about this quite a bit.
Big pre-show last week.
I know it's not fair to you, and you're not relationship material. Ooh.
Ouch. That's bad.
I know it's not fair to you, but was told to me when the girl I was interested in explained that due to recent relationships gone bad, that she wasn't in a hurry to date anyone. 2 weeks later, she's dating another guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ouch.
I mean, I did tell the story of I I went on a date, and then she literally like had a date waiting when we got back,
Right.
and then she married that guy. So then it's kind of like, because Janelle was, we were talking about, I was talking about something like this with Janelle, like another one of those, and it's like, it's kind of, but then it kind of makes you feel good. It's like a high fidelity, like,
Yeah.
she married
him.
Like,
It wasn't about me. She was like already with her true love.
So maybe that's it. And they
Maybe
are
that's
still
it.
married.
So there you go.
But that is weird, right?
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't make me feel. Also, my car got smashed that night in the Hollywood and Highland parking garage, and it was I almost hulked out on the parking attendant because I'm like, did you see that? He's like, oh yeah, a car smashed you. I'm like, you got a license number? He's like, no. You got camera? No.
Nothing.
So you just watched him do that, and then he drove off, and you just, thank you for telling me. I appreciate that. Yeah. Can you describe the car? It was a big Jeep. Okay.
Cool, that helps.
Thanks.
Yeah, we got.
And you saw what it did to that Honda. Like the hood was just destroyed. Like it looked like, because it was like it must have been like a raised
vehicle,
and just smashed.
Yeah, it kind of like squished it almost down from the top.
Yep.
Yep.
And you want to know the most annoying? Because like, and then I'm like, I'm not getting this fixed. Like this is not being fixed.
Yeah.
I don't have money to fix this. It was like just body damage.
Still drives, right?
But then the most annoying thing was driving that afterwards. Every time at a stoplight, there'd be like some like tow truck guy who's like, "Hey, I can fix that for you. Here's my card." I'm like, "No, I'm a poor college student."
Did you get a police report? Got any leads?
Yeah. You got best guys on it.
Yeah.
They're working in shifts. But I was just so mad at that attendant because I'm like, come on, dude. Maybe he just saw how crappy my car was and it's like, whatever. This guy.
But he's not going to care.
It's probably some celebrity. What if it was like, what if it was some like.
What if it was?
What if it was like,
kind of an honor?
I would have done it. No, that could have been like, because it was like, we were there. There was a movie premiere.
Could have been.
It could have been.
Maybe Nicolas Cage is the one that did that.
Nicolas Cage smashed my Honda.
Yeah. That's the name of your autobiography.
Nicolas Cage. The
other crazy stories.
The Brendo story.
The Brendo crazy story.
Nicolas Cage smashed my car, and Russell Brand security guard yelled at me. The Brendo
crazy story. Good. Start working on that.
All right. Your not relationship material was given to me when, after meeting her gay best friend during the second date, he advised her not to keep seeing me because he felt I had no sense of humor. I guess I didn't laugh at one of his stupid jokes. See, that's always hard though when you're like dating and because you are kind of dating the friends too.
Yeah, you get vetted by the friends.
Because I mean, we used to have a whole system of like because we had our table of people and like that was a big test and many people failed the test. Like some of the girls would bring guys there and guys would bring girls there, and if they couldn't handle the table,
a lot of times that was it. That was like
I remember like I was like, we're sorry, we're gonna have to part ways here.
All right.
He literally said that was a joke. This is where you laugh. Oh my gosh! If somebody said that to me,
that was a joke. This is where you laugh.
Ugh.
Wow.
Anyway, she told me that on the third date I was cool with it. We continued our date, and by the end, I was good enough to make out with instead. See, that's where persistence.
That's true.
That's a Phil move.
Yeah.
She kept bugging me for another date, then confessed her love for me, so you got her flipped around here, and started acting stalker-like on social media, so I quickly said, see ya. It's like a...
Good. That's almost a poem.
Social media, so I quickly said, see ya.
And then I talked to a friend at a spelling bee.
Wow, okay.
This is why I don't freestyle rap.
I also tend to be the guy that the girl I'm into vents to about the current D-bag she's dating. Oh, we've all been there. Cindy Sanders syndrome.
Yeah.
When I was younger, I used to think that they would see how good I was compared to them. Oh, they never do,
nope,
Steven.
That's not how it works.
Nope.
It's in an ideal world, I suppose.
But they kept breaking up and getting back together with those guys or finding new D-bags.
Yep.
Cindy
Sanders.
I was in that position. I mean, I told you, and then the guy would get in my face. I still get that today, but I tend to tell them now, do whatever is best for you because I can't help you. There you go. See, you
Good.
moved. I pretty much accept the friend zone from those girls. Just too much drama. There you go. You know,
Yeah.
you've learned. You learn. You move on. You improve.
Grown up and you grown up.
When it comes to the new Muppet sitcom, I guess the people are upset about the adult. See, I think this has been pretty established at this point.
Yeah.
Because you're saying it, a bunch of people were talking about it on Twitter, talking about other people. I guess the people are upset about the adult humor must be new to the Muppets. One of my favorite lines in the Muppets Take Manhattan is Janice telling Gonzo. So we're talking about this too, like especially the electric. The Electric Mayhem. They were always very like fringy.
Sure, yeah.
So Janice telling Gonzo after everyone quiets down in the show's producer's office, "No, I will not pose nude, even if it's considered artistic." I remember that line.
Yeah.
And that was in 1984.
Yeah.
Even King of the Hill was making jokes about the adult humor. Hank, I blame you for letting Bobby watch all those Muppet movies. A frog and a pig. What do they think is gonna happen?
Yeah.
My favorite parts from the new show was when Fozzie is driving to meet his girlfriend and her parents. He talks to the camera and says something like, "She's the first girl I've dated in a long time. I don't know how I guess when you're online. I don't know. I guess when your online dating profile says romantic bear looking for love, you tend to get the wrong responses." Well, not wrong, just not for me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's so much like, and I feel like again that wordplay.
It's a generational.
Think about like Charles Grodin in the Muppet Caper, like him like kissing on Piggy's arms and like.
Well, somebody brought this up because like so our generation. Think about the generation gap. Like think about think about the Muppet movies that these younger people they grew up with those crappy, but they like those ones because that's all they. So you think about that like late '90s. Like
the Wizard of Oz.
Well, and then even Muppets from Space and like some of those ones.
That was the last one that I still enjoyed, but definitely
was like. And then you think about those newer ones, which were total garbage.
Not the new ones.
No, but like the late '90s, early 2000s, everything in between, like that period.
Between.
Like
Muppets from Space.
So all the Disney ones, basically, all the Disney ones, after Jim Henson died.
Yeah.
And which I mean, there was quite a few.
What was the one right before Muppets from Space?
Well, Treasure Island.
That was the last one. Okay.
And that was all right.
Yeah, and
Christmas Carol's great.
Again, Muppets from Space to me that's
still
the last acceptable one to me. It's not great,
but it's acceptable. Because I think I went with you and Steve to the theater,
and we're like, okay, but it.
I remember Steve was like a Super Muppets fan, and he was bummed.
Yeah. Because it definitely, but there was some good humor in it, like Gonzo's family. There was some funny stuff.
But it was still very like the cameo. I remember like it was like Dawson. It was like Katie Holmes and Joshua Jackson. And I'm like, this is where we're at now.
Before we had Steve Martin and Mel Brooks,
and now we've got Joey, and they were in character as Joey and Pacey. I'm like, and even I, as a Dawson's Creek fan, was like, no.
How about there's another example. Mel Brooks in the first one was a full-on Nazi.
Yeah.
I mean, like, come on.
Again. So that's where, so put it in perspective, where it's like this is what they grew up with, whereas we grew up with the old Muppets and the movies, and they were always, again, like they got their start on SNL. Like, that was even before our time, but that's still...
But there was always an edge there.
Yes.
Like, and I'm not saying, I mean, maybe this one is the most edgy, but it's certainly not, to me, it wasn't, like, crazy out of...
Okay, yeah, I've heard that, too. That was supposed to be the Muppet version of Space Jam, and Shaq was attached, and it was going to be, like, a basket,
Yeah, I think it just kind of felt half-done to me. It wasn't Muppets from Space.
Well, I think that was definitely also, from what I've heard from other people, and people that have knowledge, that it was very much a too many cooks.
Too many cooks.
Yeah,
totally.
Situation.
I can see that.
And there was a lot of like notes and like multiple drafts and scripts. Because
again, there's good stuff in there.
I know Lynch's Muppet script was. I think that was around the time his was going around, and they were gonna make that. And his is. I've read it. It's great.
Yeah.
And they didn't want that kind because it was like the old movies, and I feel like that they were going in that other direction.
So I feel like the Jason Segel one and the new ones were kind of a step. Obviously,
the dad Muppet told Raquel Welch, "You know you haven't lived until you've made it with a Muppet on SNL." Yeah, like I watched some of those SNL. They're kind of dirty.
Well, I mean, and again, I feel like this one, I don't know, people freaking out. It was a little edgy. There were some jokes and stuff.
Yeah, but nothing
like super crazy.
I haven't watched the second episode.
I haven't watched the second one either, to be fair. But I don't know. To me, it was funny. It wasn't like the funniest thing ever. I'm still not completely sold just on the humor of it. I want to see how it goes because I feel like the format could get old.
Mm-hmm.
But that's just more a comment on the show. And I'll still give it a try. But there were some great jokes in there. The whole Fozzie thing was my favorite. Was still the we're gonna take your kids out in the woods, and he's like, that is a stereotype. Yeah. That is a filthy stereotype. That was great.
So Josh Groban was in the second one.
Okay.
And so did you get to like on where the infomercial with him singing the song?
I still have I haven't watched any of that in a while.
Seeing Josh Groban sing I wanna go in like a Josh Groban style.
I'll get there. So yeah, I'm with you on that.
All right. When it comes to wireless phone stores, I tend to upgrade my phone online to avoid the salespeople. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's going into the stores for idiots.
I've gone in one for
that's for dum dums. Yeah. Like that's for my grandma. Like every time I go in there, because I had to go in to get a new SIM card because I didn't want to deal with online when I got my new phone.
Yeah.
And so I just came in and I've like 3 different times, and there's always at least one old person, and there's always like at least one just total technophobe, and then that's pretty much like a rule. Like when you go in, and they're like or somebody, and then there's like an Apple like snob, and yeah. So my dad last week went in to get a new phone, and ended up getting a new phone and the tablet he doesn't see because they always are. Yeah. Listen to this. They end up getting a new phone and tablet that he doesn't know how to use. The salesman even started up a Gmail account in the store for him so he could use.
I would love to have been in on that conversation just to listen and to like start me a Gmail conversation. Like, how did that happen?
What's an email?
I mean, surely your dad already knows how to use email, right?
But it was so he could use the
tablet.
That's funny.
That just sounds like we got a guy I can sell him. I'm going to sell him a phone and a tablet right now.
Well, that's their big promotion is like get a great deal on a tablet because I get those emails where they're like you get this. I'm like I don't want your stinking tablet because you want to know why? You know because they got piles of these tablets they can't move.
Right.
So we got to get these out of here. It's like Nintendo Power with all those Dragon Warriors.
Yeah.
Like we got to
have one. Have a tablet.
Take it. Have a tablet. Have these tablets. Because they just got piles. It's like at work we got piles of these certain things that we try and push on people that don't know any better. Like if somebody just asks for a laptop, we have like our go-to. Just like we've got hundreds of these ones. You're getting these. They kind of suck.
But that's what we got. But
that's what we got. So many of these. Oh, he's old school. He still uses VHS tape. So your dad is Quentin Tarantino? Is that what you're saying? You see
Dude, no, I respect that. I still have a VHS player. I don't tape shows off of TV, but
if you still tape shows off of TV, I'd come over there and slap you in the face.
Honestly, I would still watch shows on VHS on a regular basis if it wasn't for the fact that I have kids that are like, Dad, they don't even understand. Like, okay, we got to rewind it. They're like, what are you doing? Why are we waiting for
rewind?
Rewind. Just click. I just want to watch the show. Yeah.
You click and the show pops up. What do you play?
Oh, there's times too. They're like, "Oh, Dad, can we watch this?" I'm like, "Oh, we don't have. It's not on streaming or whatever." Like,
what?
Well, can we just get it? Can you just get it? And I'm like,
through the magic box.
You can't just get everything. I mean, close. It's close, but not everything.
And then you just be like, "You freaking kids! You don't even know. You don't even know. This was a dream. I dreamt about this. I literally dreamt about this when I was your age. There's no Never-Ending Story 3 on our magic box, Daddy." Like, the magic box does not have... You kids... This is where I'm like, I can't deal with this, because I would just scream. I'd be like, you don't even know.
Well, or they don't even know. On, like, when Netflix, cycles through and they take stuff off. No, it's on Netflix. I'm like, no. What? But it was on Netflix before. Why can't we watch it now?
He records soccer games and Spanish variety shows of music ads.
That's awesome. Brendan and I were talking about this. I think it was in a pre-show.
Mm-hmm.
There's a thing I taped it was when I actually wasn't taped. It was on when I got a media center computer.
Yeah.
And I was messing around with like taping, recording
some
stuff.
Cartoon on Telemundo.
Some cartoon on Telemundo, and it was the funniest thing. I didn't know what they were saying, but they had these funny voices. I watched it hundreds of times. I only had like part of the episode. I would make everyone I knew watched it, and then my hard drive crashed. Ah! I don't even remember
because we used to do the sounds all the time.
I don't know. I might have videoed it or something at some point too, but when my computer crashed, I lost it, and I have no way to get it back.
It's gone.
Because I don't know how to search for it.
You don't know what that is.
Mexican cartoon that says I mean, how do I search for it?
Mexican cartoon that says ah.
Yeah, Google for that and see, because it was on like Telemundo. It was the best. I wish I could find it.
We used to watch. I just remember watching it over and over.
I had like half
an
episode recorded.
Yeah.
We were just It
was nonsense.
It was awesome.
All right.
Anyway,
I know you guys are getting into the BrendoMan Pen Pals segment, so if any lovely ladies out there care to converse with me via Phil and Brendo, hit me up. Wink, wink, winky face.
Winky face. All right. Any ladies that want to do some pen paling?
Well, take care, guys, and being the season, let the pumpkin pie cool. Oh, look at Steven.
That's good. That's good. You can keep that going.
All right. M. Brian Hill Kipling. This is Brian. He's been on the show.
Yeah.
Brian from Arizona. My friend and I finally saw Fantastic Four. So yeah, it wasn't that great, but it wasn't that bad either.
Interesting.
That grinds my gears. Haters are going to hate and whine and complain about anything because it's trendy. It gets old when too many reviews are just bashing on something for the heck of it.
Now I got to jump in there on this. I mean, I agree, and we talk about this a lot. Now, there are times when I like something that nobody else likes, and everyone likes to, give me a hard time about it. But I do think, like Brian's saying, that sometimes it becomes the cool thing to not like something.
Oh, absolutely.
And then,
nobody's arguing with you there.
And I haven't seen Fantastic Four, and we might have made fun of it a little bit. I don't know. My biggest hope, honestly, is that Fantastic Four just gets back into the Marvel family.
I want it to go back to Marvel.
But sometimes it's easy to do. Like, sometimes it's easy to make fun of something.
Well, of course.
And, I'm sure we're guilty of it sometimes.
But some of the things that you like are terrible.
Well, that's what you say.
They're terrible.
And some of the things you like are terrible.
Nah.
But it's hard. I mean, hopefully we don't do it too much, because I definitely like the Kevin Smith
like we're
philosophy.
Pretty positive on this show.
Yeah, add something, put something out there.
I'd rather spend time talking about the things that I like than if it's something I don't like, then I just don't talk about it.
Yeah, except we do bash on the prequels.
The prequels is like one of those exceptions.
It is.
Right now, already the temperature.
Yeah.
It's like you just said the word prequel.
Yeah, because it hurt me so much.
And I'm like, dude, don't no.
But in general, it's not our style, and so I plan to watch Fantastic Four when Redbox it or whatever. Point. The problem is I can only see so many, and there were other movies I wanted to see a lot.
Oh more, no! But then he says.
Well, let's hear what he says.
Okay. Oh. See, this is where Brian, you just lost me. Yes, the much anticipated rebooted Fantastic Four was slow and wasn't that great, but when things picked up, it was cool. And then this is where Brian immediately loses me. Okay. Like, you have me here.
Okay.
And then, Brian, I'm sorry. You lost me. You lost me. The same trendy hating reviews go for the Green Lantern. And that's where I'm like, nope, it's not trendy. It's just that movie sucked. That movie sucked balls.
Now, to be fair, I don't think I never made it through.
Well, you didn't remember.
I tried watching it like 3 times.
You didn't remember that Tim Robbins was in that movie when I brought it up.
Yeah, no, literally, I watched like the first half of it like 3 times. Like, okay, I gotta watch this. I gotta finish it.
It sucks.
And it was, I never could make it through. I would fall asleep or just get distracted. I really did not like the Green Lantern. So, but maybe it gets really awesome in the last like 45 minutes.
Nope, it gets way worse. That movie's not good. Look, but you don't hear me talking about it all the time.
Well,
but
no, I don't.
Since you brought it up, Brian, that movie sucks. Look, I get it. We all get it. But it gets so old to hear little kids whining again and again. I can just hear Brian saying this and again about why they think movies suck. For the record, I didn't think Green Lantern was that. You're crazy. Green Lantern was that bad. Not great, but not bad. It was entertainment. No, it was bad. Based on a comic book where certain storylines take a turn for the worse all the time. I guess, but that movie sucks. Characters die and are brought back to life all the freaking time. And attempting to put a comic book into film is a feat in and of itself, expect certain liberties to be taken. See Walking Dead, and it's pretty amazing. See haters of Fear the Walking Dead. Okay.
All right. Now, I disagree with him on this particular one, but I'm all for, like,
that's fine.
Dude, if you like something that other people don't like, please. Because
go for it.
If I had listened, if I didn't like all the stuff everyone tells me I shouldn't like, I wouldn't like anything, because Nobody
yeah,
likes
of
the
course.
stuff I like.
Everybody. Well, my thing that always upsets me is like it was the reason why I had this like start leaving, not posting on message boards because you would post. I just remember I would post like, "Oh, this was really cool," and then somebody would be like, "Oh, that sucks,"
Yeah,
and it was like
just
without
automatic
fail,
response,
and I'm like, "All right, screw you guys," and like just crapping on everything. Like they just like and like if they were bored, they just start, "What are we gonna tear apart today?"
Yeah.
And I'm like, "All right, I'm done. Like I can't do this." But like if you ask me to my face, like, and if you bring it up, the fact that Green Lantern was great, then well, he doesn't say great, but
he says
it wasn't not bad.
It wasn't that
and I
bad.
would say yes, it was that bad, but whatever. But I don't think I'm in that hater category. If I did a whole podcast about how much Green Hornet sucks, and we're what, like...
I like Green Hornet.
Green Lantern, sorry.
That was a Seth Rogen one.
Green Hornet, I think, was very underrated. I have to agree. So. Although the ending was very abrupt and not really an ending.
It definitely
that was my
resembled something that was a lot. It was tinkered with a lot. I don't think.
I want to see the
director.
I want to see I want to see because what's his face was going to direct it. The French dude. What's that guy's name?
I don't know.
Fudge.
John something.
Well, that guy.
The Professional.
No.
Oh, not that.
No, it was Fudge, man. Now I gotta know. Well, no, it was a guy that directed Science of Sleep.
There are a couple other things that I am sometimes.
And it was Michel Gondry.
Oh, Gondry.
And I want to see Gondry's. I want to see that.
I don't want to see that.
I wanted to see that, and I wanted to see. Wait, did he end up directing it? Now I'm like doubting myself. They were gonna have Gondry direct it. No, it was Stephen Chow was gonna be in it. He was gonna be Kato.
Yeah.
And he was gonna be Kato, and he was gonna be direct.
He did direct it then.
And he didn't, wasn't he? Because he was. And now I'm like, now I gotta know, because I know Stephen.
Lantern.
Oh no. Grr.
I thought the Green Hornet was fun.
Oh, Gondry did direct it. So it was good. No, I wanted to see the Stephen Chow, because Stephen Chow, he stayed on as Kato, and he's awesome, because I'm a huge Stephen Chow fan. He was Jay Chow. Stephen Chow was going to be in it. They replaced him with Jay Chow, who is a Chinese pop star. The only other thing he was in was that Curse of the Golden Flower, which is great. I thought he was a good Kato, but Stephen Chow was going to be Kato, and he was going to direct. And I don't know if you've seen Kung Fu Hustle or Shaolin Soccer.
Well, I saw Kung Fu Hustle.
So can you imagine Green Hornet in that style? That would have been really cool. I feel like that's what I would have wanted to see. But
I do think it was good, but it definitely had...
The ending was weird.
Yeah, it wasn't a perfect movie, but I enjoyed a lot of it, though.
Oh, yeah, Edward Furlong was in that movie.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot about that.
The only other thing I can think of that I regularly don't like and am negative about is I don't like anything with Streep, and Mark Ruffalo's had some. Although he's had some redeeming moments though.
He's had a lot because he's great.
Where Streep has not for me. But then I feel like sometimes I think, what if Radio BrendoMan takes off and all of a sudden Meryl Streep finds out I've been saying horrible things about her.
We'll have her on the show.
And she comes on the show and I have to look her in the face and tell her, I'm sorry, I'm so mean about your shows.
I can't wait for that.
What if that happened?
That'd be amazing and I would love it.
Then I'd feel bad.
And I would just sit here and be like...
But it's true.
Tell Miss Streep how much to her face.
That's probably the most similar I am to where, people will write things on the internet they'd never say in person.
Oh, yeah.
I wouldn't say that to her in person, so... where does that put me? But, I know that I'm not alone in that. We all say stuff like that. We all do things like that.
Mark Ruffalo, Meryl Streep.
If you met M. Night Shyamalan, would you say to his face, I hate you and everything?
I never said I've never said that.
No.
I would say Lady in the Water was really bad.
You would say that to him.
I didn't. I would say that. I'd say...
All right, come on in.
I would say, I would want to know, what was his thought process?
I wonder what you would actually say.
I would say I'd be nice because first of all, Unbreakable is amazing.
Uh-huh.
And why did you put yourself?
What if you came in here I'm really hurt that you've been saying such mean things about me?
I'd be explain yourself. if he was able to, convince me why that's good.
I don't know. See, I just still wonder what you would actually say.
Yeah, well, get him in here.
What would I actually say? I don't know.
Get him in here. Let's do it.
It's easy for us to say these things. Anyway.
Matthew spoiled The Visit for me because I asked him to, and now I actually want to watch it.
See?
I'm not joking.
Don't say anything.
It made me want to watch it. I was totally not going to watch it. Now I want to watch it because it sounds crazy.
I want to see it.
I want to see if it pulls, because I've heard such varying things about it, so I want to hear. I don't know. I feel like because Derek, I tend to disagree with Derek on horror movies. Like, he'll like something that I don't like, and I'll like something that he likes.
Yeah.
So I feel like we have differing tastes when it comes to horror movies. Although there's certain ones that we like.
He was generally positive about it, though.
No, he said it was terrible.
Oh, okay, maybe I was thinking something.
He was like, "Why are we giving Shyamalan?" Everyone's like, "Shyamalan's back." Like, no, no.
Well, whether he likes it or not, it's made way.
Oh, you
more
want me
money
to tell you? I'll tell you.
Not on the show. Not on the show.
Tell Phil.
You can tell him afterwards.
Moviepooper.com.
What's that?
That's the spoiler website.
Oh, there you go. You can look it up.
Because I always go up there because I want to hear like every dumb horror movie. Because like basically what happens if I'm bored, I will think about what I think happened and then look there and see. And like
if you're right,
70% of the time, especially lately, because it's always like it's a demon possessed person,
right.
Ambiguous ending. That's like pretty Blumhouse, ambiguous endings, demons.
Yeah.
It's a demon.
But
possessed.
You know what? Every time it makes.
The last shot is a door slamming shut. The last shot. Looking ominously at the demon looks ominously at the camera.
And every time it makes 10 times its budget.
I totally predicted Orphan. Did you see Orphan?
No.
It's the one where they adopt the kid.
Yeah.
I predicted that. Do you want to hear the spoiler?
No, I don't know.
Come on.
No.
It's good.
No.
This Orphan, I predicted it, and this movie's like 5-6 years old. You're not going to watch it?
Fine. Spoiler alert. Ruin Orphan.
She's not a kid.
It's a demon?
It's actually an adult posing as a kid.
How?
She's just like got an age. She looks like she's like 30, and she's a homocidal maniac.
That's dumb.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I guess I'm glad.
And the reason why she wears that like choker, because I remember she has that trademark choker, because they tried to like hang her, or she tried to hang herself. So she got these like, and yeah, she's like 40, and she's like a homicide, and she poses as a kid, and tries to seduce the fathers, and it's like a pattern, a serial thing. And I predicted that because I'm like, it would be really dumb if this is what it was, and then it was that.
Okay, speaking of predictions, or something that's really obvious, I guess spoiler alert if you haven't watched Twin Peaks, because I hadn't for a long time, but the whole like subplot where the one lady, everyone thought she died in the fire, but then she comes back as an Asian guy, like in costume, and it's like the worst. Like I'm like, oh, that's a lady, obviously. Like the fact that anyone was fooled by that. Did anyone like watching the show not know it was a woman?
I don't think that was like a big. I know everybody knew.
Everyone knew that was a lady,
yes.
Right? Like right away.
Yes.
Okay. So I watched that and I was like, were people in the '90s really that bad?
So now that they've solved it, so David Lynch is on the show now.
I'm in.
So how awesome is David Lynch on the show?
Yeah, because he's like almost deaf, so he has to yell everything.
That also gave me a appreciation for Miguel Ferrara, because he's in so much dumb things. Like he's in a lot of dumb things.
Who's he in the show?
He's the other agent guy.
Oh yeah.
Because he's in a lot of stuff, and a lot of it is not. I remember he was on some TV show that my mom watched. That I didn't like. What TV show? Oh, Judging Amy.
Okay.
One of those just like CBS shows that's like crazy popular and you don't understand why.
Right.
Like he was on. I feel like he's been on a few of those. He was in the movie. He was in the TV version of The Stand, and he was really good in it.
He's definitely one of those guys that's been in everything.
He's also a director.
Oh really?
Yeah. And he's like, he does a lot of stuff. I found out more about him when I listened to the commentary of The Stand, and he was one of the people on. I was like, oh, this guy's been, and also Twin Peaks. So I think that's again, a lot of these guys got work. Like Twin Peaks was a big deal for them, and like
although there's also a lot of people that I've never seen in anything else.
A lot of Lynch.
Yeah.
They're well, you'll see him in a lot of people that are in a lot of Lynch stuff, like because Lynch has his group of people. For sure. I mean, Kyle MacLachlan being like at the time, like he was his guy, and
he's great.
But yeah, so like It's just funny. I was reading like about some of his cast of characters, and yeah, they're not in other stuff, but they're in like all the Lynch stuff.
Keeps them busy.
Yeah. And then there was the last season of Dawson's Creek. They had like 3 different people from Twin Peaks. I'm like, this is not a coincidence. They had like what's his face? I forgot his real name, but he plays like the tough boy, like that guy. Like he's
okay, Billy.
Billy, yeah. So he was on, and then not Lara Flynn Boyle, but the other girl.
The Audrey.
Yeah, she was on. And then like I think one other person was on.
It is really funny that like half the cast is supposedly in high school, but they never go to school, and they're way
all adults.
High school, yeah.
And I also another thing about Twin Peaks. Well, I also thought the whole like her identical cousin,
played by the same actress.
That just is so ridiculous, but like it works.
Yeah, well, a lot of it is ridiculous, and I think it's supposed to be.
But also now that how great is Ray Weiss? I mean, now.
Oh yeah.
Like, and this is like that was his now, and you see him, he's in everything.
Yeah.
But
he's like Psycho. Like, awesome. No, it's really. I've definitely been enjoying it. Although now that I don't know.
So they solved the case, and there's still 10 episodes.
And there's still 10 episodes, and I'm like, well, what else is left? And I've watched a couple.
A lot of weird Lynch stuff starts happening.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, it's still enjoyable, but it definitely doesn't.
Well, that's where you get the like, because again, it gets into like, well, I guess it's not demons per se, but definitely like spiritual beings.
It also, though, very much reminds me of Fallen, and I'm wondering like how inspired Fallen was by that.
Well, think about how much now that you've watched Twin Peaks, how much stuff is inspired by Twin Peaks.
Oh, because like the whole
much stuff.
Evil spirit moving from body to body, and it shows it like rushing through the forest, like looking for a new host. And I'm like, pretty sure they just stole the footage from this for that last part of Fallen. Like,
Fallen very much. Well, I'm a huge Elias Koteas fan.
Yeah.
And
but
yeah,
they're definitely. I mean, at least inspiration.
Well,
if
think
nothing
about
else.
Now that you can look back and think about all the stuff you've seen that has been either inspired or even completely ripped off.
Well, here's something that even like the most obscure one is that Jeff Cloud of Velvet Blue Music indie record label that I love. And he put out an album by this band called, the album is called Serpents for Eggs. What is the band called?
Mm-hmm.
I can't think of the name of the band. I'll think of it in a second. But he always described the music, like, you know, he'd write little descriptions of what style, and he always said it was Twin Peaks-like. And I was like, all right. And I have the album, and I never got it. And now that I've, like, because the music is very distinct and very, like, I don't want to say overpowering, but it's very much a part of the show. Like, those themes are driven into your brain by the end of the show.
Well, so, that Laura Palmer theme,
Even just like on Netflix, and it kind of drives me nuts that sometimes it'll start it after the opening titles, because the opening titles are like 2.5 minutes long. And so I think maybe they think you're doing you a favor by starting it.
Yeah, they do that.
I'll always skip back because I love the opening song, and just it's such a weird opening where they're like cutting wood and there's a bird and like waterfalls and you're like, what the heck is the first episode? I'm like, what am I watching? Like,
and
what
think
kind
about
of
this
show
was
is
a
this?
huge hit.
I know, I
in
still
America.
can't believe that.
Like, I want to go back to when the American public was watching this show.
When that was on the first time, and you're like, what? And then they've got all this like kind of pseudo 50s like.
And this is where,
you know,
when people try and say that you need to go broad to get like popularity in network, Twin Peaks directly contradicts that idea. The American public can handle weird crap.
Yeah.
And like, I don't understand. Like, I feel like we didn't learn anything from Twin Peaks. Like, that never happened. When there's so many like, that doesn't happen.
No.
But like, American public will watch that because it got really good ratings and it was like a phenomenon. And it's weird as crap.
Yeah.
It's really weird.
Yeah. I don't know. I've enjoyed it definitely, and it's not at all what I expected.
Well, I'm glad. So there you go. Point Brendo.
Also, X-Files definitely had some. Some influence there. Nothing else, just the scenes in the forest with like the light coming through and flat. I'm like, oh, this is like an X-Files scene right here. So anyway.
Okay, so we didn't finish.
Here.
So there we are, getting that off my chest.
That was good.
Haters are gonna hate. If you keep whining, go away. Shut up. Enjoy the company and enjoy the show. Have fun.
Pooperoni.
Pooperoni.
I'm curious what this is because he sent an image for the Kickstarter backer page, and it's like a piece of poop, but the pattern on it is like pepperoni. So I don't know. I didn't Google it. Maybe it's a thing I don't know about. Maybe that's Brian's thing.
Don't Google pooperoni.
I'm not gonna Google pooperoni.
I feel like you really don't want to Google.
So I'm curious
pooperoni.
what that is about. You can tell us if you want to.
All right.
Ooh, SS Bounty Hunter. That's the name of the band I was talking about. There you go.
Matt Vecchio.
Hey, my brother.
Letter for show. Okay, no one's supposed to.
Brendan, don't read this part.
Hey guys, nostalgia detective question for you.
Yeah.
When I was a kid, my best friend had this super cool toy. I swear I remember him having a toy camera that actually took pictures. They would briefly appear on the back of the camera and then disappear, kind of like an Etch-a-Sketch. This toy was not an electronic, but worked manually. I don't think it even had batteries. Does this sound like a real memory, or did I dream this thing up? Also waiting to hear from my pen pal,
Josh.
Matt. All right. We did much.
Yes, we did
Googling.
Some research.
We ended up getting sucked into a black hole of 70s, 80s nostalgia toys as a result of this.
We even were getting like teary-eyed.
We started watching
old toys from when we were kids.
Commercials for things and other stuff. But we
found it.
Google Books, actually, thanks to a digitized edition of Photography magazine from 1985.
Yeah.
It was in the June 1985 issue
in between
of Photography
a lot of
magazine.
Cigarette ads.
Tons of cigarette ads, which I guess that's how magazines, that was the magazine business back then. And that's why the magazine business died, because they couldn't get all that cigarette money.
Right, that sweet, sweet cigarette money.
Because seriously, there was like, within the span of 15 pages, there was 3 cigarette ads.
Yeah, we didn't even look through the whole thing.
Yeah.
But we found it.
But we found it. So we found an article talking about toy cameras, and the camera that you were talking about is called Tomy Snappy Shots.
Look it up.
Look it up. Every kid. T-O-M-Y Snappy Shots. So you actually, what it actually was, your description is not completely accurate.
Close though.
But we're 99% sure that's right, because we could not find anything. And
no, I'd be willing to bet this is.
And I remember seeing these. Yeah. And so it's called Tomy Snappy Shots, and you put in like a little plastic thing.
It almost looks like a Polaroid thing.
Yeah, but it's almost like those remember you would have like those little like.
It would like stick like a little plastic
stick onto like a backing thing, and you'd take like a little pen and like it looked like one of so it looked something like that. But it was like, I guess they explained how it worked, where there's like a sponge, and it imprinted a picture, like whatever it could, and it actually, but it would go away after a short period of time.
And you could reuse.
And then you could reuse the little thing.
Yeah.
Like the thing, you just rip it off like an Etch-a-Sketch.
So
and he even mentions disappear kind of like an Etch-a-Sketch.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what this does.
Yeah.
And then you would just put the cartridge back in, and then take another picture. And it's all plastic. It's no.
Yeah.
There's no electronic. So I think look it up. Tomy T-O-M-Y Snappy Shots.
There's even a YouTube video.
There's a YouTube video.
One of a dude like using it.
It's weird.
It's weird, but you can find it.
But we were just like, this is like the encapsulation of everything great about YouTube, that we can find this toy and see it in action from some dude doing a weird accent and being weird.
Yeah. In fact, even if you don't care about this thing, you should watch it just because it'll explain a lot about YouTube.
Because just the fact that exists.
Yeah. And it had like, I don't know, a couple hundred, 300, 400 views, something like that. So we'll throw them a couple more there.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, so we got to talk about an email that I got Wednesday night.
Again, context. This was Luke's birthday.
It wasn't super late.
It was not super late,
it was
but
9
I
p.m.
was exhausted. I had gotten up at like 5.
Oh, Phil.
We had to get up extra early on Luke's day.
Because we got to go to Disneyland.
Because we did presents in the morning.
Oh, rough.
So we all got up at like 5 on this day.
Dear Lord.
Because we had to do all the presents and stuff in the morning before Luke went to school.
Why are you doing all this?
So 5 a.m.
All right.
And this was at like 9.
So I was like, I said something, because I proposed that we cruise over to the Irvine Improv, because Judd Apatow was doing stand-up there, and I'm like, he's probably just going to be hanging out and sure enough, Judd Apatow just tweets, I'm just standing around out here, and there's nobody around. He's like, look, it's so crowded at the Irvine Improv, and there was no, and I'm like, we could have gotten like at least like 10 minutes with him easy.
Possible. But there's no way I could have done it. And I even told you later you could go if you wanted to go by yourself.
I wasn't going to do that. I needed backup on those situations.
Right. I'm just saying. I wasn't like saying no.
Also, so he says, I listened to your voicemail, blah, blah, blah. It was a cool idea. We will be getting ready for this party the next morning, so there's no way I could make it. #DadLife, am I right, all one word. which I have never heard you use that before ever.
No.
That's like the most hipster.
But I wrote the word hashtag out also.
And you also wrote out the word hashtag. This is like some hipster Phil has taken over.
I was very
hashtag
tired.
Hashtag dad life.
When you told me you're gonna read this email, first of all, I didn't even remember writing it. I'm like, what are you talking about?
Were you in bed?
I fell asleep. And then I woke up and I'm like, oh yeah, Brendan did a message to me. I gotta go write to him. So I stumbled back out to the living room to my computer to write you back because I think you called.
I called and left a voicemail earlier.
Driving or something.
That was earlier in the day.
Right, and then I hadn't gotten back to you. And I'm like, oh, I gotta get back to Brendan. And so I stumbled out to the living room and I guess I typed this out.
And then so then this last part. This is in parentheses, and this is where I was almost to the point where I'm like, is Phil okay? Should I call him?
I swear I don't remember saying
And I was like, I legitimately thought, I'm like, is Phil poisoned or something? Maybe, because I'm like, he wouldn't, it's a Wednesday, because I'm like, maybe Phil, because I know Janelle had some alcohol, and I know you get really tipsy off of one drink.
Yeah.
And
that's true.
So I maybe he had a drink with Janelle after the kids went to sleep and he's all tipsy.
Don't even remember writing this.
Because Phil wrote, and I'm quoting this exactly, parentheses, I am not drink, comma, just tired, comma, and then this is the really weird, what the hell is this? And maybe a little slap happy. Phil, what does that mean?
You ever heard of slap happy before?
No.
Okay, that's a real word. Slap happy is when you get like I am right now, you just laugh at everything, you're feeling silly.
Where does slap?
It's an old word.
You're gonna slap somebody?
I don't know. You're just slap happy. You never heard the word slap happy before?
No.
Okay, Steve in the chat, tell me if you've slap happy, right? That's a word.
Steve, don't encourage him.
Look up Google slap happy. It'll pop up. Just Google it. That's a real word. It may be archaic. Yeah, look. Slap happy. Right there.
Oh, dirty. A vibrator.
Right there. Casual or flippant in a cheerful and often irresponsible way. Dazed or stupefied as if by a series of blows and head. Punch drunk. See?
So that's what I thought you were saying.
So I said it accurately. No, it just means you're silly.
It's apparently also the name of a sex toy.
Apparently also, but that's a newer one. But the archaic...
The slap happy is a bendy vibrator.
All right, well, that's different. That's obviously much newer. But yeah, see what it says right there. Punch drunk. So that's
I've never heard you use that term before. Again,
I am slap happy.
I am not drink, just tired and maybe a little.
Well, now you know what. See, so even in my.
So I was so at first I'm like, should I call this? Something is wrong with Phil.
Then I crawled back into bed from there. I literally went to bed. I was asleep, and I woke up and went, oh, I never got back to bed.
How were you in? And plus, when are you ever in bed at 9:30 on a Thursday?
I have to get up at 5 in the morning, then I have to get up the next day at 5:45. I was tired.
All right.
There you go. So that explains it all. But slap happy is a real word.
But you are not drink.
But I am not drink.
That's a new Phil.
And I don't do typos very often.
I am not drink.
I check my emails. Even
spelled out hashtag. Well, that's where Janelle was like, whoa. Because I showed it to Janelle. Yeah. She's like, look at that, a typo.
Yeah. That doesn't happen.
Spelled out hashtag.
Hashtag.
And am I right? Who talks like that?
Yeah.
Slap happy is my comp's suggestions for typos. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. Again, when you said, "Oh, I'm going to read this email," I'm like, "What email are you talking about?" And I had to go back and look and see what I sent you. Yeah.
So when you saw this, were you like, I do not remember?
Yeah, I mean, I do remember that I wrote you, but I don't remember my nonsense at the end. Really, just
I am not drink.
I remember.
Just tired.
I got to get back to Brendo.
Phil, I'm not drink.
I'm not drink. I am not drink.
Brendo, I'm not drink.
You know what is drink?
Stitcher's pretty drink.
Stitcher's drink, yo. That's going to be our new slang. Dude, that's so drink.
Hashtag that's so drink.
Drink. Dude, Stitcher is drink.
Drendo drink.
Drendo drink.
Drink.
You can listen to so many drink podcasts on Stitcher.
Drink history.
Yeah. The entire Drink Benview network.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Benview Drink work.
Yeah. They should change it.
Benson's Boombox, Bendu on Spielberg, Comic Nerd Unite, Dinner Party Small Talk, Extra Damage, Flagons and Dragons, Friday Night Film Fights, Grissom on the Run, MBWS, Midnight Marinara, Nerd's Eye View. Got to give special props to Nerd's Eye View because they had our friend Derek Armijo on this past week to talk about The Intern.
That's drink, yeah.
And they really liked it, and now I want to see it, and it was
my brother's been going on about it.
Yeah, it seemed very entertaining.
I mean, I like Owen Wilson, and...
Owen Wilson is not in that movie.
Well, and Vince Vaughn.
That's in The Internship.
Yes.
That was like the Google movie.
Yeah, it's the same thing,
that was a movie where I was flipping the channels, and I started watching this, and I'm like, this is a commercial.
It totally was. Like,
what is this?
It was really weird. But then at times,
did Google just pull a dump truck of money up to Vince Vaughn's house?
But then there are some times in the movie where there was some negative stuff.
But I think that was Google being like self-effacing.
Yeah, no, guys, really, we didn't pay for all this. Look, we talked bad about ourselves.
Because
I don't know, it was weird.
That I was like, this is so weird, and I had to I had to tap out.
But the premise, when I saw the trailer for The Intern, I was like, oh, they remade that Google movie, I guess. But
yes.
I guess that's the end. According to Matthew, that's the end of the similarities between the two.
There is no similarities at all.
Well, it's old guys that get an internship at a hip company, and they don't know how to do it because they're old.
Whoa, there you go.
So there you go.
All right, well, that's Nerd's Eye View. Check it out.
Yep.
Pick Your Path. They just finished the first season.
Nice.
Picture Start. That has not picked up its next season.
No. They just finished their last season like 2 years ago.
Pillage Cast.
Speaking of unfinished seasons.
Popsicles. We're on a.
Derek needs a new mic.
Well, now it's I think Derek got a new mic, but now scheduling.
Okay.
Because Benson's working and doing stuff.
Right.
Our man Benson's moving up in the world, I guess.
Yeah. Working 9 to 5.
Popsicles. Sorry, I just said that. Shut Up Leonard. They recorded 2 episodes at LA. No. They recorded a Shut Up Leonard, and then they recorded like a. I guess it was another Shut Up Leonard, but they did 2. They did maybe it was a Benview special. They called it.
Okay.
I think they. I don't know.
A lot of action
Shut Up Leonard
over there.
They interviewed Cheryl and some other people.
Right.
And but then they also recorded a full-on Shut Up Leonard.
Nice.
At the LA Podfest. And Star Wars Nerds Unite, which this last week they talked about the I guess there's also a Darth Vader series of comics.
Yeah. In fact, they're at Disneyland right now.
Yeah.
I almost bought them, and then we never went back over there.
There's these other things called comic book stores that probably...
Yeah, but here's the thing.
You get a discount?
You get a discount, and they just sell them at the cover price. So it's actually worth getting.
There isn't the Disney markup?
No. And you get 20... We get 20%.
Because I remember looking at, because they'd have, those Imagineering books, and I remember, looking at those, and then you'd look them up on Amazon and be, way cheaper.
No, but because they have that cover price, and we get 20% off, it's actually worth getting them there. Not usually the case, but it is in this case. So I'm going to be picking some of those up next time we go over there.
But I remember I did end up getting the first Imagineering book at Company D or something because it was a huge discount. But I have the new Imagineering book hardcover. I got that for a Christmas present, and it's up to date. It's really awesome. Yeah. Although Marty Sklar just wrote a book. He was the old head of Imagineering, designed a ton of rides, Haunted Mansion, Pirates. He wrote a book, so I want to read that book. And there's some other stuff. But, you know what else? Some other stuff is things like making a website.
Yeah, that's drink.
And you want to know what else is drink is when you make that website, you use DreamHost.
Yeah.
You use the promo code Radio BrendoMan at checkout.
Yeah, you do.
You'll save $50.
Yes, you will.
And you'll get a free domain registration.
Yes.
Start that web empire.
Do it.
Do
it today. Be drink.
Right now. You know what else you can do right now?
I know what you can do.
You can get a free trial to Amazon Prime.
Yeah.
You know what they just opened up?
What?
More HBO shows.
More shows. New music.
New music. They also announced... Oh, I forgot what they announced. Some big show they're getting on Amazon Prime.
Ooh.
I forgot what it was.
Something good.
There's all kinds of good shows.
Every time I go on there, I look at my wish list of music, and every time I go in there, there's
they're adding
stuff on my wish list.
Okay, you know how Taylor Swift was no Spotify?
Yeah.
She's on Amazon Prime Music.
There you go.
because I think she gets money.
Probably so.
More money.
I'm sure she cut a deal.
Cut a deal.
She's smart.
Smart girl.
So if you guys are smart and you want to get a free trial of Amazon Prime,
free 1 month trial.
How could they do that?
You just go to RadioBrendo.com, click the Amazon Prime free trial link, and you'll get it. And then after your trial's over, it's just $99 a year. Get that 2-day shipping, even sometimes less than 2 days.
Yeah, comes fast.
I almost forgot about. I knew what I was gonna get Luke's present, but I almost kind of maybe almost forgot.
But then it came just in time.
Got just in time, and he was overjoyed.
He was very excited. Yes, Uncle Brendan
got him the Hyrule Historia.
Yes, and he spent like a good chunk.
So I'm like, what do you get for a kid obsessed with Zelda? Zelda book.
And he looked through it like the first half of the party before all the kids started coming, and then I kind of set it aside because I wanted him to like pay attention to his friends and stuff. So
if we had left him to his own vices, he would have like been ignoring all his friends.
Yeah.
Although how would the first kid that got there, that Mallory girl, and they just like he ran, they hugged. Yeah. It was so adorable.
Yeah.
Because it was like, I remember like that's like true. I feel like that's like friendship in its purest form.
Yeah.
You haven't gotten into all the drama and the BS.
Just genuinely excited.
And they're just like two people that are just genuinely like, you are my friend. I want to hug you. And there's nothing. Yeah. It was 100. It was like. I wanted, just looking at that almost made me kind of like, oh.
He had a lot of friends from school. It was super cute. They were all so well behaved.
So cool. They were such good. I don't know. It just reminded me of like all the friends that I had like when you were that age, and like it's just like.
And just all different. I mean, no like prejudices or like there's no groups or cliques. Boys and girls.
Like boys and girls, they haven't split up yet.
Yeah.
That's coming.
Yeah,
but,
it's coming soon.
Right now, everybody's just hanging out and having a good time.
Yeah. And they were all good. They all followed rules. Because in a group that size,
it could
have been nuts.
It could have been chaos.
But they were perfect.
That could have been like
they all waited their turn for the candy at the piñata.
We didn't have any like
cake.
Because TK, I feel like we're on the like bubble as far as like we're gonna have like.
Yeah.
What are we dealing with? Poop pants?
Are we going to have poop pants? I don't know. Now, most of the parents, I think all the
there
parents
were a lot of parents
around.
there, which is I think you're still at that age where
you don't take off yet. Now, Audrey's party is going to be parents are dropping off, but it's also she's only inviting like 5 or 6. She's doing movies.
Ooh.
So it's a big thing. But
do I get to go?
You can go, but you have to pay.
Okay.
Because it's
one movie?
We're gonna go see. She's gonna see the Peanuts movie.
Wait, is this like during the day, like on a weekday?
No, I think it's on a weekend. I think it's Saturday or Sunday. But and I think we get some like party favors and stuff for that. So, but
you can buy a ticket.
You can just go to the movies, okay. But anyone that goes into the party room has to have that like big ticket.
What big ticket?
The $18.95.
So I don't get to go in the party room
if you want to do the $18.95.
I can do the $18.95.
You can do the $18.95, but we're already like.
Are you doing the $18.95?
Well, we have to. So we between us, so there's 4 of us plus you get 6 friends, and there's a 10-person minimum. So we're already spending like $200 basically on this thing.
So if I pay $18.95,
so you can go in for $18.95, or you
get
can just
popcorn.
Yeah, you get all the stuff. So you can.
But it's like a kid popcorn.
But it's like a kid popcorn and a kid drink,
Me and my kid.
Yeah.
Drink.
So anyway, so we're gonna do like a family hangout party kind of thing, whatever. But this is just for that, So
all right, well, we'll see.
It's up to you.
But I want to go see the Peanuts.
But yeah, for sure. So you could, some of the parents, what they're going to do, because we told the parents we'll pay for the kid. If the parent wants to come, they got to pay $18. But some of them are just going to see the movie and then let the kids go to the party part. So we'll see. Yeah, it's like $18.95.
Psycho 3, Psycho 4,
Bates
Motel starring Bud Cort and Lori Pelty. That was a pilot that got turned into a TV movie. I remember that. Really? It was an effort to do a TV show, and they ended up making it into like a TV movie.
I never heard.
So yeah, I've heard good things about these, like the Anthony Perkins Psychos.
I've never seen any of them.
I've heard good things about them. As far as midnight movies go.
Yeah. I'd give it a try. I just never got around to it.
But yeah, I think this was I remember reading about this in somewhere that it was gonna be a TV show, which
so I bet whoever got this bought it for that, because it looks like maybe this is the first place that's been available commercially. Plus it's only $5, so that's a pretty good deal.
There you go.
Interesting. I want to check that out now.
And then you can get Psycho for $9.50.
I mean, come on.
You can get the whole collection. So $15 gets you Psycho, but that's DVD. Blu-ray is only $10. So the Blu-ray is the same price as the regular. I actually had that Blu-ray in my Giant. Ooh, now I want to see all these. Remember the Funhouse? Did you ever watch that? It was a Toby Hooper's after Texas Chainsaw.
No,
it's weird.
I can imagine.
It's really weird. It's not what it's like. It's weird. Serpent in the Rainbow, Wes Craven.
See, my B movies tend more towards
Phantasm,
70s and back. My cousin in it,
and it's also called Killbots.
Yeah.
On USA, because it was a US. That was a Joe Bob Briggs.
Yeah.
Frequent.
Yeah, I can
airing. 976 Ghoulies. There was a Ghoulies 3. There was a Chud 2. Oh man, because Chud 1 is crazy. Have you seen Chud?
No.
Oh dude, Chud's great.
Chud 2. Now you know.
Chud 2. Class of 1999. Slaughter High. Waxwork. Oh, these are. Oh, look at all the. Oh, dude, I just want to go through.
What
horror movie? So these are newer ones. Fido. Fido is great. Did you see Fido? You never seen Fido?
No.
Oh, Fido is great. You should watch Fido. Blood Diner. Earth Girls Are Easy. That's not a horror movie.
What?
Yeah, that's in here.
Stuck in there.
How did that get in a horror collection?
Obviously,
that seems like a really random.
Never watched it. They just got. We'll stick that in there.
Stick that. We got the rights to it.
Earth Girls Are Easy is great.
These are $5.50 and you get 6 movies.
Because I'm a blonde. Yeah.
Well, that was like Jim Carrey and Damon Wayans. That was like
and don't forget what was the girl was
Gina Davis.
Thank you, Gina Davis.
Jeff Goldblum.
Jeff Goldblum, of course, is the lead. Damon Wayans. Who else? There was one other big actor. Oh, well, that's also Charles Rocket. Like that was one of the last things he did. Because he was like the bad guy, like the boyfriend in that. So
that was after SNL?
I
or maybe during the same time.
Right? Yeah, I think he, that was like one of the.
All right, then somebody got Batman the Motion Picture Anthology that has on Blu-ray. I used to have this.
Batman.
I still have the regular DVD set.
Yeah.
Batman Returns, Batman Forever, Batman and Robin. So the first round.
Yeah. That's good. I mean, see, to me, the first two are worth having it just for that. Even if you have to have Batman and Robin in there.
Yeah. And then you got that one also has like a documentary that covers all of them. Escargot collapsible funnel. I think it's just a funnel, and the brand is escargot.
Oh, it's not to make escargot.
Oh, it's got a little snail on. Maybe it is.
No, I think it's just a funnel. Okay. It looks like it's just a funnel, but it's got a snail.
Silicone flat.
Unless someone's making homemade escargot, in which case I'm really curious as to what you're doing there. I think it's just the
brand.
But if you are, I would like to know.
Is escargot.
What if they are? What if someone do you just get snails from your garden?
No, people have died from doing that.
Really?
There was a 1,000 Ways to Die where like garden snails have like bacteria and stuff in them.
Really? So where do you?
They're like specially raised snails because snails absorb so like you got like bacteria in the soil. Yeah. So the snails, so it's not safe to just grab snails out of your because they've got like all kinds of.
Okay, when I was a kid.
And like people died.
We got to go to Hawaii one time.
Because 1,000 Ways to Die is absolutely real.
Oh, I'm sure, yeah.
Especially the lady, my favorite 1,000 Ways to Die, which I still am 99% sure is not real at all in any way, is the woman who's she went on an airplane and her silicone breast implants exploded.
Yeah, I'm sure that's totally real.
It was awesome.
Okay, when I was a kid, we got to go to Hawaii once. And we stayed in this little teeny tiny place in the middle of nowhere. It was on Waipio Valley on the Big Island. Mm-hmm. And it was called Tom's Place. And this guy, Tom, ran it. There was like 4 cabins there. It was awesome. Like this private little, you had to have a 4-wheel drive to get down to it. And he raised snails for like escargot. Yeah, but he had like a pool and there were like taro leaves and he would throw it in there and stuff. I didn't realize the danger of the others, but he would tell us like, yeah, this snail here is worth like $50 right here.
It's because like if just garden snails, like they get like the bacteria and stuff, and and so apparently, and I looked this one up because I started looking them up after I saw that the boob job one. But this one, there was actual cases of people cooking garden snails and then dying of
So hopefully, if you're listening out there, listener, and you're making escargot from garden snails. Stuff.
John Denver and the Muppets Christmas album.
Yeah.
That album, that was another early record I forgot to mention in our record because we totally had that record. I remember buying it at Sam Goody in like 1984 and playing that. The 12 Days of Christmas one that had the Muppets 12. Dude, that album, I think that's what's like sold me on John Denver.
That was another one that my dad had tons of John Denver stuff. I forgot to mention that too.
Yeah. You know, they love John Denver in China. Like love,
really?
love.
I love it.
Rocky Mountain High is like #1 karaoke. Country Roads, another number one.
Bed.
Yeah, all that. Yeah. Leaving on a Jet Plane.
Good stuff.
A lot of that's a karaoke. I would say the #1 and #2 karaoke was like John Denver and Richard Marx.
Wow.
Wherever you go. I can't tell you how many times I heard people sing that karaoke.
I had no idea.
Whatever you do, I will be. Dude, I was just thinking about them because there was a Tim and Eric where they had like all those guys, like those 80s, like Richard Marx and Stevie B, and they found all of them. Michael McDonald.
Because what else are they doing?
They'll be in, but the fact that they would even, I'm like, Richard Marx is because he's the fact that he would do like some of those guys that they just the scare it. They're doing
scare. I can't remember how the song goes.
Oh,
but yeah.
All right.
Join our Facebook group.
Check out our Facebook group or subreddit.
There's a lot of stuff I got to comment on that I just haven't. That's how crazy I've been. like I can't remember.
I found that awesome thing for you where Kevin got a text from Harley Quinn saying
she wants to write
because she was looking for monologue pieces, and she's like they're either gross or sexist.
Yeah.
We should write a movie, and I think Kevin's probably been waiting for that text.
Yeah,
like his whole parental life, and I said, I'm like, can you imagine when Audrey asked you this?
See, I've looked at a lot of them. I've skimmed through, but I just have been so crazy busy. There's also someone posted a compilation CD.
Brian found,
which I own, and I can tell you about every single song.
Well, that's where
so I need to get in there, but I haven't had time to do
it properly. I even said, I was like, I can tell you right now that Phil probably knows
I own
all
it,
these.
And I can tell you about every single song on there.
So speaking of that, real quick, I remember there was like 4 tracks on there from the Dingies.
On that
one CD.
Okay.
Was that the band that didn't Wignall record one of their, or that was some other?
Yeah.
Was that the one that wasn't Jeff Bennett friends with him, or am I thinking of a different band?
No, Jeff Bennett was friends with the Tasty Snacks.
The Tasty Snacks.
No, Dingies were some of the guys from the Supertones that spun off into side.
But I feel like Wignall, I remember that was one of by towards the end of Jackson Rubio, and he was just doing.
No, he did the Wednesdays.
Yeah. But I feel like I knew somebody that worked with the Dingies, and
it's possible he recorded. Wignall recorded a lot of people.
But I just remember didn't have whoever I know that worked with the Dingies did not have nice things to say.
It's possible I'm forgetting stories in my old age. I don't know, but I don't remember for sure.
Do you remember when Steve got in a fight with a dude from PAX 17?
Yes, I do.
That was crazy.
Yeah.
That was where I realized, like, oh, somebody's more crazy than me. Because, like, I'll Hulk out, but I'm not, like, but Steve will Hulk out and fight people.
Yeah.
And he would have, that was a pull apart. I remember that.
There were some, there were some intense times there.
Well, in the hardcore scene, things got, because there was some.
Because they played a show with them. Right?
There was some business stuff. There was some label rivalries going on. They got some spots. I think they did some shady things to get to where they were, and people took offense.
Steve's band had signed a bum contract.
Yes.
So there was some bad feeling.
But then I think also those guys were jerks, and also that drummer was like 12 years old, and I remember he was a little punk, and they went to Nashville and got rich.
Yeah. Well, at least for a while they did on a couple albums.
I wonder what's going on. I just remember Steve almost throwing down with that dude. And then afterwards there was always there was a few tense moments. Tension.
Well, if you want to talk about that on our Facebook group, we could.
There's a lot of, we could talk about music stuff forever.
I was hoping that people would pick the music one, but I told Janelle that, and she's like, no one who listens to your show knows what you guys are talking about.
Remember the first, I remember going to the first hardcore show and getting freaked out seeing all the hardcore dancer guys, because that was a whole, because I've been in mosh pits since I was in junior high school, but then that was a whole different thing.
Kicking at your face on purpose.
And I was like, I'm out. I'm
I stand in the back
out
for
of here.
Shows, definitely.
That was because oh man, speaking of crazy stories, I remember going to one of Jason's. It was a hardcore show, and PAX 17 was there, and we were in the pit because it wasn't crazy hardcore dancing, and we ran into. And I remember, because you knew who he was, because I think they had just started their band, but we ran into Tim Lambesis, who I went to school with, of As I Lay Dying. Whoa. He was the lead singer. But you were like, how do you know him? And I'm like, he went to school with him. And he's like, he's in a band.
See, I don't remember, because the only time I saw As I Lay Dying was open.
No, we didn't see them, but he was in the pit. He was at the show.
Oh, okay.
So I think you knew who he was, and that was another one of those, wow, Brendo knows. Because I went to high school with him, and years later, that whole crazy thing with him hiring a hitman to kill his wife, and he's in jail.
But they opened for Torn in Two.
They were touring around the world. Yeah. They were huge. But I just remember that was another one of those moments where I'm like, yep, I know people, because we ran into him in the pit, and you're like, you know who that guy is? I'm like, yeah. And he was just at the show because I think they were just starting. They were just starting. But I remember I think that was another one where PAX got booked and Torn in Two didn't get a slot or something. There was some stuff happened, and
there were things. There were
I think
deals.
we were convinced that like they were paying. I remember we figure out that they were paying.
They did a lot of pay to play shows,
but like they were paying promoters to book them,
Probably.
and they had a lot of like. Didn't we find? I think we.
Well, they were funded by.
They were funded by a dad. It was kind of a rich dad thing, and they really rubbed a lot of people the wrong way.
Yeah,
and they sucked. I mean, that was the other thing. And it was like just a really bad rapcore. There was a lot of bad music going around at that time. It's
kind of weird to me that rapcore became like a mainstream thing for a little while. Like
it was a very brief.
It was, but it was very mainstream for a little bit though.
It was during that period where we didn't know what the next thing was,
and so rapcore squeezed in.
So rapcore, and like because that was the same time that like Limp Bizkit and all that stuff.
POD also.
POD and like, but POD like evolved, and they were. Because they were talented. Like,
well, yeah.
And they had, I mean, especially once they picked up the guy from Living Sacrifice and like.
Yeah. It was an interesting. It was a weird.
Josh and I had a total, like, just out of the blue nerd out moment today where I'm sure Steven was so like, I have no idea what it, because we were talking to Steven and then somehow Josh and I got on because I'm like, oh, we were talking about Jewel. And I was saying, because Steven just met Jewel, like went to one of her concerts. This is Steven Rodriguez. Because we have other Steves, so I'm sure.
Clarifying.
Steve Espinosa was like, "What are you talking about?" I met Jewel.
Remember you met Jewel?
Yeah. So, but I remember one of my early bonding experiences with my mom was, I told her because she had, in her drinking days, had seen Jewel play many times in like the local establishments in San Diego when she was like, this was her living in a van with her mom days. And then she was the waitress at a place called Java Joe's, and Drive used to play there a lot. And she would open for Drive. Like, cause I think she was the waitress. So they let her play like 10, 15 minutes. And it was just her and her guitar. And so then she played a bigger show. And I knew my mom liked her, and so I'm like, well, my friend like Drive's playing, so I get to go for free, and Jewel's gonna be there. And she's like, oh, I love Jewel. And this was again before our first album came out, and so that was like one of those early bonding experiences with my mom.
Wow.
But anyway, so I was talking about that with Josh, and I was like, oh yeah, I remember like she came up, and then we talked about because like she played like we're like. Oh yeah, and he's like, and then he asked me, he's like, so we're talking about local. Then that got us talking about San Diego venues, and he's like, is Canes still around? I'm like, Canes is still there. Belmont Park. He's like, oh, I saw so many shows there. And then we started talking about great because we're like Unwritten Law. That's a big San Diego punk band. And then he's like, Living Sack is like we were talking about all the hardcore. Dogwood, another San Diego local band. Saw them play tons of times, and then we talked about Old Soma, and like I remember, and then I talked about like talking about Living Sacrifice, POD, NIV. Like what were some of the other bands down there, just a lot of those like bands like the hardcore, and then Soma, and then I told him that story about MXPX when we talked to him, and I'm like, remember playing something like that? That was the worst, dingiest place to play, and I'm like, yeah, but we loved it. Like, yeah,
that's great.
But it was a dump hole. A lot of those all ages places are dump holes. They can't afford to keep them nice.
That's where you get to go. So,
but that's where like I was hearing rumors about the guy that owns the Galaxies trying to buy out all the other all ages clubs, like buy out Chain Reaction. And I'm like, I feel like
that's kind of the end.
That'd be
right?
bad. That would be like that would like kill. That's like the last bastion of like because like again like all ages venues. I mean like that's to some people like that's for a lot of kids like that's their lifeline, man. And like taking that away is like.
Where I got to see shows before I turned 21.
Yeah, I feel like it's a bummer, but but I don't know. So, but anyways, it was just so Josh and I just started talking about bands, and like Steven's just like, okay, and we're just like we're totally on like this total nerding out over shows. And
speaking of Josh, at the birthday party today, I forgot Josh and Rachel also gave Luke a very cool because it was Legend of Zelda theme, and Josh and Rachel got him an actual ocarina like.
Freaking
branded
awesome.
Ocarina of Time, like official,
and license. A music book with the Zelda songs.
Yeah, so he already like tonight, like he messed around with it for a bit, and then he wanted me to play something, so I like figured out how to do like a quick one on it. And like, so it's awesome. Pretty cool.
It was funny. We made some jokes like, "Be careful, you don't want to go to the dark world." And then we're like, and then Josh was like, "Maybe Dark Ukaipa is like nice." Like I'm like, yeah, there's sidewalks everywhere. Like, because at first it's like, oh, Dark Ukaipa, like I don't want to go there. And it's like, what if it's nice? Not that Ukaipa's, but like I could just imagine like sidewalks and I'm like, there'd be a movie theater right there. But then that's where I was like, we are getting an in and out.
It's true.
I feel like that's a big deal.
Big step up in the world.
But we're getting in and out. We still don't have a movie theater.
Yeah, but it's not that far.
Your brother mentioned how there's like 3 movie theaters in Apple Valley, and I'm like, that's bullcrap.
Yeah, yeah.
We have 0.
But it's not that far to go to one.
Still,
but there's not one in town.
The 11,000 person town that I lived in Missouri had a movie theater. Yeah, and it was tiny, but it was so tiny that you could call them.
Idlewild has a movie theater.
Idlewild has a movie theater. That's still my favorite thing at that movie theater, Moberly, that one time we called them and was like, hey, can you not start the movie till we get there? And they said, okay.
Sure. Yeah.
Can you imagine doing that?
Calling the Krikorian down there. Hey guys, we're coming down. Going a little late.
It was Knock Around Guys with Vin Diesel.
That's all right.
That was one of those, he's a star now. What do we have in the vault? Because they had those 2 movies that they released like immediately after Fast and Furious. It was Knock Around Guys, and then that other one where he was like out for revenge. And I found that was the first time I had heard about like movies that they like were not gonna release them. And then like,
this guy's famous now. We'll put this
I realized, and that's when I found out that was a thing. And I'm like, what other movies are just sitting on the shelf?
Lots.
And there's tons.
Well, now that we have Netflix, a lot of those see the light of day.
Yeah. They end up. That's where all those come from. That's where they pad out their library with all these movies.
And they can say this famous person is in this. Totally.
All right, so Kickstarter update here.
Yeah, well, we kind of talked about it. You and I worked quite a bit on it today.
Making a lot of progress,
which is good.
The tracks are master. I leveled the tracks out.
So we're like,
we got the artwork. We're about to submit it for publication.
But before I can send stuff out, I got to get the rest of those surveys. So get on that.
You're holding up the train.
Do it. Just do it.
Whoa.
Little tummy grumble. And then you guys have something fun that you started up, or who started it?
Kermit.
Kermit started it.
We have a Clicker Heroes clan, everybody. For all you people, I didn't bug David because David, he hasn't joined.
They will, I'm sure.
It's Radio BrendoMan, capital R, radio, space, Brendo, capital B, man. All BrendoMan's one word, but capital M.
Okay.
I think it's case sensitive. Yeah.
Okay.
Radio BrendoMan.
Do it.
Do it. Join it. We'll add. You have to be approved, but I approve everybody.
Yeah.
So far, it's like me and like Mark and one other person that I don't know who it is.
But they're in it.
There's 4 of us.
That's cool.
But hey, Kermit's like past like level 1,000, so he like beats the guys every day, and you just get to collect.
You just get all the points.
Get all the hero souls.
Nice.
Racking them in. Although I think I broke my game. I think I allocated my guilds wrong, and now like I can't progress at all.
At all?
I think I broke it.
You can be stuck?
Well, you can restart again, but then you'll just get stuck again. So I don't know. I think I did something wrong.
Man, if anyone knows how to help out.
Well, I think I figured it out, but I don't know. I feel like Reddit's full of crap because I did what Reddit said and then I like broke it.
Gosh, Reddit.
Dang it. I need to figure out what's going on with that. So we
talked about birthday. One other thing I want to add, because I didn't get to talk about this, but I got to brag about Luke a little bit. So one of the things we got him for his birthday is I downloaded the original Legend of Zelda and Zelda to the Adventure of Link, virtual console on his 2DS, so that he could play this. He's messed around with them a little bit before, but now that it's on his DS, he can take it with him and play it a bunch. So the same day I got it, and I told him, these older games are a little harder. They don't walk you through it, so don't get frustrated. I'll help you out with them, And he told me, "Oh, Dad, it's not going to be hard for me." I'm like, "Okay, just letting you know." So
he got the sword on his own.
So not only did he get the sword on his own, so I downloaded it in the morning. We hung out and did stuff throughout the day, and then we went to Disneyland after school. So on the drive to Disneyland, which is about an hour and 10 minutes or something like that, he got the sword. He found that
alone for a 5-year-old child is kind of crazy.
No, he found the first dungeon.
That's nuts.
He got
he beat the first.
Beat the first boss. He got the heart container. He got the bow and arrow. First you get the bow, then you had to buy the arrows. He got bombs. He got the candle.
Figured
he got
out
the
all
boomerang.
this.
He went to the 3rd level and got to the end boss, but hasn't beat the end boss yet. All on his own, on like an hour drive to Disneyland.
It's nuts.
And I didn't help him at all.
So this kid just turned 5.
Yeah. So, I mean, because to me, I remember that taking a lot longer.
And I was older than 5.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. Because Zelda was the first game I bought. Mm-hmm. I saved up money. I worked for it and I bought it. And so, I mean, I think I must have been in, I don't know, 1st grade, maybe something like that when I got it. Anyway, it's, so it was pretty impressive. He got it all on his own. So
there you go.
Little video game genius. And I'm just happy that our kids, have some of these. They're going to have some shared experiences with me. It's not all, the iPhone pads and these things the new kids have.
But you still got to let them be into that new stuff.
Oh, they are. You know that. They got plenty. But they got, they have both. It's a good mix. It's a balance. All right. What do you got?
I don't know. Work is really stressful.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I just wonder, if I'm, just not, I don't know. But I'm not a working person. But is anybody really a working person? And is this just what life is for everybody? And does everybody feel this way? And then are we all just, is everybody miserable? And what are we all doing? Is this why, everybody's just, always on edge about everything? Because we do these jobs that we don't really enjoy and, but you have to do it. And, I feel like this is all stuff I should have figured out before, but it's still a constant surprise to me that this is what we do and it's stupid. But I don't have a solution.
I don't know.
My solution is to do this kind of stuff and hope and pray
something comes. It might, but at least we get to do it and have fun doing it.
Working sucks, dude. It sucks. And it's not even it's horrible and I do stuff in exchange for money, but we're all, somebody brought it up at work the other day, we're all everybody knows in our department, we all pretty much know how much money we're all making. And so we're all just we're all barely we're not cleaning house here. We're all barely scraping by.
Right.
And some of these people in my department have kids and stuff. And I'm man, we're all scraping by, and meanwhile, there's the ivory towers where they're just we are working our butts off so some other dude can get filthy rich, and that's the world that we live in. But we should feel grateful to that guy just so he can give us enough to barely, and we're never very comfortable because there's always the looming possibility of something happening, and then you're screwed. And for me, it's they could tell me tomorrow, we don't need you. And then I was I'm living in constant fear right now. If I were to lose my job, Monday morning, I go to work and they're okay, you're done on Friday. I would be completely screwed.
Now, this might be silly. I mean, hopefully this scenario doesn't happen, but can you get unemployment again?
Not this soon. You have to work a certain amount.
How much?
I feel if I worked 6 months, I could probably get unemployment. But I don't want to be back on unemployment again.
I'm not saying you do. I'm just saying.
But it's just and then is that what my life is now?
No, I hope not.
I don't know. I don't know why I can't. And just be and that's I feel that's society is just own. Just that's life. I'm I refuse to just accept that this is what my life is going to be until what? Until I'm 60, 70? I'm just doing this crap, just barely scraping by and not enjoying it and and coming home and just being I don't want to do anything because this is stupid.
But then we do get to do good stuff.
Yeah, but I don't know. I just feel it's just I don't know. It's just dumb. Well, podcasts are making it more okay. I listen to so much podcast. I'm back on the pod. I listen. So now I'm listening to everything. Actually now I'll just let Stitcher cycle through every podcast on my list.
Just whatever you have on there.
Yeah. I listen to everything, man. I listen to this. So the Wrestling Observer feed, they put everything on their network on, and they have this one show where it's Sunday nights and it's weird conspiracy stuff. And this guy it's call in, and there is some nutcases. And so at first I'm like, I don't want to listen to this. But then like the first caller was like, did you hear about this conspiracy that Bill Hicks is actually, he did not die and he's this conspiracy theorist guy and they're related? And it's just, and the guy's like, all right, okay, I have not heard that. And then there's
a call in where people call in to tell
just
them crazy
dang, all this crazy stuff. But then he actually interviewed, then he has like a guest. So this one, it was a woman that does like true crime stuff. And she actually wrote the book that Boys Don't Cry is based on.
Huh.
And so like she talked about that case. She talked about OJ. She talked about evidence that she, like in her investigation, like she has records of interviews and stuff that like never were, and like she's like, oh, he's guilty is all get out. Like she has like some crazy, like some stuff that she's like, I have this, like this tape exists where he's like this, and it's conversations again, furthering the theory that Mario presented, that the whole reason why Kardashian was his lawyer was so because it was conversations between him and Kardashian and some other people that were recorded that are very not bad, like just don't look good. And so that further that theory, it's a very prevalent theory. And she even said the same thing. And this is like a well-respected journalist person. And then she also talked about how she is 99%, and this was surprising to me, that she is 99% convinced that the Ramseys, because you know everybody thinks that the parents killed John Benet Ramsey.
Oh yeah.
That's pretty. That she's convinced that it's not the case, and that the police, because in that Boulder, Colorado area, that was the first murder that like they'd ever that department, the people in that department had ever done, and they completely bumbled that, and that there was a second set of footprints, that the footprints don't match the Ramseys, that there was DNA that doesn't match the Ramseys, like all the physical evidence. The whole reason why the media and everybody thinks that because they were aloof in the interviews, which it is true, and South Park made fun of it and everything, but she was like, no, the evidence is completely against, like, the rules out the Ramseys, and they're aloof in every interview. She met with him privately. She's like, this is your chance. And he was still exactly, that's just the way they are. And I'm like, that's horrible. Like, because of like just the way these people are convinced that they killed their daughter, even though all the evidence, and the evidence does support, because I remember hearing about this. There's a dude that killed himself in jail that the evidence does point to that dude, but because the narrative is like, oh, the parents. So she was talking about that, but that was pretty fascinating.
Wow. All on a podcast.
I think it's called After Dark with Brian Alvarez. They also talked about all the, do you remember, your mother-in-law was guilty of doing this.
Which?
End of the world prophecies related to the blood moon.
This is funny because she sent out like this whole list of prophecies that
she also posted on Facebook
halfway through the month that already half of them had not come true.
Well, because there was two different things that were going on. One was September 23rd. I guess a lot of people were locked on that.
Yeah, for whatever
reason. And then the blood moon. But then, as somebody pointed out to your mother-in-law, they're like, you know, there was a blood moon 33 years ago and about 35 years before that, and this happens every 30 so years. And she never responded. I was waiting for that response just to see, because she quoted a Bible passage, just totally ripped out of it. Sorry, Janine, if you're listening to this, because I know there's a possibility, but Janine, I love you, but
we're still here.
We're still here.
We're all still here.
If we'd love to hear if you have some more predictions. Well, because they already so somebody called in and found a Wikipedia where people collect end of the world predictions, and I guess the next one is sometime next week.
Oh, okay.
So be ready. But they talked about that, and Brian Alvarez, he's like very skeptical of everything, but he listens to him, and he's not dismissive.
Okay.
But he's like, he's very polite and nice, but it is kind of funny to like just listen to all the nut jobs. But he wants to actually, because he wants to know more about why people latch onto so he's actually trying to get this psychologist guy that like that's his specialty, is like the whole end of the world phenomenon and the psychological implications and why people are obsessed with that and like what makes people latch onto these things and the attitudes and, again, psychological implications, because there definitely are some. And not that they're just crazy, but like why
is that so important?
Yeah. And because it's, again, it always, like in Christianity, it is weird that it is very prevalent, especially when Jesus, if you do believe the Bible, Jesus was very clear that you won't know.
No one's gonna know.
I mean, et cetera. Everybody can quote that, but you can.
No man will know the day or the hour.
So, anyways,
so why do we keep trying to guess it?
Again, these are things I listen to on podcasts, on Stitcher. But then other great podcasts, all the BrendoMan Network podcasts. So that's helped me get through my workday. It helps me focus in on things because there is a lot going on, a lot of chatter. And then when I get to like where I have to do, like I had this pretty complex new hire setup, and I can pop in my earbuds and just kind of get to work. And it's a good. So, now
this part probably helps you a little bit too. I'm curious to hear about this next.
I'm working on some new jokes. I guess this can be a recurring.
Brendo's got a new joke.
I've got some. I got a few.
All right. Tell us what.
Working on new material. So I got my opener I'm working on.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm more of a long form guy, more of a moth guy. Like the moth. No, that's some NPR humor.
Okay. I don't know what that is.
It's more like those moths from Silence of the Lambs, the weird moth that they pulled out.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know what those are.
It's weird that I saw that movie when I was 12, right?
Yes.
That's weird.
Wait, am I supposed to respond to these?
No.
Okay, I'll be quiet. I'm like an audience.
I
could be like a heckler, but I won't put it.
It's weird that I saw that movie when I was 12, right? It's more weird that my dad let me watch it as long as I read the book. And I'm sure he thought I would get bored or something. You know what's even more weird than that? I took it to my grandparents, and my grandma wanted to read it. And then all she said afterwards was, "Your dad let you read this?" Yeah. So much in that. Oh, you don't want to join the Navy? Oh, you don't want to play outside? Oh, you don't want to go to Berkeley? The of our mothers and grandmothers will haunt us forever. And then, we got time travel. My Special Olympics bits,
Yeah.
So as some of you may know, I have mild cerebral palsy. So I did in 1996. No, it was 1995. My freshman year of high school, I participated in the Special Olympics in San Diego. I was on a team for United Cerebral Palsy, and I still don't know how to feel about this experience. You want to know why? Because I took away some dude's gold medals. I won 6 gold medals, and that was some other dude had those on lock. And I took away that dude's gold medals. To this day, he probably looks at those silver medals and is just like, fuck that guy. Like, I'm sure he still looks at them. Because that was his thing. Like, these are like, you think Special Olympics, and like, so I don't know. I feel sometimes I still think about that. I mean, how proud can you be when you lose the 400-meter dash to a guy with no legs? He wasn't in my division though, so I still got a gold medal. I'm totally serious here. Like, even my mom was embarrassed. The only time she participated was when they were making us. They're making sure we were disabled enough, because they saw me and they're just like, "Oh, this kid's fat," but I don't know. And it didn't seem very scientific. So they call my mom in there, and she's like, "Oh yeah, he was diagnosed when he was 4." And then he had me run around a room, and the guy said, "Good enough for me." And suddenly I'm an Olympian. I was on the track team in my high school, and that year they gave me the most improved I think they gave it to me out of guilt, because they're like, this kid was in the Special Olympics. We can't not give him an award. So I got an award in the real track team. I remember sitting there waiting for my events and hearing people talk about me. Like, what's this guy's deal? Is fat a disability now? I started thinking maybe I should gimp it up a little. Like, maybe if I stick my tongue out and start drooling, would that make this better for you? Would that make this more comfortable? So yeah, that's my Special Olympics material.
Right. Not everyone could get away with that.
I know. That's why it's great.
Yeah.
My brother pointed this out to me. He's like, you could do some pretty edgy stuff.
Yeah.
But I'm serious. I did try to gimp it up a little because people were pointing me out, being like, what's this guy's deal?
Yeah. And I get it.
I did stick my tongue out at some point. Like when I was doing my events.
So that you didn't feel bad.
Yeah, I still felt bad. Women deserve everything because nothing about high heels makes any stinking sense. And pantyhose. Anytime some dude comes up with a lady's fashion, they should be forced to wear it for a day. We'd be living in a different world. So I'm working on that. I came up with some wrestling material.
All right.
Wrestling's pretty gay. So it's weird how homophobic wrestling fans can get. You'll hear a dude say something about a guy being a fag, like that wrestler, and then the same guy will say, I can't believe that guy wrestles with his shirt on. He should take his shirt off. That's pretty gay. Like, I don't know what that deal is. I think it's just this weird, like, homoerotic, they're struggling. I don't know, it's weird. And then, like, the other weird thing, wrestling period is weird because people are always like, it should be more realistic. And like, people are very like, because they want it to be less cartoony. And I'm like, no matter how realistic we try to get this entertainment form to be, it still boils down to, I am really mad at you. So let's go in this ring and we're going to wrestle around in our underwear and have a referee there. And if I pin you to the mat, then our fight, then we're no longer, that's how we settle our beefs. So yeah, that's super realistic, you guys.
Totally.
Like the whole concept is very like, come on.
Yeah.
I'm very mad at you, Phil. Let's take our clothes off and roll around in this ring. I sit on you.
This is what I do. This is what I do. This is what I do. I sit
and
on
then
you.
All these people are going to pay $150 to watch us do that.
Now, okay, so people want to come and see us do a live podcast. How much more would they want to see if we were wrestling around?
And that's comedy time with Brendo.
That's good.
Think it's okay?
Yeah. I think you got some solid material. I think the next, well, maybe not next step, but at some point here, you got to actually try this out.
You got to try it out.
After talking with our friend at Long Beach Comic-Con, Jason, I think you should do it. You just got to try it. You just got to. You won't know until you get up there.
I don't know.
What if it kills? What if it's great? What if this is what you've been waiting for?
Well, I'd have to, like, I can't do it in Ukaipa.
Well,
I mean, I could do the one open mic in Ukaipa.
You could do the one.
But I'd have to start traveling around to open mics and staying out late.
There's probably stuff in Riverside and Redlands. I'm sure.
We'll see.
It's got to at least try it. Come on.
All right. Again, I'm more of a moth guy. Maybe I could do some moth storytelling. But I'd have to tell, like, because you know me, I could make a room cry if I wanted to.
Well, sure.
And that would be more of, that's why I said I'm more of a moth style. See, I didn't do the train, because like my brother wrote that, and he wrote it the way he wrote it, because it was one where I didn't write it down, and I should have, because I'm more of a moth guy. And by moth, I mean those moths and Silence of the Lambs, those weird ones. It's weird that I saw that movie when I was 12. That's the transition.
Right.
It's just off the cuff. It's weird that I saw that movie when I was 12. Because it is weird. Because that totally happened. And I think, here's what I think in my dad's head. He's like, this is a totally over his head book. I know my dad knew that I was like pretty smart. And I think that's when he grasped it, like, oh, my son is reading adult books. My son is reading grown-up books and can understand it, because he's like, if you read the book, I'll let you see the movie. And I'm like, okay, let's go get that book. And then I read that book, and I was like, whoa, this is crazy.
Now you really want to go see the movie.
And now I'm like, I want to see this movie, because I think like this movie is like, yeah, like this is like a different, because my dad took me to see like R-rated action movies,
right?
Like Terminator 2, and the first R-rated movie we saw was Glory, because he's like Civil War, historical, and then he was like, oh crap, they cuss so much in this movie. And I think that's where I learned about cussing, was Glory, because they cuss a lot. And then also it's like really violent, but it was like, but that movie also messed me up, because the good guys lose in that movie. Like the Union Army, everybody dies. Everybody. The ending of that movie is, I think I've talked about this on this show. The ending of that movie is like Matthew Broderick and all those guys getting rolled into a mass grave, and that's the end.
Have a nice night.
But that's what really happened. So
yeah, it's definitely not a
and they all died in the end, and I was like, "What is happening right now?
What did you take me to?"
But I was obsessed with the Civil War, and I knew its historical significance, so it wasn't completely. But I was still like, "Whoa." And then I remember that same, I think like the next year, like Last Mohicans came out. Not happy. Kind of. No, not happy at all.
No.
Because then you find, because then like, then the sad part is like, so there's Uncas and Hawkeye, and then who's the third one? So he gets killed, and then the girl jumps off the cliff, and then they kill Wes Studi's character. What was his? So they kill him. So Hawkeye kills him, and then it turns out Uncas is the last Mohicans, and he's like old and he's gonna die, and then that's the end of the movie.
That's it, and the end of the race.
Yep.
Yeah.
They killed all of them.
Some good. There's a
and also the French and Indian War was like messed up.
Yeah.
And then like they burned that one dude alive. I remember that was crazy. So he shot him, like he turned. That movie is pretty awesome. And listening, that score, I still listen to that score like a lot. Like that's kind of like that like like the and then it's almost like Terminator, but like kind of historical Terminator.
If Terminator in the past.
Yeah. And it's like, yeah. And like you just see Daniel Day-Lewis like running through the woods, like in your mind.
And here's the thing for me though, when I think of that movie, all I can think of is Ben Stiller running as Daniel Day-Lewis. I'm Daniel Day-Lewis, and he has like the Mohican 5000 treadmill, and he's running on it. Like that's all I can think of now when I see that movie. So, or think of that movie.
Well, yeah.
All right, this last one you have here is really interesting.
Oh,
I have no idea where you're going with this.
So there's this whole block of Eastern European dudes. I was about to say Eurotrash, but I guess that's offensive.
Probably.
But they definitely fall into that category. Okay. They're like so there's all these programmers. They're like these Eastern, I want to say, because I've heard them talking and I'm like, what is that? Is that German? Is that Swedish? What is that? I don't know. So Eastern European.
Okay. Swedish is pretty far northern European.
Fine, whatever. Like Scandinavian, maybe right, Eastern.
Something.
Maybe not Swedish. Maybe it definitely. I feel like they're German, but I'm not sure.
Okay.
And it's weird. They're kind of tough boys because they're the top dog programmers. And like I go, like I've dealt with these guys a little bit. I started dealing with them more regularly, and I go to bring one of them this computer, and he's just like, "This video card is garbage. Get it out of here." And I'm like, "What?" He's like, "I cannot use this video card. Like, just like get this crap out. Just like we don't care about your little computers. We take your money and we call it even." But like, and this dude looks like Peter Stormare.
Okay.
Like looks like him. So I'm just like, all I'm thinking about is cut off your Johnson. And like he's very intense, and he smells like cigarettes, and like all I think about is like Die Hard, and then he's got this little sidekick, and he's got the like skullet, and he looks like spaghetti. Like he looks like Tim Heidecker.
Marinara sauce around
if he lips? Did, but he has that like receding hairline, ponytail.
Oh my god.
Spaghetti. And he looks like spaghetti. And every time I see him, I'm like spaghetti. But he like they're just these Eastern European dudes. But this video card is garbage. Get this out of here. This is not the computer that I ordered.
It's pretty good.
Spaghetti. So we take the money in your pockets and we call it even. But he looks like Peter Stormare.
It's not fair.
It's not fair. We thought we'd get $1 million. Yeah. Wow. Eastern European programming dudes at work. And spaghetti.
And that brings us to
Book Corner.
Book Corner, man. It's been a slow Book Corner week for me.
It's been a pretty good one for me.
What you got?
I finished Designers and Dragons the 70s.
Yeah, still good.
It was really good. It's good. It's always cool, as I wrote in my Goodreads review. One, it actually helped me like understand, because my dad was like a huge board gaming nerd. Like, and it seemed like I found out it was a pretty common hobby among military vets, because it's military gaming. So it kind of kept all those. And my dad actually, and when he was in the reserves, so further tying it in, like my dad like ran the war games. Like that was like his big thing, was he would run when they did all their training exercises down in San Diego.
So he was like a DM.
Yeah.
Back then.
And but he was way into wargaming, Avalon Hill games, and I remember he did like the baby steps getting us into gaming, because first Avalon Hill came out with this game called Yellowstone, where you were an animal and you got to pick your animal, and then you traveled with your herd, and you had to migrate from one end of Yellowstone to the other, to where you were going to hibernate without getting, and there was like bears and predators and other natural, and you had to like make it, and it was like a way to get kids into, like, because you're like, instead of being like the German army and like this battle of the bulge, like, no, you're an elk with your elk herd, and you got to get to the other side of the park. And I remember playing the heck out of that. And then Milton Bradley came out with those big games in like the mid 80s. There were 3 of them. We had 2 of them. The 3 of them, the first one was Shogun, which I guess now is called Samurai Swords or Samurai Spirits.
Okay.
And it was a Japanese, it took a feudal Japan warfare game. So you had an army, you were trying to take over, you're part of, it was a feudal Japan. You had a Ronin and samurai, and you could hire a samurai to try and assassinate the general. That was a quick way but it was very risky, but it was a quick way to try and win the game. Because if your general got assassinated, like that was the end of the game. So it was kind of like risk. It was very risk-like, but with like samurais and stuff. So we were very into that. But at the time, it was a very complex game. But I remember playing that when I was like 7 or 8.
Right.
And then we moved up to the big dog, Axis and Allies, which when I got that, I think I got it for like my 11th I was 11. I got it for Christmas, and our whole family was there. My grandpa, my uncle. And we played a game that lasted for 3 days. And because my grandpa and my aunt were like the Axis, and my grandpa was just ruthless. But I think we ended up winning. Like, so yeah, you team up, and it was like, and it was intense. And then the third one, which I never played, but it was the third of those big games, was called Fortress America. And those were like, they were like the $50 big box ones at Playco. And then from there, he got us, and this is where I feel like I never found out what his end goal was, but I want to believe that his end game was D&D, because the next game that he introduced was Hero Quest, which was a team up Games Workshop trying to get, because Games Workshop is Warhammer, but they were trying to get people, like, it was an entry level RPG, because it was a whole campaign, like multiple scenarios where you leveled up your character, but it was like very basic. Like there was a dungeon master, but again, it was like, it wasn't, there was a board, there was miniatures, but it was very like, it was a hybrid board game RPG. Right. It was a very basic RPG using, it did use some, it had like it had like dice. It was all D6s, but they had like special faces on them. But there wasn't like, your D12s or D20s or anything like that. So it was like I got way into that to the point where I was writing my own, like there was a back of the book where it showed you how to create your own scenarios. And now I loved it so much that I went back and paid a ton of money
to get it again.
So I have it, and I have 2 of the, like, I think they ended up releasing like 4 expansion packs. The last 2 are like super rare. So I have 2 of them.
Wow.
But yeah, so that was like, so then reading about like how D&D was directly descended from wargaming. Gary Gygax was like a hardcore wargamer, but they kind of took it, they started doing fantasy, and then they kind of, the next step was like role-playing and individual characters and not just controlling these armies.
Right.
And just reading about that history, and also that it was just dudes, bunch of dudes playing games, and they came up with their own games. And then all the people that came after that were dudes that were like, D&D's okay, but I have my own ideas. And now that this industry is open, and then just making things again out of their garages, out of their apartments. Games Workshop, which is now ginormous company. They're Warhammer. They have stores.
Right.
They are huge. That was 3 dudes in an apartment in England. Like, and then also like the old school, like just hearing about like a lot of these guys started as like distributors, like selling D&D and like all the other, because role playing was so fragmented. It was like the indie music scene.
Right.
And so having these distributors where they had like their mail order catalogs, and I'm like, that's kind of like the zines or like distributors distributing the, and so like it was exactly like that. And one of the other biggest guys in the industry never actually made his own role playing game, but he was the guy that started distributing all these, and he ended up making his big money in dice. But yeah, it's just all these kind of cool, inspiring stories about creators and making their stuff, and then ended up, some of them like, and they crashed and burned once they got too big,
flew too close to the sun,
and then like they weren't businessmen, and so they made bad decisions. And then also it seems like the RPG industry was like very cyclical. So like people would get tired, burnt out, and like there were several crashes. There was like a crash in like 83. There was another one in 88. Then there was there was the CCG boom, and then everybody tried to make a collectible card game after Magic happened.
Right.
And then so many companies just like died because of that. Same thing with like, so I'm sure you have some of the fighting fantasy books.
I don't know.
I know you have your Choose Your Own Adventure collection, and a lot of different ones. So the other biggest line in the 80s was fighting fantasy, and the guys from Games Workshop, that was like their thing, and they were like RPG type Choose Your Own Adventure books.
I don't know if I have any of those.
But there was a game. So in the late 80s, there was a huge game book boom because of Choose Your Own Adventure, and then because it was like, this is a way we can get casual people into RPGs. Because there were some where you actually had to use dice and like other things
move through the book.
Yeah, and so I think fighting fantasy wasn't that hardcore, but they were like more like serious Choose Your Own Adventure type books. I remember seeing them in the library, and they were like mass produced. But a lot of companies like got onto that, and then ended up getting like, one company got like 3/4 of their books remaindered. And like just like, and it's like millions of books, and just lost all their money. And so, but then the collectible card game, a lot of companies died there. Like, because you just hop on that, and then it turns out to just be, because like, while Magic is still standing, like none of those other games made it through that. Like there's so many, because I remember even like there was CCG everything for a while. There was that Star Wars one, and like even the Star Wars one didn't last. Like that's how huge of a bust there was. Like the only like really like Magic survived, because then Pokemon happened, but Magic still survived that, but all the other ones just died. It's crazy. And then I'm currently reading, I started, so there was that Amazon $2 book sale a while back. I picked up like 6 books, and at that point I got it because I had heard good things. I had been hearing good things. I saw the trailer for the movie. So I got The Martian, and it is awesome. I'm already like more than a third of the way done, and I just started it like yesterday.
So it's really good.
It's really good. I mean,
the movie looks super good.
If you haven't seen the trailer, but basically it's a little bit in the future, because it's the 3rd Mars mission, human Mars mission, and there's a storm on Mars, so they have to evacuate. And during the evacuation, events occur where it appears the crew thinks that this astronaut which is Matt Damon's character in the movie, is killed, because he is legitimately like impaled on an antenna and like this in his vital signs. They don't get because his suit gets punctured, so then his vital signs. But then he manages to survive that, and then he's just and then because they left, they had to get out of there, or they were all gonna die because like their Mars ascent vehicle was about to tip over. And if it had tipped over, they all would have been stuck.
Right.
And so it wasn't like they on purpose abandoned anything. It was just a crazy circumstance. So now he's stuck on Mars. The next mission is not coming to Mars for like 5 years.
So he's got to survive.
And he somehow has to survive. And that includes growing crops and trying to find a way to communicate. And he has all his communication is down. There is no communication.
So it's like Robinson Crusoe in space.
In space. It's really good, really intense. Right when you think, oh, he's got it figured out, it reminds me a little bit of Gravity. Like you're just like on edge. You're just like, right. Did you ever know seeing Gravity?
Oh yeah.
Oh man, so good. Okay.
Yeah, it was great.
Very
tense.
So yeah, this is like that in book form, and I'm sure the movie not as crazy because I feel like in Gravity she's just constantly in peril.
Gosh, yes, you
like
never got to breathe.
This like. He spends a lot of time. Again, a good chunk of this is him growing potatoes,
which is
in
what
a
makes
space.
Me think of Robinson Crusoe.
Yeah.
Like, that's half the book.
Yeah,
is him like
and
growing vegetables.
But then like it's super like the science in it. I'm not super like chemist or anything, but just knowing what I remember from things, like it seems it's very like all the stuff is very sound, well researched. Like all the chemistry stuff, he goes into detail about the chemical reactions he needs because he also has to make enough water for him to survive. Right. So he figures out a way to make water and all this chemistry stuff, and and then he like accidentally blows himself up a couple times just from different chemical reactions and burning nitrogen and all this other stuff. It's pretty crazy.
Wow,
it's really good. And then I made quite a bit of progress in The Rest Is Noise, right. Where he officially made a connection from one of the composers that we're talking about to Bob Dylan.
Wow.
Like a direct connection. So we're getting
heard of someone.
Yeah.
Now.
Yeah.
That's good.
And so I mean it's a good book. It's like it makes me want to listen to this stuff, which is what the other one like that last one. So I mean it's really well, and it's also like a history of the 20th century in the context of this cultural history, but also how it relates to our history, like, you know, history.
Yeah, history.
Like in World War II, post World War II, the, you know, segregation, race issues, how all that ties in. Because he talked about Gershwin and Duke Ellington and these guys, and they're like, you know, how Gershwin was always never, because he was like just this Jewish dude, he was never truly accepted into like W.E.B. Du Bois, who's like kind of the head of the like African American intellectual movement. Like he like looked down on him because he thought he was like pandering, and how Gershwin it was this kind of a bummer because you know, and because he did a lot, like his music and for jazz and for opening the doors for people. But I don't know, it's really good. And again, like there's still a lot of stuff that still dealing with.
Yeah. Well, because my week was so crazy, I barely got to read this week.
On your 2 trips to Disneyland?
I did. That's just a small part of what it was. That was part of it, but man, it was just a wild week.
Wild week, people.
I chunked away a little bit at the Eugene Merman book. I think that's going to take me a while. I want to read it. It's fun, but it's best in small doses, like, because it's very just all over the place. And there are a lot of typos in it. It's crazy. Again, I think that whoever read it just didn't get it, because there's typos, and I'm like, I don't think they read this part. I don't think they knew what was happening here. But it's funny. It's not something you read in large chunks.
Mm-hmm.
I'm almost done with The Bell Bandit, which is the 3rd book.
So good.
Really, really good. It starts getting way more intense than the first
stuff
two.
With the grandma is super intense.
And just very emotional, like not recognizing your own grandkids, and then like how do they deal with those feelings?
Yeah, and having dealt, I don't know if you've dealt with that with a family member, it's spot on. Like,
yeah, it's really well written. So I'm enjoying that. Almost done with that. And then I started reading, since we finished all these Sideways stories, we started reading the next book with the kids, like chapter book is How to Eat Fried Worms. You remember this, I'm sure.
Are they digging it?
Yeah, very much. So it's very different. It took them a little while, but it was super fun because the first time, I read a few chapters of it, and I said, well, what do you guys think? See if they want to still read it. And they said, they liked it. And I said, well, how is it different from How to Eat or from Sideways Stories? And Audrey said, well, Sideways Stories is a bunch of small individual stories, and this is one long story, And I said, yeah, that's true. And I asked Luke, how is it different? And he said, well, Sideways Stories was silly, and this is realistic fiction. He literally said that. I'm like, realistic? Yeah, where did you get that from? And he's like, oh, Mommy and I were talking about books, and yeah, this is realistic fiction. I'm like, yeah, yes, it is.
Wow.
Yes, it is. These things could happen. They didn't, but they could. So it's been fun. It's been fun reading it because it's silly. And what made me think of it is that it has little short, one sentence chapters and just silly structure. One chapter, the title is like a picture of a squished worm instead of actual words. So there's a lot of silly stuff like that they like. It's fun.
The crazy thing about The Martian is there's been times where I'm tearing up, and then there's times where it's really funny. My favorite thing in the whole book so far. So meanwhile, they also show you you jump from, because it's his mission logs,
right? But
then it also jumps to a third person narrative of what's going on Earth.
Okay.
They're when they figure out that he's alive, what they're doing. And one of the things, so there's this whole big thing where the head of the mission control, the head of the mission is just really emotional. I hope he's up there. I hope he knows. I wonder what he's thinking right now. And then it cuts just a quick to his mission log, and it's Mark, and he's like, how the hell can Aquaman talk to whales? They're mammals. It doesn't make any sense. And then it just jumps right back to the NASA. That's what he's thinking. That's what he was thinking about. That's funny. And then I'm like, how does he talk to whales?
Because he's supposed to talk to fish.
Yep.
Yeah. Right.
Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Those are the things you think about when you're just hanging out on Mars.
You got nothing to think about. That's funny.
But it was just a really funny, and I can't wait to see that in the movie. The way they do that
kind of stuff.
Because it was really funny. And you know how, I don't know if you've read books on Kindle where if you have it turned on, you can see the most popular highlights and a group.
I've read, but I haven't seen it.
So you can have it turned on when people highlight things, and usually not a lot of stuff is highlighted, but that passes where the Aquaman thing, it's got 50,000
That's awesome.
highlights, because it is really funny. Because it's just this really serious tone back on Earth, and then he's thinking about it. And also the other funny thing is so they were all allowed to bring up whatever digital as much as they wanted. So he burns through all the stuff that he had, and so then he has to go through the rest of the crew stuff, and one of them all they had was Beatles albums, so he got tired of that. And then the captain, all she had was old 70s shows, so he's watching Three's Company, and at first he's this is stupid, and then he writes these whole big things about man, I actually like because who was there after the Ropers left, there was another couple, and he's I actually like them better than the Ropers, but I cannot handle this Chrissy replacement, she's the worst. So he's going, and then he's talking about Dukes of Hazzard, he's why didn't Boss Hogg just go to the Duke farm when they're not in the car and arrest them? Why does, and I'm because then there would be no show.
Yeah, that's the show.
But that's what should have happened. Is just, oh, they're not in the car, I'm going to arrest them now, right? Because the car can get away, but where the Duke farm is. It's the Duke farm.
Just go over there.
But it's just, these are also the things that he talks about in the show. And then the other person, he's he needs different music, but all he can find is disco. So then when he finally gets to send a message to the crew, because they're on their 1 year voyage to get home.
Right.
So at first NASA didn't want to tell him that he was still alive. So because they thought he was dead, but they were worried that it would ruin their morale if they knew that they left him there.
Right.
Because they're at more risk than him because they're still in space.
Right.
So we need to have them on. So finally they approved. So his first thing is tell Captain so-and-so disco sucks. And it's just really funny. Anyways.
All right, so I got you on something on Music Talk.
Oh, yeah.
Music.
Now I'm listening to the Beach Boys.
Okay.
All the time.
Okay.
And I have a good vibe, because I was talking about good vibrations
in
relation to pet sounds. I was confused because while it was recorded during the Pet Sounds sessions and released as a single during that time, it wasn't on Pet Sounds.
It was on Smiley Smile.
It was on Smiley Smile. And then later, because I remember one of the albums that my dad had that I listened to, because at first I was like, what was that album? Because he had Pet Sounds and he had Smiley Smile, but he also, the album we listened to the most was Endless Summer.
Right.
And that is a best of.
Yeah.
That's a hits album. And that's got everything.
Yeah.
Because that also has Good Vibrations. But that was the one we listened to. Because it was also I think it was a double vinyl. And
that makes sense.
We listened because that had everything on it. And
well, according to the movie, it was still part of the same sessions, but he recorded it last. And that's why it wound up being on the next thing.
Him and Mike Love argue about who contributed what.
Yeah.
There's some points of contention.
Yeah.
The Wikipedia article for Good Vibrations is like 20. All those Beach Boys songs are like 20 pages.
I did some deep dives on them.
There's and also it made me realize talking while reading this Rest is Noise book, because there's musicians and there's these and this, if you listen to Pet Sounds and also some of the other no, Brian Wilson was a composer, because these are there's not just this is not just play these guitar chords.
GCD, right?
There's so much going on.
Yeah.
And there's all sorts of percussion instruments. There's all sorts of string arrangements. Right. He was using the what was that thing we wanted to get one? Theremin.
Yeah.
Different kinds of theremins.
Yeah, like the lap steel.
He was using all those. He even was using just every kind of instrument and arrangements and
harmonies.
And then they brought in. I want to see the documentary. There's a documentary about the Wrecking Crew on Netflix.
Oh, is it really?
And because these were the session musicians on Pet Sounds and on so much other stuff. There's a document. It's called The Wrecking Crew.
Ooh, I need to look that up.
Because they're pretty much the most famous studio musicians.
Yeah.
And they're on they're responsible for a huge chunk of music, and then nobody ever gives them credit.
Yeah. Well, they got a lot of credit in the movie.
Yeah.
Got to see that movie. It's
I know.
Really good.
I do. I actually I'll get a free Redbox, but it's during the week. And
really?
It's
mine are always in the weekends.
Mine are during the week on a Tuesday, and with Redbox, you got to turn it in the next day. Right. So I'm I don't have time to watch a Redbox during the week.
Mine are all weekends. You gotta get on a different list or something.
I'm on the list. Are you on the text messages?
No, I get them on emails.
Maybe I need to do that.
You gotta get on the emails.
The text
emails
messages
are all weekends, and it's good for the whole weekend.
Text messages come up during the week, and it's good today only, and I'm what?
Gotta get on the email.
All right.
They reward you for being obsolete.
I figured I was being cool by being on the text message.
Yeah, well, you're cool, but you don't get all the free stuff.
I'm listening to Beach Boys. I actually, the Pet Sound sessions are on Spotify, and it's 8 discs worth of. It's a huge, but it's crazy listening to some of this stuff take form.
Yeah.
And some of the cut stuff and some of the other stuff, it's pretty nuts. And also just listening to them work out their harmonies. I don't think people realize how insane, how completely, and that's where, as much crap as Mike Love gets because of later things, the way he harmonized with Brian Wilson, it's pure magic.
Yeah.
They were perfect complements to each other.
Well, and I know, Pet Sounds obviously gets recognized as being this huge artistic achievement, but even going back,
everything,
it's all insane.
And I don't think people realize what they're, and this is without any, now, you can do all this stuff.
Or whatever.
This is all
well, and there's obviously no auto tune. It's all, they did it all live.
This is all live, analog.
Studio, yeah.
This isn't even, it isn't even.
Make it sound so effortless that you don't think about, but this is really complicated.
And then you think about, because again, especially I just will never forget my dad. And to the fact that Still Cruising, because most of their, I don't know if it's but it's not, I couldn't find it on any of the streaming services, so I don't know if that's this is bad, or if it was I don't know if
it could be a licensing.
Licensing.
Well, because the whole thing with it is all those movie songs.
Yeah.
So it might be some weird licensing stuff or something.
But what if I want to listen to that Wipeout with the Fat Boys?
I don't know. You can find it, I'm sure.
I will never I remember because my mom loved Kokomo, and now that song, listening to it now, that song is garbage. It's like a parody of a Beach Boys song.
Well, what happened is then the people who were still performing as the Beach Boys started. It was almost a tribute to their earlier stuff. They weren't doing new things.
Yeah.
They were just doing.
But
hey, this is what we used to do.
And it doesn't sound. It's not nearly as good because you have Mike. You have two of you only have like two original guys.
Right.
And then they're with it's like this is like it is like Brian Wilson's like missing. It's like a huge empty space. Like it's palpable. And then it reminded me of remember when the Beach Boys were on Full House and John Stamos was like touring with the Beach Boys and and all this stuff, and the Beach Boys were on like Jesse and the Rippers, and they had a song that they actually recorded with John Stamos and Mike Love and that's where again a lot of the vitriol, because they sold out in every possible way.
That's pretty much the definition there.
Every possible way that you could possibly sell out. I
did not know about that.
Because somebody brought up the Full House in Brian Wilson's interview, and he was very clear. He's like, I was not a part of that. That was not me. Yeah. And someone's like, I'm pretty sure. And and then people got mad at the guy. They're like, that wasn't him. Like, no, it looks like him. I'm like, they all kind of look like some of their brothers. And it's like, that's not. Brian Wilson was locked in a closet somewhere. Yeah, at that point. Because that was like 89, 90. He was still.
Yeah. I think it was like 92 or something that he got out, or maybe 94 even.
Yeah, because I saw him because this was summer of 98 when he was in my friend's neighbor's living room, and he still looked pretty out of it.
Yeah, well, I think it took a while to recover from all that.
Yeah, but now, oh my gosh. But yeah, I've been listening to everything, and I think Sloop John B is nuts.
I love that. Because that's my favorite Beach Boys song.
It's like they change tempo at least 6 times. It changes, not just key changes, but full on. I think they're in 3/4 right now, and then they go to 4/4, then they go to 6/8, and then it speeds up, slows down.
Yeah.
And then there's stringer. There's all.
But it works.
It's crazy. And
Good Vibrations is one
Good Vibrations. Too. Well, then also you get the theremin, and then it changes up the ding, 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 it keeps. But a lot of their songs, even going back to California Girls.
Yeah, they got the whole instrumental opening thing and.
But wouldn't it be nice?
Mm-hmm.
In Pet Sounds.
Yeah.
That's probably their. But one, that's a great song, and I don't know. I was thinking about songs that maybe we could cover. I'm trying to think about. What if we did just a really stripped down, of something just super stripped down.
Holy ground to be treading upon.
I know.
I don't know. I'll tell you what. We'll talk about it once you watch this movie. You gotta watch that movie. Because
I started thinking about a stripped down version of Wouldn't It Be Nice.
That'd be interesting.
A really BrendoMan All-Stars. I don't know. I was thinking about it, and I'm what it would sound like, and we just really break it. But even then, I'm I don't even know. But I really want to do something like that, or something. I don't know. I've been listening to a lot of Beach Boys.
I understand. That's been happening around our house as well. Ooh. Speaking of things, I can't say too much about this, but another crazy thing that happened this week that. This was an entire day, but I had a meeting with a band that I was involved with for quite a while in various, positions.
If you listen to this show, you might be able to figure it out.
And
or Phil.
I love, and I've been trying to get to do some new stuff for about, it's been about almost 15 years since the last. But there's some unreleased material and some other things, and they're going to be released. And we had this great meeting, and we're going to be doing some stuff, new recordings, and I'm super excited about. And I can't say much more than that, but just as it comes, I'll reveal more.
You got a lot going on.
Lot going on, and it was really super awesome. It was surreal because it's something, again, I've been bugging them for 15 years to do, and all of a sudden they finally caved. So anyway,
all right. DVD, no new movies.
No new movies.
DVD on Demand Corner, WWE Network, New Japan World.
Yeah.
There was the last of the what were they called? I forgot.
Wrestling.
Well, there's like a pay-per-view.
Okay.
And it was good.
Okay.
My man Shinsuke Nakamura had an awesome match, like a possible match of the year contender. So that's always nice. And just seeing some more some of the US indie guys showing up in New Japan is exciting. Guys that I saw wrestle at PWG last month.
They're there now.
Are in Japan.
That's cool.
So that's cool. Seeing those guys get attention, get recognition is always cool. And then I was trying to catch up to the Blaze, and then the other day, I think it was Thursday, I watched like 6 episodes of Now 2-0. So now I'm like way past them. But like I can't stop because it's so good and like on so many levels, on ridiculous levels, but it's also like the issues, like this is where I'm starting to lose respect for New 90210 because Charles Rosen like brought this up to me. He's like, they don't deal with anything like meaningful compared to like old 90210 like dealt with real things in a non like cheesy way that like is still relevant. Like the things like there is an episode about like, you know, like they kind of deal with the slut shaming and like the rape culture in a very way ahead of their time for 1992, and still extremely relevant now. The way they like their episodes about race and about like other like serious issues and like that are still completely relevant, and sexism and like women's issues are so on point. And it's crazy because this show is like over 25 years old.
Yeah. And the new one doesn't hit those.
No, the new one hits like it's like crazy soap opera stuff, which towards the end of Now 2-0 we like entered that, but after a while they can only like once they tackle all of the things,
there's only so many issues.
But yeah, it's really well done. And also Brandon Walsh kind of a jerk. Which Brandon Walsh was my hero.
He's supposed to be the good guy, right?
But he's very overbearing. Lizzie has a word for it, mansplaining, because he does seem to be like, all right, woman, let me tell you how you need to do this.
Gotcha.
That happens way more than I remember. And I'm like, I feel like I made some poor life choices based on my idolization of Brandon Walsh.
Possible.
But I mean, there's times where I feel like he's a noble dude, but I'm relating more and more to Dylan.
Huh.
But it's funny. I was talking to Janelle, and she's like, "Well, I married Brandon Walsh because he is kind of like the all-American boy. He's our hero, and you're our hero, Phil."
Oh, that's very sweet.
Because sometimes there are times where I'm like, "Are you for real, Phil?" Like just things that like I don't know, just you're so innocent sometimes, and like so like just like when that. I don't know if we told this story. I told Janelle, and she thought it was really funny. When we were leaving Long Beach Con, and this woman comes up to us and was like, "Do you guys like edibles?" And Phil was like, "What, like food?"
Well, yeah,
I like food. And I'm like, "Phil, no, thank you." I'm like, because like I just can't imagine what would have happened if like I guess she was giving away free edibles or something.
I don't know. I thought she was like asking
if
about
you,
the food trucks or
I
something.
can't imagine what would have happened if you had eaten like a pot brownie or something.
Well, I wouldn't have gone that. I would have figured it out by then.
What if you just started eating
I
it?
wouldn't have taken food from a stranger.
Would you?
No, I wouldn't just eat food.
Free samples?
No, not if it was like a sealed package.
What if she gave you? These are in sealed packages.
I mean, like if it was like a candy bar.
What if it was a candy bar? They make candy bars.
I don't know. It might have.
Oh, now I'm kind of like, that might have been awesome.
I don't know. I didn't know what she was talking about.
But yeah, again, so things like Janelle, I had forgotten about this.
Yeah.
But the whole fellatio thing.
Yeah.
Because like the Spivvies called you fellatio and you didn't know what it meant.
Nickname for Phil.
And Phil was in college at the time. And you had to ask Janelle.
Yeah. Well, the worst part, though, is that we were staying at Joey's house from the Echoing Green, and they made me ask him. They're like, ask him what it is. I'm like, what? No, do it. Just do it. And then he just laughed. He was like, I'm not going to tell you about that. And I had to ask Janelle later on.
So it's just stuff like that.
This is before Google, to be fair. I didn't have a way to like look it up.
Didn't we have Dogpile?
I was on the road. I didn't have access to the internet.
Oh, yeah.
There was no. This was before that was a thing. Like
there wasn't an internet terminal.
No.
Oh, no.
No.
Library.
No, we were in a trailer.
Guys, we got to stop by this library.
Yeah.
I gotta do some research.
Yeah.
Lycos.
They had internet at the libraries then, did they?
I think they did.
1998.
Yes, because that's where I used to go to the library to use the internet before my mom let me get the internet.
All right. Well,
and that was in '96.
I'd ever done
in '96, I was going to the library. I had a Hotmail account, and even before that, I was using a BBS.
I'm not saying it didn't exist, but it wasn't something that
I used the library. It was me. I remember there was 2 computers with internet at our library, and it was always there was like 4 of us from school, and they had never had to put a reservation system in place because who cares about using the library computers? But there was like a group of us, and there was like fights happened, and so they ended up having to create a whole. You can only be on for this many hours, and if somebody's waiting, you can only be on an hour. And they created a whole thing because of like me and 4 nerds. Because I had my internet wrestling newsletter. I remember one time the guy, because he's like, I got to do something, and I'm like, oh no, I'm busy. And he comes and looks. He's like, are you talking about wrestling on a chat board? What the heck are you doing? I need to do something. I'm like, no, go away. And he's like, what are you talking? You remember he yelled. He's like, librarians, he's just talking about wrestling. I need to do my homework. I'm like, I'll do whatever I want with my time.
My hot body more. I'll do what I want.
So,
all right. So you also watched something that I watched.
I watched the season premiere of Last Man on Earth, and oh my gosh,
awesome, right?
So many emotions.
Spoiler alert, I guess, if we're going to talk about it and you haven't seen it yet, so be ready.
Like, holy crap.
Yeah, great. Like, and again, I love it because every episode just changes completely how the show is. What are they going to do?
I don't know.
Like where they're left off right now, they might never see each other again.
I know.
Like how would they?
And
find
just
each
thinking
other?
about that, like that's
terrifying.
That's a very real. But I love that even in the end, it's still funny because he was convinced he had remembered it one way, and then it was a completely different name for the gas. She never left the gas station, but he was convinced that he found the right one.
Here it is. There's a white
and
truck
she wasn't there, and it was the opposite. Everything was the opposite.
Yeah.
Of like what he remembered it as. And then also I love when I hadn't heard that MIA song in like forever, so it was a little fresh. Because remember, there was a period where that was like everywhere, and All I Want to Do is.
Yeah.
So she's shooting the gun to signal him, but the gunshot's coming, and he's got the MIA song cranked because he's mad at her, and it's like, boof, boof, and the gunshots that she's firing coincide with the gunshots on the song.
So
and
awesome.
It's amazing. And then it's also like, but then it's crazy when he goes back to Tucson and
no one's there, and they die, something burned down.
I feel like because that was his house.
Yeah.
Did they burn down his house?
They're all gone too. Like, where are they?
I don't know.
It's nuts. I love it. It's such a good show.
And then like Sudeikis, man.
Yeah. And that
holy crap.
Thing, the worms.
It was sad.
Or the caterpillars or whatever.
All right.
It's great. I love it.
And then you haven't watched Bob's Burgers yet?
No, new one?
Season premiere, Bob's Burgers.
Oh my gosh, I need to.
Do you not add to your favorites so that they pop up in your queue?
What queue?
Are you on Hulu?
Yeah.
On Hulu Plus.
Well, it's not mine.
So, Matt canceled his Hulu Plus, so you don't have it anymore.
No, we got to get it again then.
So what you do is you click when there's a show, there's an option to add to favorites.
Yeah.
And then you have a queue, so whenever there's a new episode, it pops up in there.
Huh. Should probably do that.
So Bob's Burgers, new episodes. Holy crap!
Yeah.
Amazing.
Awesome.
It's another like anthology where they're telling. So Bob's. I'll just tell you real quick.
All right. Don't spoil anything.
No, it's not spoilers, but So the episode starts. Bob notices that he's losing mustache hairs. So they write. So the kids come up with possible like futures based off of him without a mustache.
Okay.
And like it's really funny.
Oh,
it's like all these alternate timelines, and Jeans is called Robostash, and it's a RoboCop parody. It's amazing because like think about that. Like I just watched the what's
Die Hard one?
No, that one's amazing. Nakatomi. Yeah.
Work hard or die trying. Is that what it was?
Yes. So I'm trying to think. What's Linda's sister's name?
I don't remember.
Megan Mullally.
Yeah.
So the one where they were telling stories to her and like the Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like that.
Okay.
Which that was one of my favorite episodes last season.
I like those.
Because Linda's sister. Crap. What's her name? Crap.
Well, anyway, Megan Mullally character. Yeah.
All right. So Bob's Burgers is amazing, and then I watched the first episode of Scream Queens.
Yeah. What's your take?
It's really silly.
Yeah.
I think
a lot of people really don't like it.
It's pretty ridiculous.
So
I didn't hate it because it's so. I thought it was like I don't know what this show is trying to be yet, so I need to watch a couple more because I'm like, is this real? Like, are they? Because like the characters are all archetypes, so that's where I think it's like a genre, like
just spoof,
not a spoof, but just kind of a exploitation.
Huh.
I don't know what he's doing because you don't like any of them, like. None of them are likable. Right. None of these people are likable. They're all like, I'm like, these are not real people. These people do not exist. But I think that's kind of one of the things. I don't know. Leah Michelle is like she's like wearing a neck brace and it's all gross, which is funny. It's kind of funny.
Okay.
It's also really super crazy violent. And Jamie Lee Curtis is really good.
Okay.
But again, it's shockingly violent. Like I was really
regular TV. What's
yes. It's on ABC.
Huh.
I think it's ABC or NBC,
it's one of the C's.
Like they have like a house like cook lady, and like her face ends up in the deep fryer, and like they show it, man.
Oh god.
Like it's disgusting.
Ugh.
Like her face like melts off.
Ugh.
Yeah.
No, that definitely is not for me.
No.
I can't take that.
It's pretty nuts.
Ugh.
So that's that.
All right. Well, all I watched, again, crazy week, no time. Did watch Last Man on Earth, but that's it.
Holy crap, right?
Yeah, great.
And then I've been watching a couple more. I watched a couple more of The League, and they were talking about that guy on, because the 9/11 guy, they were talking about it again on Kevin and Bean, and I'm still like,
oh yeah.
I don't know what to do about that because the show.
Watch it.
Well, it's got so many other people that I like, and he's funny, but it's got Duffless, it's got Kroll. It's got Paul Scheer. It's got John LaJoy. They're all in like all these crazy guest stars. So it's really funny, but it's just weird because like that's not okay. Like you can lie about a lot of things and get away with it, but like
that's a really weird one too. Like I still don't
plus I'm like, how did he not get caught? It's weird that he got caught now.
Yeah.
Because like he probably thought he had gotten away with it.
It's really weird.
And he's like, that was because he claimed that was his whole inspiration for his career was he survived that, and then he's like, I'm gonna move to Hollywood. So I'm like, what? Why would you? And the fact that he didn't get caught, nobody called him on that. Like, because all he would have, like, basically all somebody did was because he claimed he's like, yeah, I was in the Merrill Lynch in this tower. All somebody did, like in the New York Times, was look up Merrill Lynch, and all you had to do was do a little bit of research, anybody, and realize, oh, there was no Merrill Lynch. Merrill Lynch wasn't in the Twin Towers, and that's the end. That's the end of that. Oh, there was no Merrill Lynch in the World Trade Center. Wow. You're full of crap. And that took 14 years for somebody to do that.
Wow. Well, probably a lot of people. I mean,
because you want to. It's one of those. But now,
if someone comes to you and says, "Oh, this happened. I lost someone," you're not going to. Oh, I'm going to Google that and see if you're lying. Like you do exactly what everyone did. That's how we got away with it.
But I feel like if you're interviewing somebody, isn't that what fact checking is?
I guess. But again,
Are you gonna really?
That's one of those things where I bet you that he figured he'd probably get away with it, and he did.
And then what kind of person does that?
I don't know. And you're still watching his show.
I'm not watching it for him.
I know you love him.
Well, whatever. It's great.
All right.
Storage Wars, as I just said, I think we talked about it on the pre-show. Ivy found a bunch of Garbage Pail Kids.
Yeah.
And it made me, I've told this before, one of my greatest regrets in life was we went on a trip to Sacramento and we were at the train museum. And I don't think I left them at the train. No, I left them at the hotel. We had bought, I don't know how, we found them at a KB, but they were the freaking uncut sheets of, and it was series, I think it was either series 1 or series 2, because this was like 86. So I think that would have been series 2.
Okay.
But still, early uncut sheets, Garbage Pail Kids, which I look at, so every once in a while I'll look it up on eBay and like hundreds of dollars. Also, they were just awesome, and I left it in the hotel room.
Coulda, woulda, shoulda.
And we each had like 2 or 3 of them, my brother and I.
You could be 1,000 there.
Yeah. But the ones, and some of the stuff that Ivy had, like he had the pins, which I totally had those, and he had, but like the coolest thing was, because I remember trying to collect those puzzles, and like they were huge and like nuts, because it was on the backs of the cards, and he had them framed. So not only does he have the whole puzzles, but these are mint, because they were framed, like the cards are in mint condition and the stickers aren't peeled. Like that's the biggest thing about Garbage Pail Kids is most of us peeled them off. So having just like any kind of mint condition original run Garbage Pail Kids, like series 1 through like I think like 5, they made it up to 5 before they stopped. But though that first run are all super valuable because so many of them got stuck everywhere. So he had complete sets. He had packaged ones plus like put in albums, and he had like an $800 collection, and I thought that was really cool. And then just some other, I love Storage Wars like so much, and I've seen all of these again so many times. And just Jared and Brandy banter, and
great.
Barry is still like, I feel it slipping away that I'm ever gonna like get to. Like I want to hang out with Barry. I want.
Still think you should be a sidekick.
I want to be a Barry sidekick. I think I would be awesome. Barry and Brendo.
Yeah. I brought my BrendoMan along with me.
Dude.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah. I can see it.
Ugh.
Would you ride in a sidecar next to him?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Or some other weird vehicle.
All his weird vehicles.
Yeah.
The bubble car.
Yeah. Always had so many weird things. I love it.
Oh, all right.
Well, we already talked. I talked about Twin Peaks earlier in the show. I watched a couple episodes of that. That's about it. So,
Pokemon Shuffle, Street Pass, Clicker Heroes. Join the clan.
Do it.
Radio BrendoMan.
I think it's time.
You still playing that Adventure Time game?
Yeah, I'm almost done with it. I didn't get to play it a whole lot this week, but it's fun.
It's that time of the night.
It's that time of the night.
I'm preparing myself.
Here we go. It's time to read Marmaduke. Now we know that Dad is named Phil.
Yeah.
So
are you named after him?
Maybe.
Yeah.
This is 89.
Yeah, but he's probably named Phil. I mean, Marmaduke's been around
86,
for before,
I guess here.
And this wasn't the first one.
It's true.
He might have. How do we know?
Well, because I think my parents are better people than that. That's why. Also, I was named after my dad's middle name. So.
What if your dad was named after Marmaduke?
Could have been. How old is Marmaduke?
Well, that dude was like 95 when he died.
Could have been. Also, my great grandma had the same name. So
your great grandma was named Phil?
Philippa. Italian, goes both ways.
Maybe she was named after
Marmaduke. I think Marmaduke was named after her. All right, here we go. So Marmaduke is in his doghouse, and the 2 kids are trying to pull him out. And the girl says, "We're going to clean out your doghouse." And he's like fighting it. It's really a mess. They're pulling all this stuff. Marmaduke's a hoarder.
Also, the TARDIS doghouse is back.
Right, TARDIS doghouse.
This has been established.
He's all sad. They're pulling all this stuff out. Now, isn't that much nicer? And he's looking in there, and he's sad. He's mourning. And he goes over, and he lays on this stuff, and he's sad.
So is that Marmaduke thinks he's people?
I think it's Marmaduke thinks he's people. Because, he's a hoarder. He wants to keep all that stuff.
And he keeps all that stuff in his TARDIS doghouse.
Yeah, TARDIS doghouse is definitely a main thing.
Which they stole from Peanuts.
And that's it.
Like we've established that. I stole that from Snoopy. So I think that should be another category, just blatant Snoopy ripoff. Which I will put that in this category.
Yeah. TARDIS Doghouse works for that. But that's the whole strip. They take away his stuff. He doesn't want them to, and then he's sad about it.
That's not a narrative.
Yeah, that's it.
He needs to read How to Make Webcomics. Or just How to Make Comics.
You don't take my stuff away.
How to Write a Story.
There's a story. The dog doesn't want them to take the stuff away, and then he's sad when they do. That's the story.
That's barely.
That's horrible. That's Marmaduke for this week.
I'm gonna make that a new category. What's rip
off of Peanuts?
Rip off Peanuts, because we've seen a few of those.
Yeah, that's good.
That's a new category. I think
it still falls under the larger category if he thinks he's people.
Yeah.
But you're right. That's a good subcategory.
But I feel like that's another ongoing thing.
Yeah.
Also, now that I'm looking at those kids, that also seems like a Peanuts ripoff.
Oh, totally. I mean, look at this one here in particular.
I mean, here you got a Franklin,
look at the little,
you got a Lucy, you got a...
The little, like, cowlick, that's totally Linus there.
Yeah.
It's just like a palette swap, basically.
You got a Charlie Brown, and they're sad. Did he eat all the ice cream?
Yeah, he ate the ice cream. He likes to eat.
He's hungry.
Marmaduke's hungry.
Even the cover.
Yeah. Marmaduke laps it up. Oh, and in the back, Marmaduke's trying to trade a dog for ice cream. I mean, a dog bone for ice cream. He thinks he's people and
he's hungry. Yeah. That's a twofer.
That's a double.
Again, rest in peace, Brad Anderson.
Good job there.
Also,
we're reading it in his honor.
Hey, man. He lived to be 95.
Yeah, he did okay.
And he
had that sweet Marmaduke money.
Sweet. Because, I mean, just the movie he probably cleaned up.
Yeah.
Which I'm so glad we don't have to watch that movie.
At some point, they're going to make us watch it, you realize.
Nope.
At some point.
Good luck on that. You make that happen, I guess we'll do it. But the whole time, I just remember Benson and I did a commentary to WrestleMania 29, and like about 2 hours in, we're like, this was a horrible idea. And I feel like about 30 minutes into Marmaduke,
I think like 2 minutes
we're going to be like, this is a horrible idea. Well, we'll figure out where Todd Glass is in the movie.
Yeah.
We'll be like, we talked to him about that.
It's just a voice, I think. But yeah.
And then we'll be like, this is... Because if the movie is anything, like, where do you get a movie script, a feature-length script out of these? I don't want to know what that is.
Is it going to be... See, my theory is it might be like a Beethoven ripoff.
Okay.
I think that might be where they go with it. Where the dad doesn't want him, they wind up getting it. So that's like the origin story, if you will. And then he foils some kind of a plot. There's got to be some kind of...
So this is also...
This is my theory.
Now that we're talking about this, is Beethoven a ripoff of Paddington? Because that's kind of Paddington.
Yeah.
And Paddington was actually first.
Well, yeah. I don't know. I suppose.
So is that what this is going to be? Except but here's the thing. Paddington is charming.
Yeah.
So it's not. Because Paddington is charming. There's no redeeming quality. Marmaduke's just a big giant. And looking at the size of Marmaduke, that dog drools like nobody's business. And that dog smells.
Oh, yeah.
Like Marmaduke smells. Because he probably doesn't like taking baths.
Yeah, of course not. Because he's people.
Dude. What? Now I'm like curious about the Marmaduke.
Yeah, it's sort of a morbid curiosity, though.
Hold on.
What?
I just want to see.
What?
I want to read a synopsis.
What? No.
Yes.
We gotta read. We should just watch it if we're gonna do that.
No, we can just read a synopsis and then we won't have to read it.
No.
Then we won't have to watch it.
Boo.
Why won't you let me read a synopsis?
Because I think we should watch it.
No, we shouldn't.
You're spoiling it.
No. Not a spoiler synopsis.
All right.
A suburban family moves to a new neighborhood with their large yet lovable Great Dane, who has so it is the comic, who has a tendency to wreak havoc in his own oblivious way.
Which means there is no plot.
Marmaduke is clumsy.
Marmaduke's clumsy.
That's the plot.
Oh, and look, in the picture, Marmaduke thinks he's a person because he's got like sunglasses on and his head's out the sunroof.
Oh my gosh. And that had 4 writers.
Well, I can see that. It took 4 people to write Marmaduke is...
Oh, Judy. Look at this cast, though. Emma Stone, Steve Coogan, Kiefer,
Fergie,
Marlon Wayans, Sam Elliott, Judy Greer,
Lee Pace. Wow.
So that's 2 members of the Marvel universe.
That's impressive. All right. Well, it made a list of worst movies ever made right there.
Movies I can't believe exist.
Yeah.
And worst movies ever made.
And then kids PG. That's not much of a distinction. Yeah.
Mulan 2, Marmaduke, The Sandlot. Oh, these are all like straight to video
Just bad,
stuff.
like straight to video, yeah.
Everyone's Hero. I don't even remember what some of these.
Green Lantern. There you go.
Battleship. See, I don't know. Whatever.
All right. I think
so that about wraps it up.
I think we wrap it up.
You sure?
I'm positive. Thank you guys for listening. Make sure if you're a Kickstarter backer and you haven't done your survey, send it in.
We're also working on a new secret project.
Yeah. So keep that in mind.
Think about secret projects.
Yeah. I
don't
know what they're going to do with that information.
Think about it.
Think about it. Think
secret
about your
projects. What's your dad like?
I want to meet that dad. And thank you for buying stuff from Amazon. Please keep doing that.
Keep buying that stuff.
You guys are great.
You only bought 4 things last week.
That's okay. 4 things are good.
Let's ramp that up.
Let's go for 5. Let's see if we can break it.
5 things.
5 things this week or more. 5 or more.
You need to buy your Halloween candy. Buy it on Amazon.
Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah.
It'll get there in time.
Toothbrush? Amazon.
I do need to get new the Sonic Care toothbrush heads. It's the cheapest place to get them.
Best place.
Because they're rip-off.
Yeah.
That's how they get you with those.
Yeah.
Oh, you want the toothbrush heads? Yeah, that's $25 for 2.
Yeah. Might as well just buy 20 pack of regular toothbrushes.
Except they're not Sonic Care.
It's true.
It feels like going to the dentist. And it makes a funny noise.
Well,
it's Sonic's your teeth clean.
Yeah.
I like to think it's like the Sonic screwdriver.
I thought you were thinking of Sonic the Hedgehog.
Yeah.
Rubbing that around in your mouth.
Did you see that somebody... So did you see that Jeopardy video where they were like, this video game icon is purple and is known for running real fast?
No.
And so the woman, it was a final Jeopardy, and she answered, what is Danky? It was Danky Kang. Dankey. So not only did she get it wrong, she also spelled it wrong. Danky Kang. So somebody made so it was Sonic the Hedgehog, but she said Danky Kang. So then I saw this on Facebook. I think Mark Ariano or Steve, somebody in our group. I wasn't in our group, but it was on their Facebook. And somebody made a custom Danky Kang amiibo. So they took the Donkey Kong amiibo and painted him blue. And
like Sonic the Hedgehog.
Yeah. And then it says Danky Kang.
That's awesome.
I can't believe you didn't know about Danky Kang. That was all over the place.
That's great. I missed it.
Yeah, Final Jeopardy.
Yeah.
Danky Kang. And that's the Final Jeopardy that everyone, like, of us, that's our dream Final Jeopardy.
Yes, I got it.
Like, the Sonic the Hedgehog is the answer to Final Jeopardy. Yeah. Like, holy crap.
This is where you know, like, okay, we know we've got these people that have never been outside of a library. We're going to stick them with a video game question.
And that's where we would never get that question.
No.
But that's our dream Final Jeopardy question.
Yeah.
What's your nightmare final? I know
sports.
your Final Jeopardy. Your nightmare because it happened.
Yeah.
That's what always burns you a millionaire. And I'm like screaming in my head, like, because the one that the one where you got to like quarter, you got to like.
I got to the second to last question
in Florida. Was it that one in Florida?
The furthest one I got to was in California.
The one in Florida, because you got to like where you were gonna start getting into the big prizes.
Yeah.
And you got something where I knew the answer, and I'm just like, and it was Chris Everett, and she was in. It was the girl you didn't know who it was that was in Trainwreck, and I'm like, and that was the answer. So you end up getting that hat.
Yep.
And I was like, in my head, I'm like, oh my gosh, and I knew you were gonna get it, to the point where I think I yelled at you, and I think there was a minor spat because I'm like, how could you do that? And Janelle was like, he doesn't know sports, Brendo.
And you told me I need to diversify my trivia knowledge.
Yes.
I need to start watching sports so I can do better at trivia. I'm like, I'm not gonna do that. I don't care
that
much.
Not watch sports, just maybe be aware of major sports achievements. Read the sports section of the Guinness World Records book.
No, that's the boring part I always skip past. I never read those.
But that you would be if you had sports down, you would be the trivia powerhouse.
Yeah. Well, I gotta have a weakness.
No, you don't.
I do. Anyway, the other ones, because I got on Millionaire like 4 times, I think. 3 out of the 4 I got out on sports questions. I remember one was like a golf one. I don't remember what the third one was. And then the one time I got to the $500,000, I actually got through the sports questions.
Mm-hmm.
Happened to know them. In fact, I remember the second to last question was super obscure, and it was, who was the spokesperson for Lancome, like Lancome, like a makeup company? And I just happened to know it was Uma Thurman because Matt Moss had like cut out all these pictures from like, you know, all his magazines he had. And I got that. And
that's like some Slumdog Millionaire stuff.
It seriously was. So I'm like, I got this, dude. I got this. And the one I got out on was it was the name of the woman who was the voice of like voicemail for Verizon. Like, you know, like there was a woman that had like voicemail and it was her name and I didn't know it.
How would any, oh my God.
I think it was it Verizon or?
No, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I think it was Verizon, right? Yeah. Like the voicemail voice.
Yep.
And it was just, I think her name was Barbie something. I know now. I'm pretty sure. I'd have to
go back.
Remember
and that for the rest of your life.
But, yeah.
Because you were like because wasn't if you got the $1 million, it was a Disney cruise or something?
$1 million was a Disney cruise, yeah. So I was one question away from that.
What did you
after I got the Uma Thurman one? Oh, that one I got a polo shirt and the hat and all the buttons and all that kind of stuff.
So how many of those hats did you?
I have 3 or 4 of the hats. Because I got at least a hat on every one.
Yeah.
Which was like, you know, that first like big level.
Yeah.
And then the shirt was the next one and then the $1 million. But I only got the shirt once, I think. But yeah, so it was one of those things too where I still had lifelines left, but that didn't help because nobody knew that. No one knew who that woman was. Like, it was super obscure. So I think I had like to poll the audience, but what good is that? Everyone's just guessing on that, you know. So I got out. Boo.
I remember one time, I think I was mad and I intentionally answered wrong on the poll when they did the poll the audience.
Yeah.
Skew that vote. Sabotage it.
Well, it didn't help me.
Oh, because the person they were a jerk.
I think that, and in fact, because you go backstage and you have to sign paperwork to get all your rewards and stuff, and they told me, they're like, when you got the Uma Thurman thing, we all thought you had it. They're like, nobody, how did you know that? And I'm like, my roommate, he's like an art major, and he cuts stuff out of magazines, and I just know that picture because it's on our wall. Like, we thought you had it with that. Oh man, we were so close, you know. And I was like, I know, me too.
That would have been the best Disney cruise ever.
I know. The one that I won.
The one that you won.
Because it was for 4 people.
Dude.
This is before kids. We could have brought 2 people along.
Dude. That would have been like a total. Because then, like on a free trip, then you would have been like, well, I got to. Oh, dude. Yeah.
Spend it all. This is free.
Spend money.
Man.
Dude.
Oh, well.
If only you knew that woman's name.
That would have been Drink. That would have been So Drink.
So do we have our title?
Yeah, it's So Drink.
It's So Drink.
So Drink. All right.
Well, it's been real drink here.
Yeah, it's been drink having you listen to us.
And make sure you go to radiobrendo.com and click all the stuff. And again, secret project. Yeah. And
send your pen pals your messages.
Pen pals, get going on that. BrendoMan@gmail.com. Hit the contact. Tumblr, @BrendoMan on Twitter.
Facebook.
Don't forget BenviewNetwork.com for all the Benview Network podcasts. And we will catch you next week. So for Radio BrendoMan, I'm Brendan Creasy.
And I'm Phil Vecchio.
Have a good one, everybody. Yay.
So Drink.
So Drink.
Do we have anyone in the chat still? I think Steve's maybe.
I am not there. Drink. Nope. Gone. No,
he's there.
He's there.
But maybe out, maybe asleep.
It's 3.
Oh, there he is. Later. Thanks for hanging out, Steve.
He's like, oh, these guys.
Still going.
I'm going to fall asleep.
I know, dude. I got to go to bed. I'm beat.
And you got to help. You're going to what? Look for places for Matt to live?
Yeah, that's the idea. I had grand ideas that we were going to go out there and do our like home church thing with him, but I don't think that's happening. It's too tired.
It's too tired?
Yeah. We're still on YouTube probably. Don't forget to close that up.
Yep.
night, YouTube.
Good night, YouTube. Have a good one. Thank you. Go to radiobrendo.com. Open the podcast up on iTunes and give it 5 stars, please.
5.
Is it 5 stars or 4 stars?
5. Well, give it 5.
Give it all the stars.
All the stars.
Good reviews. Give that thumbs up on the YouTube video while you're at it. Or not. Whatever.
What if you wanna?
Look at my messy house. This is what, by not helping us, you're contributing to my, I don't know.
I don't even know what you're saying right now.
I do not. Good night, everybody.